Photos from 2035 show golden light falling from the sky and angel wings descending. The Supernatural Research Center has secretly dissected many strange beast corpses. A crowd of people praying in front of the Dragon Pond in Longyin City. Overnight, the entire ancient city of Lintian turned into scorched earth. Ordinary people across the country have been deceived by those myths and strange stories. In fact, these scenes are not coincidences, but unknown creatures really have descended on the earth. Even those bizarre news that were considered rumors back then have now come true in reality. At this time, a photographer Linhao was taking photos in Lintian ancient city. After being attacked by ET-002, he was killed and found himself turned into a small black carp after rebirth. At this moment, Linhao in the Hualong Pond found that he could breathe freely underwater. Not only did his hands and feet disappear and turn into fish fins, but he was also accidentally bound to an invincible upgrade system. As long as you continue to devour and evolve according to the system prompts, you may become a real dragon. The crowd was noisy and people were hurrying along. Linhao slowly came to his senses in the hustle and bustle. Did you hear? Something strange happened again. The ancient city of Lintian turned into scorched earth overnight. Someone used a drone to take photos showing that the entire ground was black. Wait, why is there water in front of me? Linhao is actually in the water. Not only did I not suffocate, but my vision was also extremely clear. I'm drowning. But when he looked down, he was completely stunned. No limbs, only fins. He turned into a fish. A completely black little carp. He was swinging his tail wildly. It was not an illusion or a dream. He really turned into a fish. Just as I was panicking, a memory came flooding back to my mind. Went to Lintian ancient city to photograph the ancient monuments. That night, he saw with his own eyes a golden light descending from the sky, like a god coming to the earth. The next second, the entire ancient city was engulfed in golden flames, and he was evaporated without even uttering a scream. As a result, he died and turned into a carp. Fuck. I've only had one relationship in my life, and I was still a virgin when I died. Amidst the grief and anger, a clear system prompt sound suddenly rang out. Ding! The Invincible Evolution system has been successfully bound. Linhao was stunned. System. Plug-in. A panel appeared in front of him. Host, Linhao level, LV1 race, black koi body size, 3 cm, 0.4 G. Combat power, 0.1 skills, none magical power, none evolution points, 0/50. Oh my god. He really turned into a fish at the beginning. And he's so small. Just as Linhao was worrying about his body shape, he heard a conversation on the shore. I came home drunk last night and saw a rat as big as a dog. I almost peed myself. Are you drunk and hallucinating? Can I even make up a mouse? It's really bigger than a cat. On the stone bridge above the pond, there was a bustling crowd of people. A few children threw bread crumbs into the pond, and a group of big koi fish rushed to grab them frantically. Linhao's stomach growled, so he swam over to grab some food. Swallow the bread crumbs and gain 0.1 evolution points. Sure enough, eating can add some points. As long as you collect 50 evolution points, you can level up. He listened to the conversations of the people on the shore and slowly figured out where he was. To be more precise, the Dragon King Temple in Longyin City is the Dragon Pond, in the center of the temple. Adjacent to this temple is a highly guarded scientific research institution, Longyin Research Center. There were soldiers with live ammunition around, setting up a cordon that read, "Military Stronghold, no entry." Inside the research center, secret experiments are being conducted in an autopsy room. Under the pure white light, a corpse that was neither human nor animal lay on the operating table, covered with thick protective cloth. The skin is as hard as glue, the bone structure is similar to that of humans, bipedal, with a clear spine and an abnormal number of bones. A young female researcher skillfully wielded a scalpel to perform an autopsy, her voice steady and controlled. The other researchers had already turned pale, and many of them almost vomited on the spot. The corpse's blood was as thick as asphalt, and looked very much like a burnt tire. They recalled the absurd and bizarre old news in those years and shuddered. In 1891, a headless monster appeared in Indianapolis. In 1934, a dragon corpse fell into the North Sea. In 1951, a whaling ship caught a 30-meter-long, deep-sea python. In 1958, a giant lizard-like creature was photographed in Antarctica. Even in 2020, a giant corpse was found on the southeast coast of Longwa. These strange stories may never have been legends. After the autopsy was completed, an old man came forward and said, "Luo Shui, you have worked hard." Luo Shui took off her goggles and surgical cap, revealing a cool and cold face. She took the water bottle and drank it in big gulps, but her tone was cold. "Any progress over there?" "No." The old man frowned. "The Lintian ancient city turned into scorched earth, and we also suspect that it was some kind of supernatural creature that did it. Our people are all wiped out. He's dead." Luo Shui's voice was calm, but her fists were shaking slightly. "I know," the old man sighed, "this matter is beyond everyone's expectations." Luo Shui didn't say anything else, only leaving one sentence, "Remember what you promised." She turned and left, returned to the lounge, changed out of her protective suit and put on a black dress. She took out an old pocket watch from her bosom, opened it gently, and inside was a yellowed photo. In the photo, she is with a boy with a bright smile. "You said you would wait for me to come back." Her eyes were red and tears were welling up in them. Swallow, swallow, swallow. In the dragon pond, Linhao swam wildly and took a few bites as soon as he opened his mouth. He was just a small black koi, only 3 centimeters long. He couldn't grab the food because those fat and big-eared koi fish all swam sideways and knocked him away at any time. After struggling for a whole morning, he only managed to accumulate 5 evolution points. 5 o'clock. Only 5 o'clock. It will take me forever to evolve. Linhao complained and sighed while rolling his eyes. Just then, a little girl with twin ponytails approached the bank of the pool. She held a bag of freshly bought fish food in her hand and shouted, "Poor little carp. Fish feed? This is a high-end nutritious meal." Linhao started and rushed over like an arrow, opening his mouth and biting one. Swallow small fish food and gain 0.5 evolution points. Fuck. Twice as much as bread crumbs. His eyes lit up and he started the devouring mode without hesitation. Unfortunately, the other koi also heard the news and moved, splashing water and dancing wildly. "Hey, hey, hey, don't grab it. It's for me." The little girl stamped her feet anxiously. Linhao rolled his eyes in his heart, "I'm short and strong, and you fat fish are trying to steal my things." He waved his tiny fins, desperately trying to grab food from the tide of fish. While grabbing, I watched the system prompts like bullet screens. Add 0.5 plus 0.5 plus 0.5. He rushed until he was exhausted, and finally he could not squeeze in anymore, and he let out a gasp. Evolution points, May 25th, 50, phew. Not bad, not bad. We're already halfway there. He was already imagining himself after evolution. Could it grow claws, or evolve into scales that could breathe fire? At this time, the little girl left reluctantly under the urging of her mother. He was still shouting, "Mom, I will come to feed that little carp next time." Another little boy on the shore was curious and asked, "Mom, why is this place called Hualongqi?" Because of the legend, there may really be a carp in this pond that can turn into a dragon. Lin Hao's heart surged when he heard this. Damn, isn't this talking about me? Just as he was fantasizing about the day when he could counterattack and soar into the sky, a reminder interrupted him. Ding! The host has met the evolution conditions. Do you want to evolve immediately? Yes/no. Here I come. Finally here. He swam quickly to a dark corner of the pond and hid under the lotus leaves. Safety first. Don't let some fat fish scare you off before you evolve. After confirming that no one was paying attention, he chose yes without hesitation. In an instant, a burning and tearing sensation erupted from within the body, and the entire body felt as if it was burned by fire and cut into pieces by thousands of knives. Damn, this hurts more than a broken bone. The next second, he lost consciousness. When he opened his eyes again, it was already dark, and the setting sun dyed the pool red. I am alive. Did I evolve successfully? Lin Hao felt that his body had undergone earth-shaking changes. He subconsciously swung his tail, and the waves surged and rushed far away. The system panel pops up automatically, host, Lin Hao level, 2 race, black koi. Size, 13 centimeters, 17G combat power, 0.5 skills, powerful tail slap magical power, none. Evolution points, 0/113 centimeters. I've quadrupled in length. Linhao's eyes filled with tears. As a former man, becoming taller and stronger was his ultimate dream. What's even more exciting is that he got his first skill, powerful tail shot. It can use its tail fin to deliver powerful blows, but it cannot overturn the sea. But it is more than enough to deal with those fat carps that bully smaller fish. But what is this magical power? It sounds much better than a skill. Linhao rubbed his little fish fins and pondered, looking forward to the next evolution. At this moment, the water in the pool was clear, and his field of vision seemed to have increased from 720p to 1080p, and his perception became several times more sensitive. He began to float and swim, with a confident curve at the corner of his mouth, if a fish had one. But deep down, there was still a sense of loss. Mom and Dad. Do they know I'm dead now? And she? Linhao looked at the reflection on the water, and that figure appeared in his mind. Just then, a familiar figure came into his sight. A woman in a black dress sat by the pool, quietly scattering fish feed. Linhao instinctively rushed forward and continued to grab food. Add 0.5 plus 0.5 plus 0.5. The system prompts you to refresh the screen again. The woman lowered her head and said to herself, Linhao, are you really dead? Her eyes were dim, and the feed spilled from her hands fell into the water, followed by crystal tears dripping into the pool. You said you would wait for me to come back, but now, the time is almost up. Her name is Luo Shui, and she is the youngest core researcher at Longyin Research Center. He was secretly drafted 3 years ago and has lost contact since then. Linhao grabbed the feed and was stunned when he heard her words. Linhao. She said Linhao. It's not a coincidence, right? Until he looked at the face of the woman on the shore, that face was deeply imprinted in his memory. Luo Shui. Why is it her? In a flash, his eyes widened and his whole body became stiff like a sculpture. Luo Shui. Linhao's eyes widened, he couldn't believe what he saw. She was the only woman in his life to whom he promised to wait for her to come back. 3 years ago, Luo Shui left a message, wait for me for 3.5 years, and disappeared completely as if she had evaporated from the face of the earth. Her phone calls were unreachable, her social media accounts were cancelled, and even her parents quietly moved out of their original residence. Linhao searched all over the world, but found nothing. And now, she actually appeared in Longyin City, feeding him, the mutant little carp, by the pond. Do you know how I have been through these past 3 years? Linhao felt extremely bitter. Luo Shui on the shore, although there was a smile on her face, she couldn't stop the tears from falling. Little carp, you said, he won't die, right? That guy is so annoying, he can't die, right? Linhao's body trembled, and somewhere in his heart suddenly felt sore. Luo Shui, I'm not dead. I'm right in front of you. He desperately wanted to jump up and make a sound. But a fish is a fish, it can't say a word. At this moment, Luo Shui's phone vibrated. She took a deep breath and regained her cold and professional face. Hello. A monster corpse was found on the east coast. She frowned, her expression suddenly serious. I know, I'll be there right away. Before hanging up the phone, she looked at Linhao again. The little black carp seemed to understand her emotions and floated quietly in the water. Your eyes are so much like his, she murmured, turning and disappearing into the night. Hey! Don't go! Linhao shouted in his heart, next time you come, remember to bring more feed. But soon, his expression froze. East Coast, monster corpse. He suddenly recalled the past, and what flashed through his mind was not the romantic old love, but various, outrageous, news clips. A fisherman photographed a super long giant fish while out at sea. Suspected traces of wild men appeared near Chombai Mountain. The students of a certain foreign university collectively distorted and mutated. The Red Moon incident, these news appeared briefly on the internet and then quickly disappeared. I used to think that was pseudoscience and a joke. But now, I have become a fish that can level up. This world has been wrong for a long time. Thinking of this, Linhao no longer hesitated, flapped his tail, and ran straight to the deep end of the pond. I have to get stronger as soon as possible. Otherwise, if I encounter that golden monster again one day, I will be dead. In the moonlight, he found a lot of black-shelled shrimps at the edge of the pond. Devour a juvenile black shrimp and gain 0.5 evolution points. Devour an adult black shrimp and gain 1 evolution point. The system prompt sounds continued, and Linhao swallowed them all in one whirlwind. But he was happy for a short while when the water in the pool suddenly shook. In the distance, the Hualong Pond suddenly raised a huge wave. At the same time, the east coast a few kilometers away was under tight security. Dozens of military vehicles were parked outside the area, with cordoned off in circles. Soldiers are armed with live ammunition and research vehicles are shuttling back and forth, just like on the front line of a war. A dark red SUV came speeding by and was stopped by several security guards at the cordon. The road ahead is blocked, no passing. The car window rolled down slowly, and sitting in the driver's seat was a face that was so beautiful that it made people breathtaking. ID. Luo Shui raised her hand and handed over a special black ID card. HXLZ. When the security guard saw the number, his pupils shrank and he immediately stood at attention and saluted. Come in. The vehicle drove into the core area. Lao Peng, what is HXLZ? Keep your voice down, Lao Peng said, holding a cigarette in his mouth. Huaxia Dragon Group. Is there really such an organization? One of the country's secret armed units, specializing in dealing with paranormal phenomena. The young security guard broke out in a cold sweat. So, this is not an ordinary incident. Ordinary? Old Peng glanced at him. Look at that thing over there, do you still think it's ordinary? Following his sight, a huge creature was lying quietly in the middle of the beach on the east coast. Like an ancient giant beast, it was covered with black scales, its back was covered with horns, and it was over 20 meters long, like an enlarged version of a sea lizard. Luo Shui got out of the car and quickly walked towards the on-site command area. Hello, Team Leader Luo. Hello, Team Leader. The scientific researchers in white protective suits nodded in greeting. She fixed her eyes on the monster corpse on the shore, and her expression suddenly became gloomy. When was it found? It was washed up during high tide an hour ago. Its stomach is about to explode. Explode? Several researchers nearby screamed in surprise. Shut up and listen to the team leader. The old researcher glared at him coldly. Luo Shui said in a deep voice, have you heard of whale explosion? The decay of food and the expansion of organs inside the whale carcass will produce a large amount of gas, which will eventually accumulate in the body and cannot be released, causing the entire body to explode. And this monster, its size and structure are far more complex than a whale, it's going to explode, and with great force. Captain Luo, do you mean, will this monster really explode like a whale? The members of the scientific research team surrounding the giant beast's corpse all felt their scalps tingling at this moment. Of a 30-ton whale carcass could overturn half a city block. And if this huge monster in front of us explodes, it will create a crater. If the pressure is not relieved in time, the explosion power may be more than 30 times that of a whale explosion. Luo Shui's tone was calm, but it made everyone's heart tremble. 30 times? That wasn't just blowing up a street, it was a mushroom cloud rising from the ground. Mr. Li, we can't delay any longer. We need to deal with it immediately. Choose a spot to open a hole and exhaust the air. Okay, I'll go adjust the equipment. Mr. Li nodded, but he was still nervous. This was not scientific research, this was bomb disposal. A few minutes later, a black truck with a special sign drove into the cordoned area. Several men in uniform carried out a silver metal box, and each piece of precision equipment gleamed coldly in the moonlight. Luo Shui put on a full set of white protective clothing, mask, and goggles, and put on each layer of protection neatly. The silver-white HP-12 blade in her hand was shining coldly. It was larger than a scalpel, and the handle was as complicated as a robotic arm. Observe the right side of the abdomen and use the area of least tension to open the hole for drainage. She gave brief instructions while inspecting the beast's belly. Everyone held their breath, afraid of missing a single word. This is not an ordinary experiment, but a practical exercise of bomb mine clearance. It's right here. Luo Shui locked the position and the blade fell. The sharp blade slid silently across the thick monster skin and successfully cut out a small hole. She is worthy of being the youngest commander of the Dragon Group, and is at the top of her profession from the moment she takes action. Then she took out a sharp cannula, aimed it at the incision, and thrust it in violently. With a muffled sound, a large amount of black and red liquid mixed with gas gushed out wildly, and a fishy mist sprayed out from the end of the tube. The exhaust was successful. Someone breathed a sigh of relief. Team leader Luo is too strong, another person exclaimed softly. But at this moment, the exhaust pipe suddenly vibrated violently. The sound of metal friction was harsh and unpleasant, like something was drilling wildly. Something's wrong, everyone move back. Luo Shui suddenly shouted, and everyone stepped back reflexively, their hearts tightening. The next moment, the exhaust pipe suddenly swelled and exploded. Like a cracked leech skin, strange objects with golden light spurted out from the broken pipe. That's a group of wriggling creatures. They are shaped like loaches, but they are shining with a strange golden light, their tentacles are trembling in the air, and their bodies are covered with fine links, like a curse from the deep sea. What's even more terrifying is that they are crawling very fast on the beach. What the hell is this? A researcher screamed on the spot, his legs going weak. Luo Shui reacted very quickly and had already assembled the weapon in her hand. The black submachine gun roared out. A string of fire bullets swept across, smashing several strange insects into pieces. Bullet shells flew, smoke and dust billowed, and those insects that had not been hit yet. But they quickly dispersed as if they had intelligence and crawled towards the edge of the beach. Surround them. Don't let them escape into the water. At the same time, in the dragon pool, Linhao trembled suddenly, and even his tail shook. What the hell is going on? The water is shaking. He clearly heard a splash as some unidentified object fell into the water, causing a huge splash. The night was dark, and at that moment the water in the pond even shone with a faint bloody glow. Something came in. Linhao instinctively felt something was wrong, and immediately stopped eating the black-shelled shrimp and swam quickly to the edge of the pond. There's something wrong with this pool, that red light just now, it can't be my hallucination. He sneaked forward carefully, using lotus leaves and stones as cover. Suddenly, he caught a fleeting glimpse of a faint blood-red light from the corner of his eye. Fuck, there's something. Linhao immediately turned around and ran for his life. I am a fish, not cannon fodder, retreat. I must upgrade quickly. He desperately looked for shrimps, ate them one by one as he caught them, and saved up some points like crazy. After an unknown amount of time, the system prompt appeared again. Ding! The host has met the evolution conditions. Do you want to evolve immediately? Yes/no. Here it comes. Linhao was ecstatic. But he immediately calmed down, remembering that he would be dizzy for a short time during evolution, and he had to find a safe hiding place. He quickly got behind an underwater rock. This location is hidden enough. It should be safe. Linhao took a deep breath and locked it in. Evolution, start. Ding! 100 evolution points have been deducted, evolution in progress. Time seems to stand still. When he opened his eyes again, Linhao felt as if his body had been reborn, with his scales glowing coldly. This time the changes are quite significant. He looked down at his own body which had grown several times larger, and was so excited that he almost jumped up with his tail. Host, Linhao level, 3 species, black koi size, 45 centimeters long, 4 kilograms in weight. Combat power, 1.2 skills, powerful tail slap, iron scale armor magical power, none evolution points, 0 out of 200. Great! I jumped directly from 13 centimeters to 45 centimeters. My height has more than tripled, and my combat power has also doubled. He looked at the new skill, iron scale armor, strengthens the whole body's defense to the level of iron armor within 3 seconds, with a cooldown of 10 seconds. Defensive skills can save lives at critical moments. Linhao rubbed his fins, and the whole fish was glowing in the dark. At this moment, a system notification sounded in my ear, ding. Mission refreshed. 100 black shrimps, 0/100, reward, night vision ability. Difficult task, devour a mutated creature reward, random skill. Linhao, damn system. If you had finished the task earlier, I would have completed it long ago. He was so angry that he turned around in the water 3 times before he calmed down. But even though he complained, he couldn't help but get excited. Night vision. This thing is absolutely amazing for finding shrimps at night. As for that mutant creature, could it be the blood I saw that night? He shuddered and felt uncomfortable at the thought of the surging blood-red light. Never mind, let's just kill the shrimp first. So he swam quickly to the gathering place of black shell shrimps, accumulating evolution points and task progress as he devoured them. Add 0.5 plus 1 plus 0.5. It smells so good. Meanwhile, the East Coast line. Intensive gunfire pierced the night sky, and a group of Special Forces soldiers wearing HXLZ combat uniforms were madly shooting at the ground. Those parasitic worms that emerged from the corpses squirmed, fled, and burrowed into the sand like a tide. These strange creatures are in the shape of loaches, with a metallic sheen all over their bodies. In the open mouth are 2 rows of fine and sharp teeth, which look like a monster in a science fiction horror movie. Under Luo Shue's command, everyone concentrated their firepower and killed them one by one. I don't know how long it took, but finally no new insects rushed out, and the air was filled with the smell of blood and gunpowder. They should all be dead. Someone said in a trembling voice. Luo Shue put down the gun and glanced at the broken bodies on the ground, her eyes as cold as a blade. This is not an ordinary creature, it is a mutant parasite. She said in a deep voice. Parasite? How could a parasite look like this? The government officials standing by were dumbfounded. This is not the kind of bug you think it is. Luo Shui glanced at him coldly. Not only can they crawl and reproduce, they also have strong adaptability and evolutionary capabilities. Before he could finish his words, a golden shadow suddenly rushed out from the nostrils of the monster's corpse and rushed straight towards Luo Shue's face. She reacted extremely quickly, turned her palm over and grabbed it. Everyone stepped back in shock, only to see that the golden shadow was actually a surviving parasite. It struggled frantically in her palm, its sharp teeth open, making slight biting sounds, as if it could drill into the flesh at any time. Take the container. Yes. A few seconds later, the strange insect was sealed in a special glass test tube. Burn the monster's corpse immediately. There may be insect eggs inside its body. We cannot tolerate any risk. Luo Shui gave the order decisively. Investigate the fisherman who first discovered the body, conduct a full body check, and rule out any parasitic risks. At the same time, the water plant was notified and the water source was fully closed and monitored. If there is even the slightest abnormality, report it immediately. A series of instructions fell, and everyone was solemn. No one doubted her judgment and ability to act, which was comparable to that of a military commander. Just as they were about to burn the bodies, Luo Shui stood on the beach, staring at the distant horizon. Recently, there have been 3 similar incidents in a row. A white-haired old man walked forward with a serious look on his face. We are experiencing an ecological crisis of global proportions. Monsters, mutations, parasites, what do you think is behind this? Luo Shui asked. The old man was silent for a second, then took out a few photos from his pocket. In the photo, a huge golden ball of light was suspended in the air above a scorched earth. A vague human figure can be vaguely seen inside, like a god, but also like a monster. The photo of Lintian ancient city was currently being held tightly in Luo Shue's hand. Her fingertips turned slightly white, and in the ball of golden light in the photo, the outline of a pair of huge wings could be vaguely seen. It's like an angel descending. Old Li murmured in a low voice, his eyes filled with confusion and awe. As soon as this photo was released, it attracted global attention. Experts in some countries even proposed the God's Advent theory, regarding the golden images as some kind of divine revelation. Angel? Luo Shui snorted coldly. It's just a monster. Her eyes were as sharp as a knife as she stared at the golden glow in the photo, and her tone left no room for doubt. At the same time, on the coast, the staff had poured a whole barrel of gasoline on the monster's corpse, and the air was filled with a strong smell of oil. Team leader Luo, are you just going to burn it like that? A government employee asked hesitantly, his hands and feet shaking. Pour it into the body. Luo Shue's tone was calm, but it made it impossible to question it. She walked to the trunk of her car and pulled out a silver-gray metal box. The password was entered and the lid of the box opened. Inside lay a long silver sword, emitting a cold light. The people around were stunned. She carries this kind of weapon with her. Luo Shui raised her knife as fast as the wind, cutting through the monster's thick scales, revealing the bloody flesh and blood, and then poured a whole barrel of gasoline into its body. Light a fire. A ball of blazing flame shot up into the sky, lighting up the entire East Beach red. At the same time, in the dragon pool, almost there, only these last few are left. Linhao was chasing the black-shelled shrimps all over the pond. He was staring at the progress bar on the system panel. The black-shell shrimps were active at night. They were also very cunning and would often drill into the cracks in the rocks, making him so angry that he banged his head against the wall. Finally. Devour the black-shell shrimp, 100 out of 100, mission completed. Reward, Night Vision ability +1. A silver-white virtual treasure chest appeared in front of Linhao, and he gently opened it. A beam of white light instantly entered his eyes. Linhao almost twitched on the spot. The next second, he suddenly opened his eyes. The entire pool of water looked like daylight in his eyes, with clear light and sharp details. Shrimp in the corner with its tail raised. Wow, this night vision is awesome. Linhao was so excited that he turned around in the water for a few times. Achievement, Black Shell Shrimp Hunter. Oh my god, you ate 200 shrimps. Reward, Ordinary Treasure Chest X1. Do you want to open it? Of course. The treasure chest opened, and the turntable spun rapidly. Linhao stared at one of the golden words flashing by with burning eyes. Increase strength, increase speed, steel scale evolution, spit bubbles, jet escape. Finally, the turntable stops, slightly sharp teeth. Sawtooth? What does that mean? Should I use this ability? Yes. I must use it. The next second, his mouth suddenly felt itchy, as if something was coming out of his gums. What the hell, I grew teeth. The intense itching sensation made him roll wildly in the water, but within a minute, a biting sensation came from his mouth. It's really teeth. He subconsciously gritted his teeth and found 2 rows of triangular serrations grew in its mouth, but it was definitely no longer a soft-mouthed fish when dealing with aquatic creatures. Good boy, isn't this directly advanced to the piranha template? Linhao was testing the bite strength while flicking the tail, and the whole fish was extremely excited. This wave is not a loss. Having teeth gives me confidence. But the next second, he suddenly stopped. Wait a minute, what is that light? 2 beams of light suddenly swept in from the direction of the pool bank. Linhao jumped into the mud area nearby as if by reflex, and his invisibility technique was activated again. Sure enough, the next second, a figure appeared by the pool. Put it in quickly, we have to release 5 buckets before we leave today. Can this thing be put in? You know nothing. Everything has a soul. Letting it go is a good deed. What invasive species? Listen to their nonsense. Linhao was swimming in the Hualong Pond when he heard some arguments. He couldn't help but move closer. On the shore, 2 beams of flashlight were shining into the pool. A middle-aged man and a young man were standing on the bank of the pool, carrying a bag of live fish. The ancient said, God has the virtue of loving life. Releasing animals is a good deed. The Dragon King will surely bless me with good fortune and prosperity. The middle-aged man put his hands together and muttered something, with such piety that it didn't seem like he was releasing animals, but more like he was worshipping the god of wealth. Boss Peng, these fish are scavengers, right? I heard that they can't be released casually. The young man looked hesitant. What do you know? Boss Peng said impatiently, releasing animals is a good deed, life is life, and all things have spirits. Besides, who could have imagined how much noise a small fish could cause? Linhao's eyelids jumped. Scavenger. This guy is releasing a scavenger. Night vision conditions, the group of black patterned fish that were poured into the pool water emerged clearly. With its long streamlined body, small eyes, and the ability to swim close to the ground, and its thick skin and flesh, it is the notorious invasive species, scavenger. Leopard catfish, known as the fish tank cleaner, is actually an ecological killer. Damn, you dare to release this thing. And you want the Dragon King to bless you? He might be trying to break the Dragon King's defense in advance. Linhao almost had bubbles in his mouth. The scavenger has a strong survival ability and few natural enemies. Once it enters natural waters, it will reproduce wildly. They seize space resources, eat the carcasses of injured fish, and even bite live fish, destroying the ecological balance. You bastard Peng, are you planning to destroy the entire Hualong Pond? Linhao was so angry that his teeth were itching. It just so happened that he had just grown new teeth and was in need of a whetstone. That's good. It's a good opportunity to practice my skills on these troublemakers. He swung his tail suddenly, sprinted at high speed, targeted a smaller scavenger, and bit it. With a crisp sound, the saw teeth deeply penetrated into the opponent's back. As hard as a turtle shell. Linhao's mouth felt numb. There is very little fish meat and the skin is super thick. It feels like chewing plastic and has a muddy smell. But he bit down hard and held on tightly, soon crushing half of the fish and swallowing it. Devour the larval scavenger and gain 10 evolution points. 10 points. It's 10 times higher than the black shrimp. Linhao's eyes lit up, but he quickly frowned. It's too hard to bite. My mouth felt sour and my teeth felt astringent, and the whole fish was stuck on my tongue like glue. But it's worth it. It doesn't matter if it tastes a little unpalatable, as long as it can evolve. He continued searching and soon found several more young scavengers. Add 10 points, add 10 points, add 10 points. By daybreak, Linhao had devoured 5 scavengers, and his evolution points soared by 50 points. Adding the previously accumulated points, the evolution points reached 161 points. It's almost there, just one more wave and we'll be able to upgrade. Linhao was excited, and his body seemed to be heating up. But at this moment, several familiar conversations were heard from the shore. Did you hear? Something happened on the East China Sea last night. They said a dragon was stranded. Is it true? I've heard of the dragon falling incident before, but I thought it was a myth. Now all those videos on TikTok have been deleted. Do you think there is something fishy going on? Let's go to the Dragon King Temple to pray first. There have been too many strange things happening recently. On the long bridge, people were walking in groups of 2 or 3 through the morning mist, with constant discussions. Linhao was stunned. The stranded thing is not a whale, but a dragon. Are you serious? He suddenly remembered the night when the system was bound, when a ball of golden light swept across the ancient city and destroyed the strange existence in an instant. Is there really such a thing as a dragon? Or even one of those golden monster forms? His heart sank. This world is really not as simple as I thought. But if I can really evolve into a dragon, wouldn't I be invincible? Linhao had just finished encouraging himself when he suddenly realized something was wrong. Huh? Why are these big koi so reluctant to grab food today? No, it's not that the koi are not actively competing for food, it's that their numbers have decreased. Linhao was biting on some bread crumbs in the pool while scanning his surroundings with his night vision, his expression gradually becoming solemn. The koi fish that were so crowded and splashing water yesterday are now sparse, less than 30% of the total. They weren't eaten, were they? The first thing that came to his mind was the scene of the blood-red light descending that night, and his heart sank. Could it be that some unknown creatures really have sneaked into the Hualong Pond and have started hunting koi? He gritted his teeth and said, no matter what, I need to collect all the evolution points first. Only the strong ones will be qualified to explore the secrets alive. Add 0.1 plus 0.3 plus 0.1. Although the evolution points accumulated by swallowing bread crumbs are slow, they are also steady. 198 points, only 2 points left. The sky darkened, the incense in the temple went out, the noise died down, and the Hualong Pond also fell into the night. Linhao turned left and right in the water, but found that the black shell shrimps were hard to find and the scavengers were too big, so even the small ones were left. Just then, he discovered a group of soft-bodied creatures crawling slowly in the lotus pad area by the pond. Apple snail. Linhao was stunned for a moment, then he sneered, another ecological killer. This thing that looks like a snail is a vicious invasive species that eats lotus, pollutes water quality, and has explosive reproduction. No matter whether it tastes good or not, as long as it can add evolution points, it's a good ingredient. He pounced on it and bit it into pieces in one bite. Swallow the golden apple snail and gain 0.5 evolution points. Great! This is much more efficient than bread. He swallowed more than a dozen in one breath, and finally his evolution points exceeded 200. Evolution points, 251/200 evolve immediately. Linhao did not hesitate, hid behind the rock, and quietly chose yes. Evolve. Once I'm upgraded, who among the monsters in this pool dares to touch a fin of mine? The consciousness fell into darkness, and the system started to evolve. At the same time, in a fishing village on the east coast. The night was dark and the old fishing boat was swaying. Old Zheng, are you sure this is not an ordinary loach? It's glowing. A man in red was staring at the glass jar on the table with a look of doubt on his face. Inside the tank, a strange creature with a faint golden glow on its back was slowly wriggling. It looked like a loach, but it exuded a faint ominous aura. Lao Jing grinned and said, "Of course it's not ordinary stuff. I picked it up from the monster corpse on the beach, and when I put it back, it was actually alive." "You're not going to report it?" "Report it. I have a way to get this rare item, and I can sell it for a high price." As soon as he finished speaking, the loach in the glass tank suddenly twisted wildly. The entire fish tank shook violently. "What's going on?" Lao Jing exclaimed, but before he could react, he heard a pop and the glass exploded. The next second, the monster leaped up and pounced hard on Lao Zheng's neck. Ah! A shrill scream cut through the night sky. Blood splattered as the loach-like monster burrowed directly into Lao Zheng's carotid artery. Lao Zheng. The man in red was frightened and was about to rush over when a fishy smell rose into the sky. He saw Lao Zheng lying on the ground, blood gushing out of his mouth and nose, and his neck shaking violently. That monster was swimming inside him. Lao Zheng's body seemed to be injected with electric current. His limbs twitched, his chest and abdomen rose and twisted, and his blood vessels squirmed like earthworms. Monster. The man in red was so frightened that he turned around and ran away. The next morning, the sky was just beginning to turn pale. "Lord Dragon King, please bless me. It really wasn't me who did it. It was that monster that killed me." Inside the Dragon King temple, a crazy cry pierced the silence. Linhao woke up slowly at the bottom of the pool. Huh? Evolution completed? He moved his body and felt warm all over, as if a force was surging in his body. Huh, I feel stronger again. Huh? Who's shouting over at the Dragon King temple? He raised his fins and listened quietly. Old Zheng was bitten to death. Was it a monster? Take a look at the system panel. Host, Linhao. Species, black koi. Level, 4. Size, 70 centimeters long, 10.1 caddies in weight. Combat power, 3.2. Skills, powerful bite, powerful tail slap, steel scale armor. Magical power, auspiciousness of the house, passive. Evolution points, 51/300. I'm 70 centimeters long. Haha, you guys brag about being 18 centimeters tall, but are you as tall as me? Linhao saw this scene, he immediately cried out in excitement. The size and weight have increased a lot. And the serrated bite in the skill has become a powerful bite. After a careful look, there are also skill introductions. Powerful bite, passive your bite ability is enhanced. It turns out to be a passive skill. Looking at the skill introduction, Linhao started talking to himself. Continuing to look downwards, he could clearly see the column of supernatural powers, and there suddenly appeared an ability called Auspiciousness for the house. You actually have magical powers. Seeing this scene, he was also extremely surprised. Auspiciousness of the house, passive improves the luck of the place in a small area. It can actually increase your luck. It's against the will of heaven. Linhao was also a little excited at this time. But does this have any impact on me? Will it increase the luck of other creatures? But he soon calmed down. Now the combat power has reached 3.2, and with a body size of this size, it shouldn't be a problem to devour those scavengers. And those apple snails, all of them are running. He quickly accomplished his goal for the day. The next upgrade in evolution will require 300 evolution points. Although it seems high, I already have 51 evolution points. As long as I accumulate more than 200 evolution points, it will be enough. Actually, it is fast. Should I call the police? You won't think I killed him later, will you? We should have called the police immediately last night, but who would believe that he was killed by that monster? Soon, a man in red walked out of the Dragon King temple. His face was a little pale and he kept talking to himself from time to time. Last night was simply horrific. He was really scared. After hiding back home, he didn't dare to call the police. What is this person talking about? After the evolution, Linhao also clearly felt that his hearing had become much stronger. He could hear clearly the man's low whisper. During the few days in the Hualong Pond, he heard many people's conversations, but most of them came to worship and pray for peace because they heard that something strange had happened. This is the first time I heard that someone actually encountered a monster. Isn't it possible that something bad is going to happen in Longyin City as well? Thinking of this, Linhao became a little worried. Luo Shui should also be in Longyin City, but since she came here once the day before yesterday, she was not seen yesterday. But now I am just a slightly stronger little carp, and I can't do anything. Become stronger. You have to devour it quickly to evolve and become stronger. By the way, I think I saw another prompt from the system. At this moment, Linhao seemed to have thought of something. He called out the system panel and looked at it. He clearly found a sign. After the thought clicked, a series of messages appeared. Task refreshed. Normal task, devour 100 scavengers 0 out of 100, reward, increased teeth sharpness. Normal task, devour 100 golden apple snails 0/100, reward, increased hardness of scales. Difficult task, devour a mutant creature. Reward, random skill. Fuck. When did this mission refresh? Looking at these new tasks, Linhao felt a pain in his balls. Well, even though he had no balls now. Apple snails before. But he didn't have these tasks before he evolved. Could it be that the mission will only appear after evolution? No, that's not right. When I played online games before, the task refresh time usually started at midnight. These tasks may also be refreshed at midnight every day. Thinking of this, Linhao also felt that his idea should be correct. It's just that the reward this time doesn't seem that good. Looking at the reward behind this ordinary task, Linhao was a little disdainful. If it was a treasure chest, it would be just the same. But no matter what, it's good to have a reward. Thinking of this, he turned his gaze to the scavenger not far away. With a swing of its tail, it burst out with powerful sprinting force and instantly rushed towards the area ahead. The scavenger seemed to have no idea what he would face next and was still moving slowly. Linhao opened his mouth, and the upper and lower rows of serrations had obviously become much sharper. Open your mouth and bite directly. The sharp teeth pierced through the scavenger's body and it began to struggle. Click, click. A series of crisp sounds were heard, and its head was bitten off in an instant, with great force. Not long after, an adult scavenger was completely swallowed by Linhao. Devour an adult scavenger and gain 30 evolution points. 30 evolution points. After he finished eating the whole scavenger, the system prompt appeared again. There are actually 30 evolution points, which is a bit of a surprise. From this point of view, it should be very quick to reach the goal of 300 evolution points. This time, the speed at which I bite the scavenger has also increased. It just tastes the same. But now Linhao can't care about so many things anymore, as long as he can increase his evolution points. Whatever it is. On this day, Linhao didn't care about the breadcrumbs, but continued to look for the scavengers. Biting and swallowing like crazy. Devour an adult scavenger and gain 30 evolution points. Many system prompts kept coming out, but Linhao ignored them and just kept swallowing. I don't know how long it took, but it seemed that all the scavengers in the pond were eaten. Readily. But it should be gone, right? After eating all the scavengers he found, he clearly discovered that his evolution points increased by 660 points. Adding the previous 51 points, the total number of evolution points now is 710. Not to mention upgrading one level, it's almost enough to reach the standard of upgrading twice, right? Just as he was thinking this, a blood-red light appeared behind him. Linhao suddenly felt a sense of crisis, and his whole body seemed to be a little hairy, as if he was being stared at by something scary. What the hell? Chapter 10 Black Iron Scales. At this moment, he suddenly turned around and looked behind him, and saw an eye emitting blood-red light. Although these eyes are not very big, they are like flashlights, emitting blood-red light. At this time, Linhao could also vaguely see the outline of this thing. Snake. It's a snake. Swish. At this moment, the snake opened its mouth and bit Linhao's body fiercely. Steel scales. Linhao reacted extremely quickly and used the system's skills directly. At this moment, the scales on his entire body became as hard as iron. Bang! The snake's sharp fangs bit into Linhao's scales and were immediately bounced back. Powerful tail shot. Immediately afterwards, Linhao's tail slapped hard and hit it directly on the head. It was knocked unconscious instantly, Warn. The target's combat power exceeds that of the host. At this time, the system prompts also appeared quickly. The fighting ability is even better than mine. Linhao was startled and swam directly towards the distance. This thing can't be an ordinary snake at all, it must be the so-called mutant creature. Run. Run quickly. Now is not the time to fight back, and your iron scale armor skill has a cooldown time. After my scales have returned to normal, if I get bitten by this snake again, it will probably pierce through my body. Thinking of this, Linhao felt a little scared. His body swung, and he burst out at an extremely fast speed, flying directly from this area back to the central area of the Hualong Pond and hiding behind a rock. It's really dangerous. He looked around carefully and couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Now thinking about the situation again, he still felt a little scared. I didn't expect that I would actually encounter that mutant creature. What was even more unexpected was that the creature was actually a snake. The snake was long and thick, dark red in color, and its eyes shone like a flashlight. Linhao now continues to recall the scenes he just saw. If I swallow this thing, how many evolution points can I gain? Thinking of this scene, his eyes lit up slightly. But my strength is still not enough now. Not even close. There was a danger warning in the system just now. This broken system can't let me know how much combat power that monster has. It's just that the tip is higher than mine, so 0.1 point more is still higher. Linhao also complained secretly. Over the Hualong Pond, he waited for a long time but found no trace of the snake. It seemed that it did not continue to pursue. During this period of time, it seems that this snake has not come near this side. Could it be that because there are so many people here, the snake doesn't dare to show up? Linhao was now also thinking secretly. He had been chasing the scavenger just now and had relaxed his vigilance a little. Thinking about it now, it still makes him feel a little scared. I can't imagine what would happen if I were suddenly attacked by this snake. It should be safe here and advanced first. Without evolving, I can't defeat it at all. Linhao calmed down, he looked at the koi fish around him that were vying for food from tourists. He also found an extremely hidden area and chose to evolve directly. After all, there are so many koi here, and when the monster wants to eat, the first things it will discover are these koi. It can be considered as an extra layer of protection for yourself. There is no way I can't evolve now, otherwise I won't be able to win. Soon, with his eyes darkening, Linhao entered the evolutionary state again. However, this time the evolution process was faster, and when he woke up again, it seemed that not much time had passed. It should take about 3 hours to evolve, not bad. Host, Linhao. Species, Black Koi. Level, 5. Size, 91 centimeters long, 20.4 caddies in weight. Combat power, 4.5. Skills, powerful bite, powerful tail slap, iron scale armor. Magical power, auspiciousness of the house, passive. Evolution points, 410/400. This time, only the size and weight of the body changed. The rest seems to have changed little. After waking up, Linhao looked at the current condition of his body and spoke quietly. But it's almost 1 meter bigger. The combat effectiveness has also been significantly improved to 4.5. Congratulations to the host for successfully upgrading to level 5 and obtaining a common treasure chest. Just as he was about to continue upgrading, the system prompt came out again. Treasure chest. Another reward treasure chest. Hearing the sound of the system upgrading, Linhao was also surprised at this moment. Do you want to open the treasure chest immediately? The system prompts continue to appear like pop-up windows soon. Yes. Linhao would definitely choose yes directly. That snake gave him a strong sense of oppression. If I don't get stronger soon, I'll be in big trouble the next time I'm caught by this snake. Wait until I evolve again, and I'll eat you. He spoke quietly. At this moment, the shadow of a treasure chest appeared before my eyes. Soon, the white treasure chest slowly opened automatically. Plop, plop. Linhao was also a little nervous this time. The process of opening the treasure chest was just like the time when he used to play games and paid for cards. Squeak. Linhao seemed to hear the sound of a treasure chest opening. Soon, you can see many rotating entries appearing in the open treasure chest. Improved reaction ability, white, improved speed, white, tough tail fin, blue, ability, shaking head and tail, white. After various entries started to rotate quickly. It's still the same entry as before. Linhao couldn't help but complain as he looked at these rapidly rotating entries. Most of the entries are white, with only a few that flash by in blue. Blue entries are obviously better abilities, while white ones are the most common. It's just a joke to open a blue entry in an ordinary treasure chest. The usual tricks of pay-to-win games are like opening a can in an offline city. Linhao watched this scene and started complaining. Soon, these rapidly rotating entries slowly stopped, and finally landed on one entry. Dark Iron Scale Armor, blue. Sawtooth. Looking at this entry, Linhao was slightly stunned. I actually got the blue entry. He is still a little confused now. But this entry is actually somewhat similar to my own ability. My skill is Iron Scale Armor, but this one is Black Iron Scale Armor. If you look closely at this point, you can also see the introduction of this ability. Black Iron Scales, all the scales on the body are as hard as black iron. At this moment, Linhao could clearly feel that the scales on his entire body seemed to be pulled out. It doesn't hurt, but there is an itchy feeling. Chapter 11 The Loach Murder Case. It's a strange feeling. But it only lasted about 10 minutes and then disappeared. My scales should have become harder, right? After feeling it carefully, Linhao also laughed in his heart. I originally wanted to improve my physical defense capabilities, but I didn't expect to win this thing. It's like a pillow was presented to me just when I was about to doze off. Blue level scales, I don't know if that snake can break through the defense. Thinking of this, he was still a little nervous. No wonder the number of koi seemed to have decreased during this period. If my guess is correct, they must have been eaten by that snake. We can still continue to upgrade and evolve, so let's continue. The current level is still very low, and we must continue to upgrade and evolve. Otherwise, sooner or later you will have to face that mutant snake. At this moment, as Linhao's mind moved, 400 evolution points were directly deducted, and he instantly entered the state of evolution. Killed by a loach. Who are you kidding? At the same time, several police officers followed a man in red towards a fishing boat anchored not far from the coast. Really? The loach bit through Lao Zheng's neck and got into his body. I was really scared last night, otherwise I would have called the police long ago. The man in red thought about what happened last night and his body began to tremble instinctively. It's so horrible. If he hadn't seen it with his own eyes, he wouldn't have believed that Loach could kill people. Go check it out first. The police officers were silent for a moment, and then, led by the man in red, headed towards the fishing boat. Inside. When we walked to the fishing boat, many people gathered around. Something happened. Hey, I didn't see Lao Zheng come out today. Many fishermen also showed curiosity. The police officers looked at each other at this time, with caution in their eyes. Snap. At this moment they also carefully took out their pistols and loaded them. If it were before, they would definitely think that the man in red was a psychopath. What kind of loach killed someone? Only a crazy person would believe it, right? However, the incident of a giant beast stranded on the shore happened just within the past 2 days. Although they did not go there on that mission, they have heard a lot of rumors about it. One of the police officers had a very sensitive nose. He sniffed and could clearly smell the smell of blood in the fishing boat. Team leader. Be careful, there might be something in there. The leading police officer took a deep breath, then kicked open the wooden door in front of him with his gun. His eyes were wide, his hands already on the trigger. No one. But at this moment, they found that there was no one there. No one. The man in red at the back was also stunned. How is that possible? He didn't care about anything else at this point and rushed in. As soon as I rushed in and took a look, I found that there was no one at all. Impossible. Lao Zheng was really killed by that loach. He kept shouting out loud. Is there really something wrong with his brain? Last night really just a dream? Impossible. He clearly remembered those horrific scenes. Calm down. The 2 police officers also caught the man in red at this time. There's blood. The police captain now walked in and after a careful look, he could clearly see traces of blood on the ground. There was a lot of broken glass on the ground. I continued searching in this small space, but still didn't see any human figures. Officer, everything I said is true. I'm not crazy. The man in red looked at the two police officers who caught him. He was afraid that others would think he was a psychopath, so he spoke anxiously. Take him back first, this matter is a bit strange. The police captain continued searching a little more, now also frowning. The current situation is so strange that there is no guarantee that what the man in red said is true. Just judging from some bloodstains on the ground, the man called Lao Jing must have been in trouble. I didn't kill him. He was really killed by a loach. Trust me. Trust me. Some fishermen outside were a little confused when they saw the man in red being taken away and what he said. This kid, could it be that he had a mental breakdown and killed old Zheng? A man couldn't help but speak out at this time. As soon as he finished speaking, the others also felt a little numb. It's really possible. Otherwise why would he be shouting that loaches kill people? Loach, can this thing kill people? Only a few fishermen remained silent, some even looked a little pale. They had seen the terrifying monster stranded on the beach before. The government has strictly told them not to spread the information at will. That thing is probably not a loach, but a monster in the ocean. The setting sun is like blood. A figure was walking towards a wild path. He had a strange body and walked in a very uncoordinated manner. His face looked extremely defeated, without any blood color at all. There was a small hole on the neck, but no blood was flowing out. What's even more weird is that his eyes have turned white, just like a zombie. He had just walked for a short while when his whole body staggered and he fell directly to the ground. Something like a loach began to wriggle out of its mouth. Then he began to crawl forward. There happened to be a small river in front of it, and after climbing for not long, its entire body was in the river. Hurry up. Catch more fish, Boss Peng is going to release them. At this time, on the river bank not far away, 3 men were catching scavengers. There are an overabundance of scavengers in this river, and their numbers are very large. Boss Peng is really wicked. If he wanted to release fish, he could have just released carp instead of this kind of fish. A man couldn't help but speak out while fishing. Everything is getting more expensive now. Carp costs at least 10 yuan per pound. There are a lot of scavengers here, and they are not worth much. A bald man spoke while fishing. It is a bit unethical, but it is not us who do it. We are just responsible for fishing. As he spoke, he quickly caught many large scavengers with his net and threw them into a large white bucket. The night was about to darken, and the large white bucket was already filled with scavengers. Okay, that's enough, let's call it a day. As he smiled, he threw a large scavenger into the white bucket. The body of this scavenger was shaking stiffly, and there seemed to be the head of something coming out of its mouth. But the rest of the people didn't notice it at all. Chapter 12. Will you bless me? I'll drive over to take Boss Peng to release the fish. Soon, the 3 of them got in a car and left. After the bald man driving sent the other 2 away, he went to pick up Boss Peng and his employee San. Click, click, click. Huh? What's wrong again? This broken car. The bald man was driving, he vaguely heard a series of strange noises coming from behind his car. He frowned, but didn't think too much about it. Not long after, they arrived at the roadside and took away Boss Peng and his employee Asen. The bright moonlight shines on the Hualong Pond. A pair of eyes slowly opened at the bottom of the pool. Is it already evening? Linhao slowly opened his eyes. It was already night. Another successful evolution. After this evolution, there are only 10 accumulated evolution points left. It seems like my whole body has become stronger. After feeling it carefully, Linhao was also a little surprised. Moreover, he vaguely felt that his body had grown a lot bigger. Take a look at the system panel first. At this moment, as he thought about it, the system panel appeared in front of him. Host, Linhao. Species, Black Koi. Level, 6. Size, 1.1 meter long, 45 kilograms in weight. Combat power, 6.1. Skills, powerful bite, powerful tail slap, iron scale armor. Magical power, auspiciousness of the house LV.2, passive. Evolution points, 10/1000. It has grown to 1.1 meters in size. Looking at the system panel, Linhao was also surprised. I didn't expect that my body size would grow to this extent in such a short period of time. What's even more exciting is that my combat power has reached 6.1. Hehe, now I am not a worthless loser anymore. But this next evolution actually requires 1,000 evolution points. After looking at the evolution points required for evolution displayed at the bottom of the system, his eyes widened with disbelief. I originally thought that the next evolution would only require 500 evolution points, but who would have thought that the evolution points would actually increase to 1,000 points? It would be even more difficult to continue evolving in this way. It's a bit troublesome. There aren't many resources in this dragon transformation pond. It won't be easy to continue evolving. Linhao became a little anxious. If it is impossible to continue evolving and becoming stronger, then more and more evolution points will be needed. Currently, the evolution points required to upgrade from level 6 to level 7 have reached 1,000 points. What about upgrading from level 7 to level 8? 2,000. Thinking about it this way, it's really a bit of a headache. Forget it, things will work out when the time comes. There's no point worrying about these things now. Let's find a way to eat that mutant snake first. You should be able to gain a lot of evolution points by eating it. Wait, the level of the magical power to protect the house has been raised to 2 levels. At this time, I continued to look at the system panel and clearly found that this magical skill had a LV.2 sign. Obviously, this is an increase in level. Auspicious signs for the house LV.2 improves the luck of nearby things in a small area. It seems that there is not much difference from the introduction. After taking a closer look, Linhao sighed helplessly. Although the level seems to have increased by 2 levels, judging from the introduction of this skill, there doesn't seem to be any major changes. I guess the scope of improving luck has increased slightly. It should be. Boom boom. At this moment, Linhao, who had a good hearing ability, also clearly heard the sound of a car running coming from not far away. Someone drove up. The area where the Dragon King Temple is located is not a tourist attraction, but is in the suburbs. Few people came to this area before, and it was only in recent times that it began to become lively. Move it down, move it all down. As soon as Boss Peng got out of the car, he started shouting at the top of his voice. The bald man and his employee Ah-san also struggled to move the big barrel down from the back of the car. The vitality of the scavenger fish is quite strong. There is no water in this bucket, it is full of scavengers. After the last release, I made a lot of money from stock trading. Hehe, I must have released too many animals. This Dragon King Temple blesses me. After releasing the animals, come with me to the temple to worship. Maybe you will have good luck too. At this time, Boss Peng also walked directly towards the Hualong Pond with a smug look on his face. Anyway, after he released those scavengers last time, he found that the stocks he bought had risen sharply the next day. So not long after that, he couldn't wait to release more animals. Bless. It would be nice if there is no retribution. Ah-san listened to his boss' words and couldn't help but speak out at this time. He had looked up information and it was clear that these scavengers were an invasive species. If he put so many of them in there now, plus the ones from last time, it wouldn't be long before the entire Hualong Pond was flooded with scavengers. It won't be so easy to clear it up then. But I am just an employee after all. I have already said it once before, so let it go. If I continue to persuade him, I am really afraid that Boss Peng will fire me. After all, it's really not easy to find a job these days. Pour it in, and let it go. Peng directed the 2 men to carry the large white barrel over. There were a lot of scavengers in the barrel. After the 2 men moved it down, they used a small cart to pull the whole barrel of fish to the shore. Lord Dragon, I'm here to release animals again. You should bless me, right? This merit should be much greater. Boss Peng looked at the dragon pond and burst into laughter. Gong de Nima. Listening to the words of this idiot on the shore, Linhao couldn't help but swear. When I watched the news before, I knew that there were idiots who released scavengers into the wild, but I never thought I would actually encounter one in real life. Moreover, this kind of person has released the scavengers not just once, but for the 2nd time. It seems like there are even more. But fortunately I'm here, otherwise the koi ecological environment in the entire Hualong Pond would be squeezed out. Linhao couldn't help but sigh. Fall down. At this moment, as Boss Peng finished his words, a large number of scavengers were thrown into the dragon pool. Crash, crash. As a large number of cleaners entered the pool, a lot of water splashed. Why are there still so many dead? At this time, Boss Peng took a look and found that there were obviously many scavengers floating on the shore, and they seemed to have died long ago. Maybe it's because I've been suppressed for too long. The bald man was also a little depressed when he saw this scene. Logically speaking, this scavenger should have strong vitality and it is impossible for him to be crushed to death so easily. But seeing so many scavengers floating on the surface of the pool is simply incredible. Chapter 13, The Scavenger with Only the Shell Left. You're not going to sell me a dead fish on purpose, are you? Peng snorted coldly and couldn't help but speak out. I run a fish shop, how can I sell you dead fish? Listening to Boss Peng's words, the bald man couldn't help but speak out. And how much is this fish worth? That doesn't even include the cost of gas. Forget it, bad luck. Peng also snorted coldly. Let's go in and pay our respects first. There's nothing we can do about these fish dying. At this time, he walked directly onto the stone bridge and headed towards the Dragon King Temple in the central area. Boss, don't we need to fish out these dead fish? Ah-san quickly followed and looked at the scavengers floating on the pond. He couldn't help but speak out. There are so many corpses of scavengers on the pond now. If someone comes to the Dragon King Temple to worship tomorrow, they will see it at a glance. By then, someone will definitely know that someone has released a scavenger into the dragon pond. You're going to fish it out? Peng stopped and stared at Ah-san and spoke. Ah-san was also speechless at this moment. The Hualong pond was so big and the water seemed quite shallow, so he didn't dare to fish. Go in and pay your respects first. I told you a long time ago, if you follow me and buy stocks, you might have already become financially independent. Peng looked at Ah-san and spoke while shaking his head. Soon, the three of them walked towards the Dragon King Temple. Since they were already there, Ah-san and the bald man went in together. Where on earth did these guys get so many scavengers from? Swallow it first. Linhao, who was in the Hualong pond, swam directly to the front area, opened his mouth and began to swallow the corpses of scavengers floating above the Hualong pond. Click, click. As he swallowed it, there were sounds like chewing bones. Why is there only one shell? Just after he started to tear one of them into pieces, he discovered that the dead scavenger he was eating was hollow inside. Although it looks like an ordinary dead fish from the outside, everything inside seems to have been eaten away by something. I just ate the shell. Devour the incomplete scavenger shell to gain 0.1 evolution points. And after eating it, only 0.1 evolution points were increased. It's just like eating bread crumbs. Fuck, what's going on? Linhao, who felt this situation, was also stunned. Who could have thought that the result would be like this? At this moment, he did not hesitate at all, and continued to swim forward. He opened his mouth and ate another dead scavenger. He obviously found that it was just a layer of shell. There was very little meat on the scavenger to begin with, and now it seemed as if everything inside had been eaten by something, leaving only a layer of outer shell. Could it be that all the scavengers who died here now are like this? Was it eaten by something? At this time, Linhao couldn't help but speak secretly in his heart. If it was eaten by something, what could it be that could hollow out this scavenger from the inside? After all, scavengers have no natural enemies, even dogs don't eat them. If we can eat them like this, they won't become an epidemic. Forget it. No matter how small a mosquito leg is, it's still meat. Let's eat it first. This scavenger, which only had a thin shell, was swallowed up completely by him in just a few bites. There are only about 20 of them in total, and the evolution points have increased slightly by more than 2 points. For Linhao, who is in urgent need of evolution points, this opportunity cannot be missed. The other scavengers are normal. Linhao looked at the other scavengers at this time, opened his mouth, and swallowed one of them directly. Click, click. His sharp teeth instantly pierced through the scavenger's body, and then he began to bite it madly. Now that he has evolved to this size, his biting ability has obviously become much stronger. In a short period of time, it completely swallowed up a scavenger. Devour an adult scavenger to gain 30 evolution points. The system prompt sounded quickly. This is the normal evolution point. Hearing the clear prompt sound from the system, he couldn't help but sigh. Go on, eat all these scavengers. Linhao is now also motivated. Right now the level is increasing too slowly. I don't know how long it will take to evolve into a truly powerful being. Moreover, the supplies in Wolonki are too scarce. If you want to evolve quickly, you can't just rely on these rations. If we could go to other rivers or seas, we should be able to devour more creatures and gain more evolution points. But he didn't think too much at this time. He just wanted to devour all the scavengers first. It's rising, and rising again. Peng, who had just finished worshipping in the Dragon King Temple, opened his stock trading software and clearly saw that the stocks he bought had begun to rise sharply again. Just a little more and I'll be able to turn over. As he muttered to himself, his fingers trembled as he continued to buy. If you don't increase your holdings now, when will you? Thank you, Lord Dragon King, for your blessing, ha ha ha. I've heard it's quite effective before, I didn't expect it to be true. Peng also kept laughing at this time. Is it really that easy to make money? The bald man was also confused when he saw Boss Peng in front of him. It seems that Boss Peng has made a fortune by buying stocks. Why would I lie to you? Hey, look how many times I've multiplied it. Peng laughed out loud. I don't dare to touch the idea that it's better to do things steadily. Ah-san also shook his head at this time. Many people regard stock trading as an investment, but to him, it is just like gambling. A man like him who works honestly cannot afford to take risks. After I made a profit this time, I will continue to release them next time. Thank you, Lord Dragon King. After Boss Peng bowed and paid homage to the statues several times, he immediately smiled and said. The next moment, the three of them turned around and left. Huh. It seems like all these dead fish are gone. Peng and others walked out. They were shocked to find that all the dead scavengers floating above the pool had disappeared. It's as if it had never happened before, it's incredible. This. The bald man couldn't help but rub his eyes at this time. Just now, at least 20 scavengers were visibly dead and floating in the dragon pond. How come they disappeared in the blink of an eye? It's not haunted, is it? The bald man looked at the dragon pond in the night and suddenly felt a chill in his body. Although the moonlight is bright today and there are car lights on the bank of the pool, it still feels a bit eerie. Chapter 14, Fighting the Mutant Snake. What the hell is going on? We are staunch materialists. It must be that the Dragon King Temple showed its power, so the dead fish disappeared. Why are you panicking? Peng snorted coldly, then strode forward with his head held high, whistling as he went. The stock market is booming now, and he has made a lot of money. He could already feel that he was about to greet the dawn of reaching the shore. Ah-san was also stunned when he heard what Boss Peng said. You claim to be a materialist, but you still release animals and worship at the Dragon King Temple. No wonder he can be the boss. Secretly in his heart. At this time, he did not hesitate at all and followed Boss Peng away. Wait for me. At this time, the bald man also hurriedly followed them onto the stone bridge and left this area. As he walked, he looked towards the area behind him and could vaguely see a bright red light flashing in the dragon pond. What the hell? Seeing this scene, the bald man was shocked. Boss Peng. There seems to be something in the pool. He couldn't help but speak out at this time. Something. What is it? Peng and Ah-san turned around at the same time and looked towards the area behind them. After a closer look, I didn't see anything strange in the pool. Just now I clearly saw a flash of red light. At this time, the bald man took another closer look, but found that the entire Hualong Pond was only illuminated by the bright moonlight, and there was no red light at all. Did you see it wrong? Stop being suspicious and let's go. Peng spoke a little impatiently at this time. He now has to go back and operate it properly. After all, the stock price has risen sharply again. It's so cool. Good. The bald man also nodded immediately. For some reason, he instinctively felt that this dragon pond was a little weird. With the cool breeze at night, his scalp also felt a little tingling. Drive away from here quickly. Devour an adult scavenger to gain 30 evolution points. His body reached 1.1 meters in size. Linhao's whole body strength was obviously enhanced a lot. At this time, while he was swallowing madly, the system's prompts kept coming. Readily. Just after Linhao devoured the last scavenger, he seemed to sense something, and clearly felt like he was being stared at. The moment he turned around and looked behind him, he could clearly see a pair of blood-red eyes appearing behind him. Mutant snake. It appears again. Swish. At this moment, the mutant snake rushed over at an extremely fast speed, looking at Linhao as if he saw an enemy. Warn. The opponent's combat power is slightly higher than the host. Just as Linhao was about to turn around and escape, the system prompt quickly appeared. Slightly higher than my own combat power. There are obvious slight changes from the last prompt. Just slightly higher. Mother gone Lin. Linhao was also angry at this time. It has no intention of running away and is determined to fight this mutant snake head on. The mutant snake rushed in front of Linhao, it opened its bloody mouth. Linhao could also clearly see its pair of sharp fangs at this time. Steel scales. He roared, and the scales on his body became even harder at that moment. From the previous experience, we know that the fangs of this mutant snake cannot penetrate at all when we are using the iron scales. Bang! As it bit its own flesh, a dull sound was heard. Although the fangs were sharp, they could not penetrate Linhao's body at all. Powerful tail shot. He swung his tail violently and hit the mutant snake hard on the head. It was so dizzy from the photo. A beast is a beast. This is the second time, and you still haven't learned your lesson. Linhao sneered. But this time, he did not leave, but rushed directly towards the mutant snake. It opened its upper and lower rows of saw-like teeth and bit towards its body. Linhao's teeth are not very sharp. Now that they have evolved to this level, their bite force has become much stronger. Instantly bit its body tightly. Squeak. Originally dizzy from being hit by Linhao's tail, finally woke up at this time. While struggling frantically, it opened its mouth and continued to bite Linhao's body. The effect of the steel scales quickly disappeared, but now Linhao has upgraded his black iron scales, and his fish scales are also extremely hard. Its fangs still couldn't penetrate completely, but Linhao clearly felt the pain of his flesh being squeezed. I'm going to bite you to death. Linhao was now shaking his body wildly, biting its body tightly with his teeth. This mutant snake was still trying to coil around Linhao's body and strangle him, but half of its body was bitten off. The blood also flowed out at this time, flowing to the other side along with the water flow. The mutant snake struggled even harder at this time. Struggle, keep struggling. Linhao was too tough. The black iron scales were like a special layer of armor. Although the mutant snake's crazy biting broke some of its scales, Linhao's fierce biting directly broke its body in half. This mutant snake had half of its body broken and still wanted to run away, but how could Linhao let go of this opportunity now? It moved its body, bursting out at an extremely fast speed, biting its body and swinging it wildly. He quickly bit off another piece of meat and swallowed it. Linhao is now bloodthirsty and is biting and swallowing madly. Soon, the mutant snake could no longer struggle and seemed to have lost its life signs. Dead. That's it. You still want to kill me. Linhao also let out a breath of anger at this time. He opened his mouth and continued to chew the body of the mutant snake. The meat of this mutant snake was very tough and chewy. After chewing it for a long time, he felt his mouth a little sour. He didn't know how long he had been eating, until he had devoured the mutant snake's head as well, and the system prompt appeared again. Devour the mutated red-spotted snake and gain 500 evolution points. 500 points. When the system prompted, Linhao was also a little surprised. This snake has gained a lot of evolutionary points. But it's still not enough. It would be nice if there were more of these mutant snakes. Linhao couldn't help but sigh. After all, as the level continues to increase, it continues to upgrade and evolve, and more evolution points are required. At this moment, a golden icon appeared in the lower left corner of the system panel. That's right. The previous mission is completed. He remembered that this mission was complete and he could acquire a new skill. Chapter 15 New Skill, Fire Scale. I clicked on the icon that was shining with golden light. Difficult task, devour a mutant creature. Reward, random skill, completed. Do you want to claim the reward immediately? This mission is really accomplished. This snake is indeed a mutant snake. Yes. Linhao didn't hesitate at all and chose to receive the reward directly. The next moment, his eyes saw the projections of countless cards. Each card is divided into white, blue, purple, pink and gold. Should this represent 5 levels of skills? Looking at the colors of these cards, Linhao was also a little excited. That's just too many skills. And some of the skills still seem very strong. Skill extraction. At this time, along with the system prompts, the cards soon began to spin wildly. There are the most white-level skills, and the probability of drawing good skills is extremely low. Looking at the system's nature, it should give me the white one directly, right? It's just like playing a card-drawing mobile game. Linhao looked at the scene in front of him and started to complain. Soon, the spinning cards began to slow down. A card jumped and floated before his eyes. Fire scale, blue. It's actually blue. When Linhao saw this skill card, there was a look of surprise in his eyes. I originally thought that if I played the same game as those on mobile phones, I would definitely get some garbage. It's not a white skill, which is a bit unexpected. As Linhao looked at the card, he could clearly see a row of information. Fire scales, the scales on the body emit scorching flames, which last for 5 seconds. Cooling time is 15 seconds. Seems to be okay. But this flame will not roast me directly, right? Looking at this skill, Linhao also felt a little bit annoyed. But it shouldn't be like this. Do you want to learn now? Yes. Following Linhao's choice, at this moment, the card flew over and disappeared after touching his body. At this moment, all the scales on his body seemed to have a strange hot feeling. Shit, it's not like the 7-injury fist, where it hurts yourself first and then others, right? Just as Linhao was complaining, the body of another scavenger began to slowly float up from the pool on the other side. A creature emitting a faint golden light began to wriggle out of the scavenger's body. When the mutant snake was torn into 2 halves just now, a lot of blood flowed out. This creature, which was emitting golden light from its back and looked like a loach, seemed to have smelled the blood and started to become a little violent. It swam around at a very fast speed, as if looking for something. Soon, its tiny eyes discovered a black figure not far away. Swish! At this moment, it burst out with extremely fast speed and rushed forward in an instant. Skills learning success. Have you learned this? Looking at the system prompts, Linhao couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Would you like to give it a try? Just as he was thinking this, he clearly noticed that a creature emitting a faint golden light suddenly appeared not far away and was rushing towards him at an extremely fast speed. What the hell? Linhao's night vision is very good, and he can clearly see the shape of this thing at this time. This is a loach. A loach with a golden glow on its back. Mutated creatures. After experiencing this mutant snake, he reacted instantly. This creature is definitely a mutant. Bang! Its speed was so fast that before Linhao could react, this loach-like creature bit directly on Linhao's scales. Click! It seemed to have extremely sharp teeth. Linhao clearly felt that the scales seemed to make a crisp sound and cracks appeared. Court death. As the pain came, Linhao also became angry. That mutant snake dared to cause trouble for me, but this little loach also dared to cause trouble for me. I'm 1.1 meters tall, are you 10 centimeters tall? At this moment, flames burst out from all over his body. Crash! The surrounding pool water is evaporating wildly. That had been biting Linhao's body tightly had its entire head burned and let go instantly. Good opportunity. Linhao seized the opportunity, opened his mouth and bit its head. Bang! The mutant loach's head was bitten off. Bite! Crazy bite! He bit it frantically, and in a short time, he completely devoured the mutant creature. Devour the mutant steel loach and gain 350 evolution points. Only 350 evolution points. Looking at the system prompts, Linhao couldn't help but complain. The mutant snake just now provided 500 evolution points. Who would have thought that this mutant steel loach only provided so few points? Never mind. Something is better than nothing. Let's swallow all those scavengers first. Linhao continued to look for the scavengers at this time and found the body of a scavenger floating on the shore. If my guess is correct, these scavenger corpses should have been devoured by that mutant steel loach, right? Click, click. While he was secretly making sounds in his heart, he opened his mouth and started biting it continuously. Before long, all the scavengers in the pool were devoured. Host, Linhao. Species, black koi. Level, 6. Size, 1.1 meter long, 45 kilograms in weight. Combat power, 6.1. Skills, powerful bite, powerful tail slap, iron scale armor. Magical power, auspiciousness of the house LV.2, passive. Evolution points, 1680/1000. Hey. With more than 1,600 evolution points, I can continue to upgrade. Not bad, not bad. After eating these scavengers, Linhao also felt refreshed. Although the scavenger fish tastes bad, it is good to have it to eat, so there is no need to be too picky. I don't know if this guy will continue to throw scavengers down. Although releasing such invasive species at will is a disgusting thing, if he is in the dragon pond, he can just devour all of these things. An adult scavenger is worth 30 evolution points, which is pretty good. After all, the evolutionary points gained by devouring a mutant creature are not many. Just now he vaguely heard that Boss Peng's stock seemed to have soared. Could it be that he was influenced by his own magical power to protect the house? After all, as long as you are in this small area, the luck of the whole thing will be improved. But this improvement in luck shouldn't be effective forever, right? Task refreshed. Just as he was thinking secretly, a system prompt suddenly appeared. Chapter 16 Experiment. Is it probably early morning now? It should be my guess, it is the 0 o'clock refresh task. At this time, Linhao didn't think much and continued to check the task list. Normal task, devour 100 scavengers 32 out of 100, reward, increased teeth sharpness. Difficult task, devour 10 mutant creatures, reward, blue treasure chest. Oh, there really is a new task. Devouring 10 mutant creatures. But here in the dragon transformation pond, there aren't that many mutant creatures to devour, right? Linhao was also a little helpless at this time. That mutant sea loach got here. It should live in the sea, how come it appears here? Linhao was also a little confused. Could it be that someone released this mutant creature into the dragon pond? Or did this mutant creature come and mixed in with the group of scavengers? Forget it, there's no point in thinking so much. After all, now I can only stay in this dragon pond and wait for food to come to me. Thinking of this, he sighed inwardly. It's really not easy to get more evolution points. If someone feeds him a lot of food, he will probably evolve very quickly. After all, you can gain a lot of evolution points by eating feed. As long as there is enough feed, the evolution points will be very high. Thinking of this, he suddenly thought of someone. Luo Shui. No, unless you can speak, how can you communicate with her? And she seems to be doing some confidential research. She won't just dissect me, right? Thinking of this, Linhao felt a tingling sensation on his face. Luo Shui, for a while, even if I saw her it would be useless for the time being. Forget it, let's find a place to evolve quietly first. When the body was found, all the blood was gone from the body. At the same time, at the research institute, Lao Zheng's body was already lying in the autopsy room. Luo Shui, who was standing nearby in white surgical gown. Luo Shui was also examining the body at this time. Obvious scars could be seen on his neck. Many of the body's internal organs had been eaten, especially the blood, which had been completely sucked clean. Luo Shui spoke up while examining the autopsy. The young men and women around who were also wearing surgical gowns felt a little tingling. Everything in front of me is a bit scary. They had just entered the institute not long ago, but they had already come into contact with many mysterious things that they had never encountered before. According to eyewitness testimony, a loach allegedly bit through his neck and entered his body through the neck. Then he sucked the blood from his body and controlled him to leave the fishing boat. Luo Shui continued to speak. Soon, as she used a scalpel to dissect the body, she could clearly see that most of the man's internal organs had been eaten. Could this loach be the parasite in the monster's body? A man seemed to have thought of something at this time and couldn't help but speak out. The parasites that had appeared in the bodies of those monsters before were like a kind of loach-like creature. Well, based on the research on the one I brought back, it should be a sea loach. After they mutated, their appearance changed and they looked more like freshwater loaches. Their backs were filled with phosphorus-containing luminescent substances and luminescent enzymes, so they looked like they were emitting golden light. Luo Shui continued to speak. Listening to her words, everyone nodded like chicks pecking at rice. This group of young men and women all had expressions of reverence on their faces. After all, this seemingly strange thing was quickly resolved after Luo Shue's analysis. This mutant creature should be controlled to go somewhere. The area closest to where the body was found should be in the river. Although this mutant sea loach can burst out at a terrifying speed in a short period of time on land, it cannot stay out of the water for long. If nothing unexpected happens, it has entered the river over there. Luo Shui continued to analyze at this time. Then why didn't it just eat this man and then go back to the sea? A man couldn't help but speak out at this time. That's a good question, but I don't know that either. Luo Shui shook her head. For the time being, let's have someone check the river over there. Let's see if we can find any trace of this mutant creature. She continued speaking out loud. Yes. Everyone nodded at this time. After completing the anatomy teaching, Luo Shui also came to another research laboratory. Team leader Luo. A middle-aged man looked at Luo Shui as she walked in and immediately stood up. How's the experimental research going? Luo Shui said calmly. In the laboratory here, you can clearly see a large number of glass containers. Inside these glass containers, there are all kinds of marine life. A carp can be clearly seen in one of the glass containers. The carp's body kept shaking and seemed to be very twisted. Soon, it was floating in the air. Mutant sea loach ran out from its mouth. We have studied it several times. This mutant creature devours animals by devouring them directly from the inside. It particularly likes to eat organs. And it should also have special parasitic control effects. A very dangerous creature. The middle-aged man and Luo Shui stood at this time, looking at the mutant creature in the glass container and couldn't help but speak out. Luo Shui nodded, then reached out to open the glass cover and took out the suspended carp. The carp has now become very light, and its entire body seems to be hollowed out. It can still maintain this activity in fresh water. It should be that after mutation, it can adapt to survive in fresh water. Luo Shui looked at the hollowed-out carp. She covered it with the glass lid and spoke. Bump, bump, bump. At this time, the mutated sea loach seemed to see Luo Shui and the middle-aged man standing next to it, and began to hit the glass container frantically. This causes the glass container to continuously emit dull sounds. But this glass container is not ordinary, it is high-strength tempered glass. No matter how it hits, it has no effect at all. Yes, it adapts well to fresh water and may be able to reproduce easily. If it gets into the river and into the waterworks, it's going to be a problem. The middle-aged man felt a little numb when he thought of this. Well, have the people at the water plant step up inspections. Also, during this period, any abnormal conditions in the surrounding rivers must be reported. Luo Shui said calmly. Okay. By the way, there is another piece of news. Tell me. Someone seemed to have seen something glowing near the Dragon King Temple. Chapter 17 Ultrasonic Repellent. Something shiny. Luo Shui raised her eyebrows slightly. Yes, according to the witnesses, it seemed to be something like a snake. The middle-aged man nodded and continued speaking. He also has a headache now. During this period of time, there have been more and more strange incidents in Longyin City, and it has become a bit difficult to handle. Snake. Another mutated creature. Luo Shui frowned. These things have been appearing more and more frequently recently, not only in our Longyin City, but also all over the world. The middle-aged man couldn't help but sigh. This is a major global crisis that cannot be avoided. Lord Dragon, you can't cheat me like this. I just bet all my money. Why did the stock fall? Early in the morning, Linhao had just woken up when he heard a shouting noise. What are you doing, so early in the morning? After Linhao woke up, he found that his field of vision seemed to have become wider and clearer. After the scavengers were all eaten last night, he found an area to choose to evolve. I have evolved again. Now that I am in the dragon transformation pond, there shouldn't be any opponents for me, right? Linhao spoke quietly. With a thought, the system panel appeared before his eyes again. Host, Linhao. Species, Black Koi. Level, 7. Size, 1.3 meters long, 65 kilograms. Combat power, 7.7. Skills, Camouflage, Powerful Bite, Powerful Tail Slap, Steel Scale Armor. Magical Power, Auspiciousness of the House LV.3, Passive. Evolution Points, 680/2000. Oh wow, 1.3 meters. Looking at his current length, Linhao was also very satisfied. Generally speaking, the longest koi carp grows is no more than 1.5 meters, right? There's one more skill this time. Camouflage. When stationary in an area, the body changes color to match the surrounding objects. It's just like a chameleon. But it's not bad to have this ability. At this time, as he swam in the dragon pond, many koi also swam over and surged around him. The whole scene looked very strange. By the way, it seems that the magical power has also been upgraded. Auspicious signs for the house LV.3, passive improves the luck of nearby things in a small range, and slightly increases the evolution speed of nearby plants and animals. Increase the evolution speed of nearby plants and animals. Looking at the changes that took place in this magical skill, Linhao was also surprised. It can also increase the speed of evolution. It doesn't seem to have any effect on me, but it should be useful for the plants and animals nearby. If people stay near me for a long time, will they also evolve? Linhao couldn't help but speak out secretly. It's rebounding. It's starting to rebound. Thank you, Lord Dragon King. I will clean up the mess for you next time. Peng heaved a sigh of relief when he saw the stock price on his mobile phone had risen a little. He just bought a large position yesterday and the price plummeted immediately. It was too much for his little heart to bear. And now he believes more and more in the efficacy of the Dragon King Temple. After all, the stock market rose twice here. It can't be such a coincidence, right? My own magical powers can't have such a big impact. Listening to Boss Peng's excited voice, Lin Luo also became a little curious. At this time, he wandered around in the Hualong Pond for a while, swallowed some small black-shelled shrimps, and then could not find anything to eat. Now that I'm getting bigger, I'm really afraid of being exposed. Linhao was also a little worried. If he continues to evolve, his body size will definitely get bigger and bigger, and he will obviously be quite different from the other koi. As the sun rose, the sound of footsteps could be heard. We have already ordered people to block off this area. We need to deal with it as soon as possible. There have been quite a lot of people coming to the Dragon King Temple recently. Voices were also heard one after another. Linhao hid under a lotus leaf not far away. Looking towards the shore, he could clearly see many men and women in black uniforms walking towards him. Who are these people? Looking at this scene, he also became a little nervous. Luo Shui. And when I looked closely, one of them looked very familiar. It was Luo Shui. She was also wearing a special black uniform today, like some kind of combat uniform, and had a silver box on her back. Deploy ultrasonic repellers. She glanced at everyone and immediately spoke. Yes. Soon, some people began to take out special ultrasonic devices from boxes, turned them on, and threw them into the water. Wait, was I discovered? Seeing this scene, Linhao was also shocked. No, it is impossible for anyone to discover that they can evolve. It's possible that the mutant snake from before was targeted. Linhao quickly calmed down. He hid beside a black rock below. His entire dark body seemed to be integrated with the rock. Buzz buzz buzz. At this moment, as those special ultrasonic devices were thrown down, Linhao clearly heard a series of strange noises. It feels a bit noisy, but it doesn't affect much. Luo Shui and others stood on the shore and observed the movements in the dragon pond. No movement. A man also frowned at this time. Judging from the ultrasonic repellers that have just been deployed, they should have covered the entire Hualong Pond. This is the latest model of ultrasonic repeller. Anyone with the GT virus in their body will be affected. Luo Shui said calmly. As long as the body contains such cells, one will inevitably feel very uncomfortable. She also felt a little uncomfortable at this time, but those ultrasonic repellents were under the pool, and their greatest impact was mainly on the creatures inside the pool. After a long while, there was still no movement in the entire Hualong Pond. Only the koi fish were swimming in the pond. No. There shouldn't be any mutant creatures in this dragon pond. It's possible that the mutant creature ran away. Soon, the personnel took these special ultrasonic repellers out of the pool. Luo Shui glanced around the pond a few times, and the little black carp that she had seen before, which seemed to be quite smart, didn't seem to be there. Let's go. She didn't think much about it. To her, it was just an ordinary little carp. As the group of people left, Linhao couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. With so many people around, it's really stressful. After all, in my current condition, I can't speak, and Luo Shui doesn't know it's me. If I'm found to be abnormal, I will definitely be caught and dissected. But what is this GT virus they just mentioned? Could it be that the mutant organisms contain this special virus? Chapter 18 Swallowing the Rat. Thinking of this, Linhao was even more surprised. Now he was sure that the creature that killed him at that time must also be a mutant creature. And it is a very powerful mutant creature. Thinking of this, he felt a little urgent. But being anxious won't help. Currently, the only way to increase evolution points quickly is to devour the scavenger. Boom! Just when Linhao was thinking about how to get the evolution points, the area not far away suddenly shook. The vibration was not strong, but Linhao, who was in the area, could feel it clearly. Could it be that there are mutant creatures here? He thought of a possibility and became a little nervous. After all, from their conversation just now, we can know that these mutant creatures should be very sensitive to that special ultrasonic wave. If it has managed to hold back until now and not come out, does that mean it is a very powerful mutant creature? After a slight hesitation, he also swam over there. If you can't win, just run away and wait and see. Boom! Just after swimming over, I could vaguely hear a dull sound coming from the corner behind the Hualong pool. Some of the silt shook, making the surrounding water a little turbid. Linhao's eyes were fixed on the area below. It was as if something was about to drill out from the ground below. There's something. There must be something down there. Just as he continued to wait for a while, the noise seemed to disappear again. No more. Originally turbid water gradually became clear again. Linhao stared at this area, his eyes full of curiosity. The noise just now couldn't possibly be fake, there must be something in here. Just keep an eye on it for now. He spoke quietly. As the blockade of Dragon King Temple was lifted, people started coming and going again. But there are fewer people feeding the animals and throwing bread crumbs. The growth rate of evolution points has become much slower. Quick! Keep pouring it in for Lord Dragon. One evening, Boss Peng came again with a group of people. Lord Dragon, please bless me this time. Stop falling, I can't stand it. Boss Peng clasped his hands together and bowed several times towards the dragon pond. They say that God has good deeds. I have released so many fish, and I have done enough good deeds. Please let me go ashore for the last time. He said a little anxiously. This time he made his money back by buying these stocks. Moreover, he was a short-term trader and invested all his money just to make a profit in the stock market. Pour it in, release them all. At this time, many people were carrying buckets of scavenger and pouring them into the Hualong pond. Boss Peng, if you want to release something, you should release a turtle or something like that. I'm afraid it won't do any good to release this fish. A middle-aged man smiled at Boss Peng. The scavenger fish is very rampant in some rivers, and they can catch a lot of it with just a scoop. No one wants it at all. But when they heard that Boss Peng said he wanted to release them into the wild, they also went to get a lot. What do you know? Did you say this is a fish? It's a fish, a living thing. Releasing it is a good deed. Peng spoke, he took out banknotes from his pocket. The price these people paid for catching scavengers was much cheaper than last time, but he still felt a little distressed. Hey, if you say so, then so. The middle-aged man smiled and didn't say much at this time. Since someone wants it, he will just take people to get it. Merit? I think it's immorality. Listening to the voices of those people on the shore, Linhao sneered in his heart. Without any hesitation, he opened his mouth and bit directly at a scavenger. Now his bite force has become stronger and faster. The head of a scavenger was bitten off in an instant. In just a few moves, the scavenger was completely devoured. He felt that his stomach was like a bottomless pit. He swallowed whatever he could without any hesitation. Devour an adult scavenger to gain 30 evolution points. The system prompt sounded quickly. 30 evolution points. Linhao no longer cared about these people and started to devour these scavengers madly. Tips for gaining evolution points also keep appearing at this time. Rise. Evolution points are rising like crazy. After those people had completely left, all the scavengers had been devoured by Linhao. A total of 31 adult scavengers and 12 young scavengers were eaten, and a total of 1,050 evolution points were obtained. But it's still not far enough to evolve. Linhao sighed. Although it was late at night, he had night vision and could still see clearly in the pool. He wandered around for a while and soon arrived at the source of the water in Hualong Pond. Hualong Pond is a living water pool. The water at its source is drawn from mountain spring water. However, the channel of the water source is very narrow and the water flow is very weak. It's a bit difficult to swim up. The downstream is even more inaccessible, it is just a slightly larger stream. It's not a big deal to be stuck here. Linhao felt a little helpless. Evolution, how can we continue to gain more evolution points? For the next few days, Linhao continued to wander around in the dragon pond. There was no movement in the area where the abnormality had occurred. However, during this period of time, I don't know if it's because of the influence of my magical powers, the surrounding plants are growing obviously faster and more luxuriantly. And at night, some wild animals appear nearby. There are even wild boars, and they dare to come here to drink water. That night, Linhao looked at a wild boar crossing the river and felt a little emotional. He is not strong enough now, otherwise he would definitely find a way to bite the wild boar into the pond and swallow it. Squeak, squeak, squeak. At this time, several dark figures were running towards the shore area. Linhao, who was in the pool, took a closer look and saw a few mice on the shore of the Hualong Pond. There is no fence on the shore of Hualong Pond, but a slope-like structure. It seems that some people who came here today threw some chicken feet and chicken leg bones they ate here. It even attracted mice. But this rat was too close to the shore. Linhao began to swim over slowly. His movements were so gentle that they didn't even cause ripples on the water. The moment it approached the side, its entire body suddenly rushed to the shore, opened its mouth and bit a mouse directly, dragging it directly into the pool. The mouse couldn't struggle at all and was bitten into two halves by Linhao. I devoured it completely in 2 bites. Devour a rat and gain 50 evolution points. It's only 50. After eating, Linhao couldn't help but complain. This evolution point is really too low. Click, click, click. At this moment, a strange sound came from not far away. What's that sound? Chapter 19 Weird Creatures. Linhao, who had good hearing, was immediately shocked. It seems like all kinds of strange things keep happening in this area recently. Squeak, squeak, squeak. There was a strange sounding gasp. Looking closely, under the moonlight, a human figure walked towards them. What is this thing? Linhao's heart was filled with shock. It looks like a human, but has no hair. Its skin is green under the moonlight, like a layer of rubber, and looks sticky and disgusting. The body is about 1.6 meters tall, but the limbs are relatively thick and the face has a somewhat ferocious look. It walked to the shore, squatted down, reached out to scoop up the water and started drinking. Not far away, Linhao was hiding under a lotus leaf and staring at this scene. Humanoid creature. It was wearing a white latex suit and had a knife on its back. Having lived on Earth for more than 20 years, Linhao had never seen or even heard of this kind of creature. Biological mutation is shocking enough, and now we have discovered something like this. After drinking a few sips of water, its huge eyes stared at the dragon pond. Discovered. Seeing that its gaze seemed to be looking towards him, Linhao's whole body tensed up. The current situation is a bit scary. But it just stared for a moment and then stood up. Soon. A series of hard, mechanical sounds came out of its mouth. Can speak? Hearing its words, Linhao's eyes were filled with shock. It's like this creature is learning their human language. And what does it mean when it says soon? It didn't stay here for a while before walking towards the other area and quickly disappeared into the night. When Linhao saw this scene, the shock in his heart had not subsided even after it completely disappeared. In addition to mutant creatures, there are actually such creatures. It's like being an alien. Linhao couldn't help but speak out in his heart. Etc. Could these mutated creatures that appeared on Earth be related to this guy? It's not impossible. There are more and more mysteries now. Oh no, it looks like Longyin City is very dangerous now. He wandered back and forth at the bottom of the pool. But at present he is just a koi and can't do anything at all. The current accumulated evolution points are only 1730 points, which is not enough. Hurry up and continue to upgrade to the next level. Linhao didn't have any good ideas at this time, so he continued to wander around in the Hualong Pond to see if there were any small fish or shrimps. The koi seemed to regard him as their boss and followed him as he swam. It's fine if they're cannibalizing each other, but he can't bear to see these koi fish treating him as their boss. It would be nice if all these koi could evolve and regard themselves as the boss and obey my orders. Linhao talked to himself in his heart. In the next few days, everything seemed peaceful. Boss Peng never showed up again, and I don't know if he went bankrupt due to the stock losses. He continued to accumulate evolution points, heading towards 2,000 points. In the past few days, there have been several incidents of mutant sea loaches injuring people. All of them were fishermen who were attacked while sailing out to sea in the East China Sea. And those mutant sea loaches have a certain parasitic ability, and can control the corpses of our animals to move a certain distance. At this moment, in a conference room, Luo Shui spoke to the people sitting below. Among these people, in addition to those from the research laboratory, there are also some government officials, and even some people wearing black uniforms with the special HXLZ logo clearly on their chests. These people all carried long silver boxes on their backs, which made them look very imposing. It seems that they have received some kind of order and are trying every possible means to get from the sea to the shore. Luo Shui said this, her expression became serious. This creature has a strong reproductive ability and can adapt to fresh water. If they enter the freshwater river in Longyin City, they will definitely invade crazily and reproduce. By then, the entire Longyin City will be under great threat. My suggestion is to temporarily close the sea. Luo Shui looked at the government representatives and spoke. Well, we'll deal with it as soon as possible. The representatives also nodded slightly. Just hearing about the situation this time makes my scalp tingle. We also need to continue to strengthen patrols in our city and install more surveillance. I have a feeling that other creatures will appear. Luo Shui continued to speak. This meeting lasted for more than an hour. If we close the sea, the fishermen will object, right? At this time, government personnel had already walked out of the research center. There is no way this time. Some of them have already been killed in the attack. If we explain the seriousness of the incident, they will probably understand. A middle-aged man said in a deep voice. He is also having a headache now. The current situation is definitely a huge challenge for the entire Longyin City. By the way, Director Zhang, who were those people carrying the boxes just now? A man whispered at this time. Today's meeting, the most noticeable group was the group of people wearing black combat uniforms and carrying silver boxes on their backs. The boxes of these people were rectangular in shape. At first glance, they looked just like the sword boxes carried by sword masters in martial arts novels. Of course he is from HXLZ. It belongs to the actual combat troops. Director Zhang whispered. A combat unit? Several people around spoke at the same time, their eyes filled with surprise. They knew some things about HXLZ, but they had no idea about the so-called combat troops in HXLZ. You can understand it as a person with extraordinary strength. Specially responsible for dealing with those mutant creatures. Director Zhang continued to speak. As he spoke, his expression became more serious. People from the actual combat troops have arrived, which means that it is not just mutated sea loaches, but there are other mutated creatures that have appeared, and they are difficult to deal with. Luo Shui, long time no see. At the same time, in the research center, the middle-aged man in black combat uniform looked at Luo Shui and smiled. The middle-aged man was wearing a black hat and had a beard, and he looked tall and strong. If you have something to say, just say it. Luo Shui spoke calmly. It's been so long since we last met, and you're still so indifferent. The middle-aged man spread his hands helplessly. Okay, let's be serious. Longyin City might be in danger this time. According to the latest news, an ET has escaped to the vicinity of Longyin City. At this point, his expression turned serious. Chapter 20 Map. What level? Hearing his words, the look in Luo Shui's eyes changed slightly, and then her face became extremely serious. It's just ordinary level. But it is still very dangerous for your Longyin City. And its arrival here means that there are still hidden mutant beasts under Longyin City. The middle-aged man continued to smile faintly. Although he had a smile on his face, the look in his eyes turned serious. Longyin City is not a small city, with a permanent population of over 8 million. If those mutant monsters really appeared, it would be a huge and terrifying crisis for Longyin City. Gotta find it. Luo Shui said seriously at this time. This creature must be found, otherwise the threat will be too great. Of course, this time our mission is to catch it. We must find it before it awakens those creatures. She originally thought that these combat troops came here mainly to deal with the mutated sea loaches and some mutated creatures that were recently discovered. Unexpectedly, an ET appeared. This creature was the humanoid creature she had dissected in the laboratory before. These creatures are also intelligent, very strong, and carry some extremely sharp weapons. It's like a creature from outer space. Before the Lintian ancient city was destroyed last time, an ET also appeared. If I'm guessing correctly, it was because a special giant beast was awakened. I heard that your ex-boyfriend is here too. Whoosh! The moment the middle-aged man spoke, a cold scalpel was already placed on his neck. The scalpel was so sharp that he could vaguely feel that his skin was about to be cut by the scalpel. Shut up. Luo Shui said coldly. Okay, I'll shut up. The middle-aged man said helplessly. If you want to complete the mission, complete it well. She put down the scalpel and walked directly to the other side. The middle-aged man looked at Luo Shui's departing figure and couldn't help but sigh. It seems that it is difficult for anyone to replace his position in your heart. There was something complicated in his eyes. Luo Shui left here, a murderous look appeared on her face. E.T. It is indeed related to them. Officers, I just fell into this, and I really don't know what invasive species those are. You know, I can't release anything in there. On this day, Boss Peng was brought to Wolonki by 2 police officers for identification. Recently he was reported for secretly releasing fish into the water by scavenging. This pond has a living water source. If these scavengers go downstream, you know the entire water source will be invaded by species. A police officer continued to educate him at this time. Scavenger. You're using the scavenger to release it, that's really unethical. Fuck, are you still human? Release the scavenger. I heard that he released at least 100 of them. Many people gathered around and started pointing and talking. After all, releasing scavengers into the wild is despicable enough, and this guy released so many of them, it's simply insane. I accept the punishment, I accept the punishment. Peng was thick-skinned, he felt a bit pressured by so many people pointing fingers at him, so he spoke up quickly. You have to impose a fine, but you also have to find a way to catch these scavengers. A police officer also continued to speak to Boss Peng. Okay. Peng quickly spoke up. At this time, the 2 police officers carefully looked at the Hualong Pond. Although it was a pool, its area was a bit too large. It is not easy to catch all of them after releasing so many scavengers. But this is something Boss Peng needs to find a solution for. 2 officers, I will bring people to catch them as soon as possible. Peng also smiled apologetically at this time. As the 2 police officers and Boss Peng left, the people around them also dispersed immediately. Some continued to worship in the Dragon King Temple, while others had already finished worshipping and left. People come and go. Do you feel that I feel much more comfortable after coming here? There are so many little birds here. The air here is so good. I feel like my rhinitis is gone. At this time, many people also noticed the changes in the surrounding areas, and there was surprise in their words. Finally, the evolution succeeded. At this moment, in the dragon transformation pool, Linhao was completely awake. Readily. These past few days he had finally saved up enough evolution points to upgrade. This upgrade means the deduction of 2,000 evolution points. Host, Linhao. Species, Black Koi. Level, 8. Size, 1.5 meters long, 101 kilograms. Combat strength, 10. Skills, Camouflage, Fire Scales, Powerful Bite, Powerful Tail Slap, Steel Scales. Magical Power, Auspiciousness of the House LV.3, Passive. Evolution Points, 13/3000. 1.5 meters. It is said that the largest koi can grow to about 1.5 meters. My current size is already the dominant size among koi, right? Thinking of this, he was a little excited. And the combat power has reached 10 points. I don't know how much it has increased compared to before. Congratulations to the host for reaching level 8. The map has been opened. Map. What map? When Linhao heard the system's prompt, there was surprise in his eyes. Start immediately. Yes. With curiosity in his heart, Linhao chose to open it directly. At this moment, a map appeared in front of Linhao. The map of Longyin City. If you look closely, you can clearly see that this map is a map of the entire Longyin City. Most of the area above is gray, with only a small area showing white. There are some rivers not far from Wolonki. The Hanoi River is located in the area north of the Dragon King Temple, about 5 kilometers away. The other one is a river outside the Longyin chemical plant, 8 kilometers away. Linhao looked at the map carefully and spoke subconsciously at this time. But what is the use of this map? Do you want to know where the river is? But I can't get there now. He was a little helpless. In his current situation, he was like being trapped in the dragon pond. Today's delivery time, 1 hour. Send immediately. At this moment, the system prompt came out again. Etc. Can you teleport? Linhao was confused. This function can really be used for transmission. Chapter 21 Giant Tang. What does 1 hour of transmission time mean? Continuing to watch, Linhao's eyes were also filled with curiosity. If the transmission time is 1 hour, does it mean that I will be transmitted back immediately after 1 hour? Try. Linhao hesitated for a moment, looked at the 2 teleportation points on the map, thought about it for a moment, and then directly chose Hanoi River. As the mind clicked, the whole body seemed to be wrapped in a ball of light in an instant. As soon as his vision returned to normal, he clearly discovered that the area he was in had changed. Fuck. It really teleported away. Linhao's eyes widened, and he clearly felt that the water temperature around him had changed. Hanoi River. The river water here is relatively cool, and his body can clearly feel it. The water here is fast flowing and there seem to be quite a few fish in the water. Ha ha ha. It really can teleport. In excitement, he swam madly forward. He was very fast. He saw a small fish in front of him, opened his mouth and swallowed it. Devour a young grass carp and gain 20 evolution points. As the system prompt came, Linhao's heart was filled with excitement. So refreshing. And this grass carp tastes much better than this scavenger. Simply delicious. Even his evolution points are more than those of the scavenger. The juvenile scavenger only has 10 evolution points, but this juvenile grass carp has 20 evolution points. He looked around and soon saw many large grass carps. As Linhao swung his tail violently, his whole body burst out at an extremely fast speed, and he rushed directly in front of a big grass carp while swinging his tail violently. Powerful tail shot. As his combat effectiveness increased, the power of his tail also increased significantly. I wanted to knock the grass carp unconscious by sweeping it with my tail, but I almost broke its head. Swallow. At this moment, Linhao opened his mouth and started biting the grass carp frantically. The feeling of eating meat is so wonderful. The scavengers I ate before were all garbage. Even dogs won't eat it. Devour an adult grass carp and gain 90 evolution points. 90 evolution points. Linhao was stunned. These 90 evolution points are equivalent to 3 scavengers. Continue. Linhao now remembered the 1 hour countdown, but he didn't care about it anymore and started rushing forward madly. It opened its upper and lower rows of saw teeth and devoured the surrounding fish madly. Devour an adult crucian carp and gain 90 evolution points. Devour a young crucian carp and gain 20 evolution points. Devour. Within a short period of time, the system prompts continued to be heard. The accumulated evolution points are also rising at this time. So cool. This is the rhythm of taking off. Snake. While Linhao was chasing after the fish he was devouring, he soon saw a snake in the water. The snake swam very fast in the water, but as Linhao accelerated, he swam even faster. In a short period of time, he rushed directly to the front of the water snake. He opened his mouth and bit its tail directly. The water snake was attacked and turned around suddenly to bite Linhao's body. But Linhao's whole body is covered with black iron scales. The water snake just bit his body and did not cause any harm at all. On the other hand, Linhao turned around, opened his mouth and started biting the corpse frantically. Moreover, the biting speed was very fast. It kept swallowing the snake into its stomach in a short period of time. Devour a water snake and gain 150 evolution points. 150 evolution points. Not bad. Looking at the system prompts, Linhao's eyes lit up slightly. This Hanoi river is very large, and there are not only fish, but he also saw a lot of crabs. There are even lots of snails. So cool to earn evolution points here. What is that? Tang mullet. Just as he continued to swim forward, he clearly discovered a huge fish. Compared to its own 1.5-meter body, this fish seems to be even bigger. And the beard is very long. Just looking at it like this is a bit shocking. Wait, this thing won't grow to 2 meters long. A 2-meter-long mullet. Linhao couldn't help but speak in his heart at this time. The size of this thing was beyond his imagination. Giant mullet. Wait, could this thing also be a mutant? Thinking of this, Linhao held his breath and swam forward carefully. This giant pond mullet is opening its mouth and swallowing some small fish and water snails around it. This open mouth is very big, and you can see the inverted triangle-shaped teeth. The system didn't give any warnings. So, it seems that the combat capability of this giant mullet should be about the same as mine. Or rather, he is much weaker than me. Thinking of this, Linhao also gained confidence. Who cares if it's a mutant creature? Just get rid of it. Moreover, after devouring this creature, the amount of evolutionary points that one can gain will definitely be very large. Maybe you can upgrade directly. Rush. Thinking of this, at this moment he exerted all his strength and swam forward at an extremely fast speed. Whoosh! The whole body rushed through the water, and in a short time, it rushed to the side of the giant mullet, opened its mouth, and bit towards its body. At the moment when its mouth bit the body of the giant mullet, he clearly felt that his teeth seemed to have bitten into something slippery, and the teeth slipped away in an instant. At this moment, the giant Mudskipper seemed to react, turned around and rushed directly towards Linhao's body. Bump. Accompanied by a dull sound, Linhao's body was directly knocked backwards. It doesn't hurt much. It seems that the fighting ability is indeed not high. Linhao, who was knocked away, also spoke secretly in his heart. In this way, his fighting spirit and confidence have been rekindled in his heart. Eat. Eat this giant mullet. At this moment he suddenly accelerated and rushed forward, and at the moment when the giant mullet was about to charge towards him, he directly used a powerful tail slap. Bump. This powerful tail slap hit the giant mullet directly on the head. Hit its entire head and made it a little dizzy. But it didn't smash the heads like those grass carps. This guy's defensive ability seems to be very strong. Linhao not afraid, but he became more excited. This is a rival that is evenly matched with you. He wanted to experience how strong his fighting ability was now. Chapter 22 Inc. At the moment when the giant Mudskipper was dizzy, Linhao rushed directly in front of it. He opened his mouth and continued to bite its body. But it was the same as before, the body of this giant Mudskipper was slippery and it easily slipped away when bitten with teeth. There is no way to cause any damage to it normally. At this time, it also reacted from the dizziness, opened its huge mouth and bit Linhao's body. Linhao's scales were as hard as black iron, and the teeth of this giant mullet were not very sharp, so they could not penetrate his body. And I also felt a vague sense of pain. That is the pain caused by the flesh being bitten and squeezed tightly. Fire scales. At this moment, Linhao's mind moved, and he instantly used his skills. The scales all over its body turned fiery red, and the surrounding seawater evaporated directly. The giant mullet's mouth was burned directly, so it retreated to the rear area. Chase. The fire scales won't last long, so he must keep chasing after them. Gurgle gurgle. But at this moment, a large amount of black substance spewed out of the mouth of this giant mullet. This black substance looks like some ink. What the hell? Seeing this scene, the look in Linhao's eyes changed slightly. The next moment, accompanied by a burst of light, the area in front of his eyes changed. You're back. After taking a closer look, he clearly found that he was back to the Hualong Pond. An hour went by so quickly. Linhao slowly reacted at this time. At that moment just now, the time had just come. I was directly teleported here by the system. At this moment, he thought about it and the system panel appeared again. A map icon clearly appears in the upper right corner of this system panel. When he clicked with his mind, the previous map interface appeared before his eyes again. Transfer time, cooling down, 1 day. 1 day of cooling time. Looking at the prompts on the map interface, Linhao felt a little helpless. If only I had been able to eat that giant Mudskipper just now. A mutant creature of this size should be able to increase a lot of evolutionary points. But what is that stuff it sprays out? Is it poisonous? But when he thought of the black substance that the giant Mudskipper finally spewed out, Linhao's face became serious. Although his body is protected by black iron scales, he will not be able to resist if the opponent can release venom. It's still very dangerous. It would be great if I could kill with one strike. But there's this weird mucus on its body. If you bite it with your teeth, it will slip away. It's a bit difficult to hold on tightly. Linhao was also a little helpless. I don't know if the fire scales can burn off the mucus on its body. Mudskipper next time, he saw a lot of people walking to the shore. Pick them out. Pick them all out for me. Peng also looked helpless. Scavengers are also fish, and fish are life. If I release these lives, isn't that a merit? He muttered to himself with an unhappy look on his face. The stocks he bought have been up and down during this period, which is really frustrating. But the strange thing is that whenever the stock price rises, it seems that it is always when he comes to Wolonki to release the animals. This is why he came to release the animals one after another, because he felt it was useful. At this time, the few people he brought with him had already started casting nets to fish. This guy released scavengers into the pond. Scavengers? They're an invasive species. How unethical. The people around also started to complain at this time. I didn't get any. Logically speaking, this shouldn't happen. These people worked for a long time but didn't catch a single scavenger. I'll go down to the pond and take a look. One of them took off his coat, put on goggles, and dived directly into the Hualong pool. Looking around in the pond, there was no sign of any scavengers. All you can see are some koi. Crash. Not long after, he emerged from the water again. How about it? A man on the shore spoke to him. No. There are no scavengers in this dragon pond. He said loudly. No. Impossible, I've released quite a few of them during this period. Peng heard his words, he was slightly stunned. He had discovered quite a few scavengers, but now he couldn't see any. What a joke. I'll go over there and take a look. The man was a very good swimmer and he continued to dive under the pool and head towards the other side. But after searching for a long time, he still didn't see any scavengers. Even the scavenger's body was nowhere to be seen. The pond is full of koi, not at all. Not long after, the man swam to the shore. After working for so long and checking every direction, I still couldn't find any trace of the scavengers. Is it possible that all these scavengers were eaten by the koi? A man hesitated for a moment, then spoke. Eaten by the koi? Are you kidding me? Scavengers are very hard. There's no way they can be eaten. The other person just laughed. One of the reasons why this thing can become an invasive species is because it is not easy to eat and it doesn't taste good. That doesn't make sense. Peng continued to mutter to himself at this moment. His eyes were still filled with disbelief. He released quite a few animals. Even if they were all dead, their bodies should be found by now. It has only been such a short time. Boss Peng, isn't it better if there is nothing? We don't have to spend so much effort to salvage it, and we can save money. A man also spread his hands and smiled. Although the scavenger could be paid for helping with the salvage, the money given by Boss Peng was very little. If he had not owed him a favor in the past, he would not have come. That's true. Maybe the Dragon King appeared to help me. Peng didn't think too much at this time, and immediately said with a smile. We were almost discovered. At my current size, they would probably be scared to death if they saw me. Linhao, who was hiding next to a black rock at the bottom of the pool, also spoke quietly at this moment. His current height has reached 1.5 meters, which looks very big to the naked eye. It is really shocking that koi can grow so big. However, he has camouflage skills, and people's vision is affected in water, so ordinary people cannot find him. By the way, the accumulated evolution points now seem to be enough. I didn't notice it just now, but the Hanoi River swallowed so many fish, so it's enough as expected. Chapter 23 Fire Scale Black Koi. At this moment, as Linhao's mind moved, a system panel appeared in front of him. Host, Linhao. Species, Black Koi. Level, 8. Size, 1.5 meters long, 101 kilograms in weight. Combat strength, 10. Skills, camouflage, fire scales, powerful bite, powerful tail slap, steel scales. Magical power, auspiciousness of the house LV.3, passive. Evolution points, 3174/3000. That's enough. Seeing the current evolution point, Linhao's eyes lit up slightly. Swallowing a big grass carp can gain 90 evolution points, and the speed of increase is still very fast. Let's evolve first. If we evolve now, we can continue to go to Hanoi River after the transmission time is reset tomorrow. If I become a little stronger, I will be more confident in killing that giant mullet tomorrow. Thinking of this, he took a deep breath and chose to evolve directly at this moment. As the evolution points were deducted, he fell into the state of evolution. Continue to investigate, and cooperate with the Sky Eye system to find that creature. At the same time, investigators from Longyin Researcher and HXLZ's combat troops began searching the entire Longyin city. And cooperate with surveillance to conduct a citywide manhunt. The government is also attaching great importance to this, and the news they receive now is even more shocking to them. Has something happened in our Longyin city? Today I noticed quite a few people searching for something in the city. You guys noticed it too? I also felt something was wrong. In the forum of Longyin City, many people felt some abnormal conditions in the city and began to discuss it heatedly. Do you know? Last time, the Lintian ancient city was razed to the ground. Aliens. It seems like aliens appeared over there. While discussing the current situation in Longyin City, some people also began to divert the topic to another side. Lintian ancient city can no longer be concealed. After all, it was horrible that the entire city was suddenly reduced to ruins. It was soon afternoon, and Lin Luo, who was lying at the bottom of the pool, began to slowly wake up. The evolution is complete. After waking up, Linhao began to mutter to himself. After each evolution, he could clearly feel the increase in his overall strength. Let's take a look at the system panel first. With a thought, a system panel quickly appeared in front of him. Host, Linhao. Type, Fire Scale Black Koi. Level, 9. Size, 1.8 meters tall, 151 kilograms. Combat strength, 14. Skills, camouflage, fire scales, powerful bite, powerful tail slap, steel scales. Magical power, auspiciousness of the house LV.3, passive. Evolution points, 174/4000. Fuck, I'm 1.80 meters tall. He could feel that his body had grown a little bigger, but he didn't expect that he had grown to 1.8 meters. And the weight has reached 151 kilograms. What's even more surprising is that the combat power directly reached 14 points. This time, the species actually changed. After looking at it again, I found that the type column on the system panel no longer showed simple black koi, but now it had become fire scale black koi. It's hard to say, has fire scale's ability been improved? Thinking of this, he directly checked this skill. Fire scales, the scales on the body emit scorching flames, which last for 20 seconds. After use, there is a 15-second cooldown. The duration has become 20 seconds. Ha ha ha. Seeing the changes in the system skills, he was also surprised. It lasted only 5 seconds before, which was too short. However, after using this skill, the cooldown time is still 15 seconds. It's okay. 20 seconds is enough for me to kill ordinary mutant creatures. Thinking of this, he was also a little looking forward to it. Tomorrow, he will teleport directly over to deal with the giant Mudskipper. The evolution speed of these mutants should be quite fast, but they don't have a system after all. No matter how fast they are, they can't be as fast as me. Now that my combat power has increased, my strength has also increased, and I can unleash even more powerful force when I flick my tail. After imagining his own fighting power, Linhao became a little excited and couldn't wait to fight tomorrow. Who? At this moment, his perception ability became stronger and he vaguely felt someone approaching. His body was still leaning against the huge black rock, motionless. With his camouflage skills, his entire body seemed to have merged into one with the rock. Soon, a familiar figure sat in the area over at the Hualong Pond, and he seemed very silent. Luo Shui. Linhao looked carefully. He could clearly see that the person sitting on the shore of the Hualong Pond was Luo Shui. Was wearing a sportswear and a high ponytail today. She was originally full of sporty and lively spirit, but now she looked a little melancholy. As the sun set, the sunlight also shone on her cheeks. Because the Dragon King Temple is quite far from the urban area, everyone had left at this time. Lintian Ancient City. What kind of creature is it? She looked at the Hualong Pond and muttered to herself. It is still unclear what kind of creature destroyed the ancient city of Lintian. This creature appeared in Lintian Ancient City. It seemed to have suddenly disappeared out of thin air. Linhao. After I help you get revenge, I will come to find you too. She took out a pocket watch and opened it. When she looked at the photo inside, her eyes started to turn red. This is... Linhao could see clearly from under the pool. That pocket watch was the birthday gift I gave her that year. It turned out that she had always carried it with her. Wait, I'm not dead yet. He reacted at this time and became a little anxious. Luo Shui's intention is a bit unreasonable. But now he couldn't say a word, nor could he rush out at will. Otherwise, Luo Yu would definitely think of him as a mutant. Linhao, do you know? Since I came here, I've been thinking about you every night, but I can't leave. In order to study these mutant organisms, in order to study the impact of the GT virus on the entire human race. Luo Shui muttered to herself at this time. Only in this environment can she take off her disguise. She had a lot of things she wanted to say to Linhao, but now, she could no longer say them. Linhao, who was in the dragon transformation pool, was listening to Luo Shui's words in a daze, and felt very uncomfortable for a moment. It turns out that so many things have happened in these few years. As the sun sets, the man and the fish are both in this area. He could see her presence and hear her words. But she couldn't find it. Chapter 24 Things Under the Pool. Wait for me. Luo Yu wiped away some tears from her eyes, returned to her original cold appearance, and stood up. Luo Shui. Linhao looked at him and wanted to shout, but no sound came out. Luo Shui, who was about to turn around and leave, looked towards the Hualong pool and seemed a little hesitant. Impossible. She thought about it, then shook her head and left the area. Oh, it would be nice if I could talk. Linhao also sighed at this time. It can't speak now, and if it shows up rashly, Luo Shui might kill it directly. After all, in the eyes of others, he is a mutant creature. He was probably able to get some information from Luo Shui's mumbling just now. Luo Shui disappeared that year because she was recruited into a national organization called HXLZ to conduct biological experimental research. There she dissected various organisms and then studied their structures and even some special cells in their bodies. The GT virus is a virus found in the bodies of mutated organisms. This virus may cause the death of organisms or may lead to evolutionary mutations. It is a virus that cannot be understood with the current technology on Earth. And this virus, for some unknown reason, began to spread on the Earth. E.T., should it be a synonym for that kind of creature? Aliens? Linhao put together the information he had learned recently. The more he felt that the changes taking place in the world were a bit scary. Mutated creatures are appearing more and more frequently, and now there are humanoid creatures, or ETs. With my strength, even if the ET falls into the water, I probably won't be able to kill it. Although it is already good to have evolved to this level in a short period of time, he still feels a sense of urgency about the current situation. This sense of urgency is growing. It was soon evening. It seems to be due to the influence of magical powers. Now many wild animals begin to appear around here at night. There are a lot of wild animals such as mice, rabbits, and wild boars, and there are also many birds. The impact of this magical skill seems to be quite large. The grass and trees around here seem to be growing better. Linhao, who was in the water, looked at the situation around him and couldn't help but speak out secretly. Looking at the wild boar drinking water on the shore not far away, Linhao also felt a little itchy. There seems to be an infestation of wild boars here, and quite a few can be seen at night recently. But it seemed a bit difficult for him to catch the wild boar and drag it into the water. At this time, a group of small kingfishers flew by the lake. Linhao flew up from the water with his whole body, opened his mouth, and bit two of the kingfishers directly. Crash! With splashing water, his huge body entered the water again. After a few bites, the two kingfishers were swallowed directly into its stomach. Devour a common kingfisher and gain 60 evolution points. Devour a common kingfisher and gain 60 evolution points. The system prompt came quickly. There were 2 common kingfishers in total, which obtained a total of 120 evolution points. Something is better than nothing. Linhao said helplessly. There isn't much left to devour around here now. Now to obtain evolution points, you still need to teleport to other areas. This Hualong Pond is currently equivalent to his transit station. And here, there should be something. Linhao swam to another area at this time and looked at the accumulated silt underground. Those people used the ultrasonic repeller and left that day. There was some noise here. Moreover, he could clearly feel the considerable movement from inside the pool. There must be something. And it is very likely that it is a mutant creature. Thinking of this, Linhao felt a little excited but also a little headache. If it is really a mutant creature, it doesn't look like an ordinary mutant creature. By then I won't know if I can win. Forget it, let's just forget about it for now. During this period of time, try to evolve yourself to the strongest state possible. As soon as the time reached midnight, the system prompt appeared again. Task refreshed. Although there was a reminder of task refresh last night, it was still the previous task. Let's take a look. Normal task, devour 100 scavengers 75 out of 100, reward, teeth sharpness increased. Normal task, devour 100 grass carps 0/100, reward, teeth sharpness increased. Normal task, devour 100 crucian carps 0/100, reward, speed up ability. Normal task, devour 10 yellow eels 0 out of 10, reward, white treasure chest. Difficult task, devour 10 mutant creatures 1/10, reward, blue treasure chest. So many tasks. Looking at the latest updated task, Linhao's eyes lit up slightly. If we can eat 100 grass carps and crucian carps respectively, we should be able to do it. There are a lot of these fish in the Hanoi River. As for the yellow eel, it seems I have never encountered it before. Looking at these newly refreshed tasks, he was also a little excited. After completing all these tasks, it is good for your own improvement. I wonder if there are any more scavengers left. We only need 25 to complete the mission. The improvement in the sharpness of his teeth is very good for him at the moment. And the reward for devouring 100 grass carps is increased sharpness of the teeth. If both tasks are completed, my teeth should become sharper. Just take a rest tonight and wait until tomorrow. Time flies and soon it is the next day. Have you heard? It seems that several people died in the East District. Is this true? What's going on? I heard that there was a weird guy with a knife who chopped those people in half. Don't scare me, this is too mysterious. It was noon and there were quite a few people coming. Linhao, whose hearing ability was getting better and better, could clearly hear the voices of the people passing by. He had nothing to do every day but listen attentively to the conversations between these people. This is currently his only way to obtain information about the human world. Whack. With a knife? And you split him in half? Linhao grasped these key points and quickly thought of the monster before. That monster entered the urban area and hurt people. It must be. I don't know if the people from HXLZ can capture the monster or kill it directly. Linhao couldn't help but speak secretly in his heart. Bite. Map transfer time has been reset. At this moment, the system upgrade suddenly came. Chapter 25, Another Battle with the Giant Tang. Hey. I can teleport again. Hearing the system's prompt, Linhao moved his mind and the map interface appeared in front of him again. It will still take an hour to transfer. This transmission time should be able to be slowly extended, right? Linhao felt a little depressed when looking at the transmission time column. In 1 hour, the number of creatures that can be devoured is not very large. After all, we still have to search and chase. Should it be that as my level increases, the transmission time will also increase? He continued to speculate. Hanoi River. Teleport. Linhao didn't think much at this time. He looked at the map of Hanoi River and chose to teleport with a thought. At this moment, accompanied by the appearance of a familiar white light, the next moment, he felt the temperature of the surrounding water drop. Arrive. As soon as he arrived in Hanoi River, Linhao became excited. The biological resources here in the Hanoi River are very rich. As soon as I was teleported here, I could clearly see a big grass carp swimming past. Eat. Linhao would not miss the feast that was delivered to his doorstep. He swung his tail violently, directly smashing the grass carp's head to pieces. He opened his serrated mouth and began to swallow the body of the big grass carp. Devour an adult grass carp and gain 105 evolution points. Ha! 105 evolution points. As the system prompted, Linhao's eyes were filled with surprise. He never thought that he could get 105 evolution points this time. Wait, is it possible that this grass carp is much larger than the one we devoured before? That should be the case. The evolution points gained should fluctuate within a range based on the size of these fish. As long as the size exceeds this range, the evolution points gained will increase. Linhao was thinking secretly. He continued to swim forward. Devour an adult river shrimp and gain 30 evolution points. Devour a young river shrimp and gain 10 evolution points. Devour. And as he swam forward, Linhao also found a lot of river shrimps. The evolution points gained by an ordinary-sized river shrimp are almost the same as those of the adult river shrimp swallowed before. What kind of scavenger? Even dogs won't eat it. While eating the river shrimps, Linhao couldn't help but complain. After eating these normal creatures, the thought of the taste of this scavenger is really unbearable. Following the route he remembered from yesterday, Linhao swallowed all the way. I don't know if the giant mullet is still there. This time, his combat effectiveness increased significantly after the upgrade, and the duration of Fire Scale's skill was enhanced to this many seconds. After reviewing the last battle, he was sure that he could devour the giant Mudskipper this time. Just be careful with the black ink it sprays out, you don't know if it's poisonous or not. Soon, as Linhao continued to speed up, he arrived at the area where the battle took place yesterday. Gone. After searching the surrounding area, it was obvious that the giant Mudskipper was missing. No way. He was a little anxious. This time he was going to devour the giant Mudskipper, and he had already rehearsed the battle preparations in his mind many times. But now, the giant Mudskipper is nowhere to be seen. Swallowed by some other creature. No, it's impossible. Linhao denied this idea in his heart. This giant mullet is so big and has a special mucus on its body that it is very difficult for ordinary creatures to bite it. It should be around here, let's look for it. Linhao continued searching the surroundings. He rushed towards the front. Devour an adult grass carp and gain 90 evolution points. Devour an adult crucian carp and gain 90 evolution points. However, we still didn't see the giant Mudskipper, but we did find some big grass carp and big crucian carp. Linhao didn't care about anything else and just swallowed whatever he found. Now he lacks too many evolution points, he needs to evolve and upgrade quickly. After continuing to swim to the front area, it became obvious that there were fewer and fewer fish creatures around. When we reached the area ahead, we didn't even see any aquatic creatures. It should be here. After sensing this abnormal situation, Linhao also began to look around carefully. It is impossible that there are no fish creatures in this area. It is possible that something just appeared and swallowed all the fish. He also clearly discovered that there was still some silt in the surrounding water, which seemed to have just been stirred up and had not yet completely settled. Just as he continued to swim forward, a bloody mouth suddenly appeared in the mud below. It was as if they had been lying in ambush here, waiting for Linhao's arrival. So it's here. Linhao, whose mental power was highly concentrated, naturally could not be ambushed so easily. His powerful explosive force burst out and his whole body swam forward to dodge. The giant mullet missed its bite and chased Linhao madly again. Its long whiskers were constantly fluttering and its eyes were staring at Linhao. It seemed to remember that Linhao was the creature that attacked it yesterday, and now its entire huge body began to rush towards Linhao frantically. He was going to use his head to directly hit Linhao. Good fellow, you still hold a grudge, right? And you even knew how to ambush me. Linhao saw this scene, he sneered. The transmission time is only 1 hour, and a lot of time was wasted in the process of looking for it. We need to resolve this issue quickly. Seeing it rushing towards him, Linhao was not afraid at all. He moved his mind and used his skills directly. Fire scales. Soon as this skill was used, the black iron scales on his body suddenly burst into a fiery red light. It was as if a fiery red flame burst out. Crash. The water around it seemed to be boiling. Linhao didn't dodge and rushed forward. Just when their heads were about to collide, Linhao simply did a tailspin. Powerful tail shot. This powerful tail flick hit the giant mullet's head hard. His tail now also has a fire scale effect. The scorching temperature plus the terrifying force caused its head to appear charred. The giant Mudskipper is now a little dizzy after being photographed. This time, the powerful tail shot became even more powerful because Linhao's combat effectiveness increased. The damage caused to it is also obviously greater. Good opportunity. At this moment, Linhao rushed forward. Chapter 26 Swallowing the Mutated Tang. The moment he approached, Linhao bit directly into the belly of the giant Mudskipper. Before, the teeth slipped away as soon as they bit into its skin. But Linhao didn't give up at all and continued to open his mouth and bite. Because of the scorching temperature generated by the fire scales, some of the mucus on its body seemed to become a little sticky due to the increase in temperature. At this moment, when Linhao's teeth bit again, it was not cut away like before, but directly pierced through its skin. Suddenly, blood began to ooze out. The giant Mudskipper also came back to its senses from dizziness due to the severe pain at this time and began to struggle frantically. But how could Linhao miss this opportunity at this moment? The open sharp teeth continued to bite madly. In a short period of time, a big hole was torn in its abdomen. And they are still pursuing the victory and biting madly. Gurgle gurgle. The giant Mudskipper turned around and was about to spit out the strange black ink. But Linhao has now bitten its internal organs. His entire body rushed directly into the bloody hole bitten in its abdomen. The scorching fire scales directly burned its abdomen. Its body trembled and then it died. The entire huge body began to sink into the water. It's solved. If it weren't for the slime on its body, we would have been able to kill it long ago. Secretly at this time. This giant Mudskipper can bring to me. He is also a little excited now. Hurry up and swallow it. Otherwise, if we wait an hour and get teleported back, that would be a huge loss. Linhao did not hesitate at all. He swam directly to the bottom of the river, opened his mouth, and started biting the giant mullet. It tastes good. This giant mullet is very firm and tastes like chicken. It's going to be at least 100 kilograms, maybe even 200 kilograms. He was talking to himself while devouring madly. Of course, he would not eat those organs for fear that they might be poisonous. He ate very cleanly, and soon saw a complete fish skeleton appear here. Readily. Devour the mutant mullet and gain 3,000 evolution points. Fuck. 3,000 evolution points. Seeing the system prompt at this time, Linhao was also shocked. The two mutant creatures that were swallowed before only had a few hundred evolutionary points. But this time, he increased his evolution points by 3,000 points at once. It's almost doubled 10 times. It seems that it is because the previous mutant creatures have too low combat power and are too small in size. After the excitement, Linhao slowly calmed down. There is still time, we can't waste it. While he had not been teleported back yet, he continued to swim towards the area ahead. It was soon discovered that there were many common freshwater snails in the surrounding area. Eat. Eat them all. Swallow a freshwater snail to gain 5 evolution points. Sure enough, those invasive species, which are extremely rampant, can only obtain relatively low evolutionary points. Previously, swallowing an apple snail would only give you 0.5 evolution points, but if you swallow a freshwater snail, you will get 5 points. It's a 10-fold increase. Devour an adult grass carp and gain 90 evolution points. Devour an adult crucian carp and gain 90 evolution points. Devour a young crucian carp and gain 20 evolution points. Devour. As he continued to devour the food forward, prompts from the system kept coming out. The accumulated evolution points are also increasing. But after searching for a long time, they found no mutant creatures. Hurry up, there are a lot of fish over here, let's go over here and get some electricity. At this time, as Linhao continued to swim towards the front area, he soon heard a series of human voices. Anyone? Hearing these people's voices, he was slightly stunned. After swimming forward for a distance, I could see 3 men wearing waterproof rubber shoes standing in the front area. One of them was holding the electric fishing equipment, and the other 2 were holding fishing nets and starting to catch fish. They're actually electrofishing here. Looking at this scene, Linhao also snorted coldly. Although he is also constantly devouring those fishes now, he can also despise those people who use electric fishing. After all, electric fishing is fatal. Moreover, as his evolution points have increased, he no longer swallows some small fish. After all, it only increases by a few evolution points, and he still needs sustainable development. By then, there will be more places where we can teleport, and we can teleport back and forth. When this batch of fish grows up, we can come here again, hee. And they don't have to eat fish, other creatures can also be devoured. Among them, the mutant creatures are the ones that gain the most evolution points. We still need to find more mutant creatures. Old Xiao. Look over there, there seems to be a big fish. At this moment, a young man seemed to have discovered something and exclaimed in surprise. Big fish? As soon as he finished speaking, the man called Lao Xiao also walked quickly forward. Holding the electric fishing device, he should discharge the electricity towards the water ahead. Crash! But at this moment, a big fish jumped out from the bottom of the river, splashing countless water. When the 3 of them saw this scene, their eyes widened. Fish. A completely black fish. It's ridiculously large. From the naked eye, it's almost 2 meters. What's even more terrifying is that when the fish opens its mouth, you can clearly see 2 rows of sharp teeth. Just like the teeth of a shark. Mom! These people were frightened out of their wits. At this moment, he didn't care about electric fishing at all. He just threw the equipment aside and ran madly towards the river bank. Run, run! There's a monster! They rolled and crawled on the shore, not caring even that their rubber shoes had fallen off, and ran madly towards the distance. What I just saw were simply too horrifying. They had never seen such a big fish. You run pretty fast. Seeing these 3 people so scared that they were pissing their butts, Linhao swam directly to the other side. Their fish barrels were overturned and large numbers of electrocuted fish were floating on the water. Linhao opened his mouth and ate one at a time. In a short period of time, the system prompts for obtaining evolution points are also increasing at an extremely fast rate. The speed of this increase was really too fast. Listening to the reminder of gaining evolution points, he felt extremely comfortable. But not long after, his entire body turned into a white light and gradually disappeared. What a pity, it was teleported back like this. Chapter 27 Strange Fish. Linhao, who was teleported back to the dragon pond, felt a little regretful at this moment. If you can continue to stay in that area, you can devour and gain even more evolution points. But there is no way, there is only 1 hour of transmission time every day. I looked at the system map panel and saw that it was back into cooldown time, a 24-hour countdown. When will the cooldown time be reduced, or the time it takes to teleport will be increased? At this time he also spoke secretly. This aspect can definitely be improved. Perhaps, as my level continues to rise, I should be able to continue to improve. Let's see how many evolution points we have now. Without giving it much thought, as soon as he thought about it, the system screen in front of him changed from the map interface back to the main interface for recording data. Host, Linhao. Type, Fire Scale Black Koi. Level, 9. Size, 1.8 meters tall, 151 kilograms. Combat Strength, 14. Skills, Camouflage, Fire Scales, Powerful Bite, Powerful Tail Slap, Steel Scales. Magical Power, Auspiciousness of the House LV.3, Passive. Evolution Points, 7715/4000. What the hell? Over 7,000 evolution points. Did I swallow so many creatures? He remembered that after his previous evolution, he had only 174 evolution points left. He never expected that he would improve so much in such a short time. This is really cool. It's mainly because that mutant creature gave more evolution points. We still have to find those mutant creatures. He became a little greedy when he thought that he could gain 3,000 evolution points just by devouring one of those mutant creatures. Let's just evolve first for now. Let's teleport to another river tomorrow. Linhao spoke quietly. Is this mission accomplished? If you look carefully at this time, you can clearly see a golden icon appearing in the upper left corner of the system panel. This clearly means that a mission has been accomplished. At this moment, as Linhao's mind moved, a series of messages popped up. Normal task, devour 100 grass carps 100/100, reward, teeth sharpness increased, completed. Normal task, devour 100 crucian carps 100/100, reward, speed up ability, completed. Both tasks accomplished. They must have electrocuted a lot of small grass carps and crucian carps just now, and I swallowed them all. Looking at the two completed tasks, Linhao also smiled in his heart. If he only devoured adult grass carp and crucian carp, he didn't eat that much. Fortunately, the characters in this system are relatively humane, and there is no requirement for adult fish. Do you want to receive the reward immediately? At this time, the system prompt came again. Receive. This must be received immediately. As Linhao directly received the rewards for the two tasks, at that moment, he could clearly feel a slight itching sensation in his teeth. It feels like the teeth are growing. After about 10 minutes, this strange feeling completely disappeared. Huh? Did it disappear just like that? Feeling that this strange feeling disappeared, Linhao became a little curious about how sharp his teeth would become. Moreover, the whole body seemed to feel light, which should be the effect of the improved acceleration ability. Forget it, we'll find out tomorrow when we teleport to other rivers. Now, choose evolution first. After he calmed himself down, he found a relatively safe place and chose to evolve on a thought. At this moment, 4,000 evolution points were deducted. At this time, he gradually fell asleep. There really is a monster. This is at least 2 meters long. At the same time, the three men, along with several others, began to come to the Hanoi River area. Several other people, holding sharp harpoons, also followed them to the designated location. A fish that's almost 2 meters long. Is that true? One of the men said with a smile. Seeing these three people running back with their legs weak in fear, he was still very curious. A 2-meter-long fish in this cold river? I really haven't discovered it before. Of course it's true. How could we lie to you? Oh yeah, now I remember, this fish looks a bit like a koi. It should be koi. One of the three men recalled what happened and spoke up quickly. Koi. The others were also slightly stunned when they heard his words. You must be kidding. It's already amazing for a koi to grow to over 1 meter, let alone nearly 2 meters. They also shook their heads at this time and didn't quite believe it. The koi is nearly 2 meters long. Where could there be such a big koi? Believe it or not. I saw it with my own eyes. There are teeth in its mouth. They are just like saw teeth. The three of them still felt a little tingling on their scalps when they recalled what they had just seen. This is just horrifying. Let me go and see, and if there is such a fish, I will kill it. One of the men put on waterproof goggles, took a harpoon, and swam directly into the cold river. At this time, the rest of the people also entered the Hanoi River one after another. They are all experienced, they go fishing frequently and are very good at swimming. Will they be eaten by that strange fish? The three of them standing on the shore were a little nervous at this moment. After all, the scenes that we just saw were really incredible. How could that fish be so ridiculously large? What terrified them the most was that fish had teeth. It's just like a piranha. Not at all. Where can I find such a big fish? Soon a man floated up from the bottom of the river and spoke to the three people on the shore. Of course there is. This fish came from upstream. A man on the shore also shouted at this time. Upstream, right? Let's look for it again. These people were also a little excited at this time. If there really is such a big fish, they can sell it for a good price after catching it. Due to the sea closure during this period, they don't even have the chance to go out to sea, and it is also difficult to make money recently. At this time, they were very familiar with water and continued to swim forward, sinking into the river from time to time to look for the figure of the heavy rain mentioned by the three people. But after searching for a long time, we didn't find any so-called big fish. Wait, what is that? But soon, one of them seemed to have discovered something at the bottom of the river, and his eyes suddenly widened. Without any hesitation, he continued to swim towards the area ahead, and soon he could see a huge fish skeleton. And there are some internal organs next to it. It was just swallowed. Chapter 28 Level 10. Growing Horns. Seeing this scene, the man was shocked and his body trembled instinctively. What kind of creature swallowed such a big fish skeleton? He quickly surfaced at this time. Brother! There's something here. He quickly waved to the others. Soon, the rest of the people also dived and swam over. Not long after, these people salvaged the skeleton of the fish. The fish you just saw should be this one, right? I don't know what ate it. At this time, they carried the complete fish bones of the mutated Mudskipper to the shore and spoke to the three people. Brother, this fish bone should be able to sell for money. At this time, a man whispered to a middle-aged man next to him. This fish bone is so big and thick, yet so complete. It is a bit horrifying to find such fish bones in the Tamsui River. He responded slightly and felt incredible looking at the fish bones. What kind of fish is this? It's more than 2 meters long. It seems not. The three of them were shocked when they looked at the fish bones, and they could even see some fish teeth. These teeth are really sharp. But the outline of the fish bones seemed a little different from the fish they had seen. Koi, the fish we saw was a koi. One of the three men also continued to speak at this time. Koi. A koi fish that's nearly 2 meters long. And it has teeth. Are you kidding me? A young man shook his head, and then he seemed to think of something and his expression changed. If what you said is true, could it be that the koi fish ate this equally big fish? We just saw some big fish organs down there. As he said this, his face turned pale. Looking at the Hanoi River in front of me, my scalp suddenly felt tingling. Gurgle. At this moment, they looked at each other and secretly swallowed their saliva. If their guess is true, they might be eaten as soon as they entered the Hanoi River. Stop looking, run. Now they have fully reacted. This kind of fish is probably difficult to kill if you encounter it, so don't risk your life. These people didn't want to stay here for a moment and wanted to run away. Wait, brother, take this fish bone away. At this time, Linhao had no idea about all this, he was still in the process of evolution. Soon it was night, and as he slowly woke up, he saw the system prompt. Evolution completed. Congratulations to the host for reaching level 10 and obtaining a blue treasure chest. The evolution and upgrade was successful. There's also a treasure chest. As the system prompted, Linhao was startled and woke up instantly. It seems like my night vision has gotten better. And at this time, I clearly realized that it was already night, but the things I could see with my eyes became much clearer. It's obvious that my night vision has improved. Let's take a look at the system panel first. Host, Linhao. Type, Fire Scale Black Koi. Level, 10. Size, 2 meters long, 201 kilograms. Combat Strength, 20. Skills, Camouflage, Fire Scales, Powerful Bite, Powerful Tail Slap, Steel Scales. Magical Power, Auspiciousness of the House LV.4, Passive. Evolution Points, 3715/5000. Hehe, I finally evolved to level 10. It has grown to 2 meters in size and weighed 201 kilograms. Looking at the system panel, Linhao was also a little excited. Now the combat power has reached 20 points. Mull it again in our current state, it will be much easier to kill it. By the way, let's take a look at the system's treasure chest rewards first. Do you want to receive the reward? Looking at the system prompt message at this time, Linhao did not hesitate at all and directly chose to receive it. After receiving it, he chose to open it directly. Anyway, if you can use the things you extract from the treasure chest, you should use them immediately. It will be very beneficial to improving your own strength. This time, what appeared before his eyes was the shadow of a blue treasure chest. Soon, as Linhao thought about it, the blue treasure chest opened slowly and automatically. Plop, plop. Linhao's heart began to beat rapidly at this time, and he became a little nervous this time. After all, this is a blue treasure chest. Squeak. Along with the sound of a treasure chest opening, many rotating entries were clearly seen. Speed up, blue, physical improvement, blue, strong tail fin, blue, sharp serrations, blue. And at this time, these entries began to rotate slowly at a speed visible to the naked eye. Spin faster and faster. All of them are blue entries. Here's something good. Linhao also prayed silently at this time. After a while, the rotating entries began to slow down. Then slowly fix on one of the entries. Sharp horn. Sharp horn. What's this? Looking at the things that were extracted, Linhao was slightly stunned. Sharp horn, blue sharp horn, can have a certain lethality. Use immediately. The system prompts came one after another. Use. After thinking about it for a while, Linhao chose to use it directly. No matter what angle it is, use it first. At this time, after he chose to use it, he could clearly feel an itchy sensation coming from a place above his head. It feels like something is growing out of your skin. Soon, a sharp horn appeared on Linhao's head. It's a bit strange for a koi like me to have horns like this. Feeling the single horn growing from the center of his head, Linhao was a little amused. But this horn should be quite sharp. When I accelerate and sprint, it seems to be able to cause a strong impact. Thinking of this, he became a little excited. This way, there is one more means of attack. Hey. Huh. It seems like my mouth is starting to get a little bigger, too. This time, Linhao also clearly discovered that the structure of his mouth had also changed slightly. It seemed to have opened a lot more to both sides and could open wider. If it continues to evolve, in which direction will it evolve? Can you evolve hands and feet? Linhao spoke quietly. If you had hands and feet, hunting other creatures would be much easier. His body slightly emerged above, and he saw a wild boar drinking water by the bank of the pool. Let me try you first. Chapter 29 Meeting. Looking at the wild boar on the shore, Linhao also felt like giving it a try. Now I have a sharp horn. If I can pierce its head with one blow, I should be able to kill it. This wild boar is not that big, so we should have a chance. At this time, Linhao began to accumulate strength. As he swam slowly and carefully, his whole body began to accumulate strength. The wild boar drinking water on the shore had not noticed anything yet. It's time. At the moment of getting close, Linhao swung his tail and his whole body burst out with extremely strong explosive power. Moreover, after completing the task before, the acceleration ability was improved. At this moment, the acceleration was even faster. Use all your strength to sprint out of the pool. The sharp horn was aimed at the wild boar's head. By the time the wild boar reacted, the sharp horn had already pierced through its head. Spurted out at this moment. The wild boar struggled frantically for a while, and soon fell to the ground, without any sound. Many small animals around seemed to be frightened and scattered in all directions. Shit, my horn is stuck. At this time, Linhao clearly discovered that his horns were stuck by the wild boar's head. His body kept shaking at this time, and it took him a while to pull out the horn. It would be nice if I could grow limbs. Linhao couldn't help but sigh at this time. Otherwise, it would be embarrassing if the horn pierced through the opponent's body and could not be pulled out. Fortunately, it was just as I expected. I killed him with one strike. He opened his mouth at the same time, bit the wild boar's body directly and dragged it into the water. It was easy to deal with the wild boar once it fell into the water. He simply opened his mouth and started biting with his sharp teeth. Pa, there are too many wild boar hairs. After he bit it a few times, he felt like he had a mouthful of hair. With a thought, use the fire scale skill directly. At this moment, all the scales on his body seemed to be on fire. He approached the wild boar's corpse and directly burned all the hair on the wild boar's corpse. After getting rid of most of the wild boar hair, Linhao continued to bite it. Yes, wild boar meat is quite chewy. Linhao also obviously felt very happy. Devour. Keep swallowing. Readily. Soon, the wild boar was gnawed into a pile of bones by Linhao. But he definitely won't eat organs like large intestines that have a raw taste. Devour a wild boar and gain 350 evolution points. 350 evolution points. Not bad. Looking at the system prompt, Linhao's eyes lit up slightly. But it's only equivalent to the evolution points of 4 adult grass carps. This is a wild boar. It could also be that the wild boar is a little too small. Linhao talked to himself. At this time, he surfaced and continued to look around. Some small animals such as mice began to appear again. There were also rats appearing on the shore, seemingly eating something. Seeing this scene, Linhao sprinted forward, pierced the body of a big rat with his horn, then returned to the pool and swung the rat out from under his horn and ate it in one bite. It's not bad to have this horn. Otherwise, it would have been impossible to eat wild boar before. In this case, if we teleport there tomorrow, we should be able to evolve again. At least one level of evolution every day, if you can keep up this pace. Thinking of this, Linhao was looking forward to tomorrow even more. This ET is too rampant. They actually attacked ordinary people in our city. At the same time, in the Longyin Research Institute, government officials and HXLZ personnel were also holding a meeting. This monster killed people in the city, and now people in the city are a little panicked. And their government is also under a lot of pressure. We must solve this case as soon as possible. The place where it can hide has been locked down. We will conduct a siege here. It won't be able to escape. At this time, a young man from HXLZ stood up, connected his laptop to the projector, and showed a map to everyone. On the map of Longyin City, a red circle can be clearly seen. This circle marks the range where this monster is located. It would be great if it could be resolved as soon as possible. The person in charge at the government side was also having a huge headache at this time. Who would have thought that such a situation would suddenly happen? The population of Longyin City is huge. It would be even more troublesome if this monster continued to attack ordinary people indiscriminately. The impact this time was huge. Don't worry, we HXLZ will get rid of it even if we risk our lives. The young man also said this with a serious expression at this time. Good. Thank you for your hard work. The rest of the staff nodded as well. Oh, and there is also the latest news. Today, someone found the skeleton of this creature in the Hanoi River. At this time, the people from the government also brought over a laptop, and then took the HDMI cable and connected it to the projector. As he opened a picture, everyone could clearly see the picture from the high-definition projection. This picture shows the skeleton of a fish. This skeleton is very complete and unlike other fish skeletons, it has very thick bones and very large and sharp teeth. At this time, the government official also spoke to everyone. Hanoi River is a freshwater river. How can there be such big fish in it? A middle-aged man looked at the situation and frowned. Although there are big fish in the freshwater river, this is a cold-water river. There are generally more grass carp and crucian carp here, and it is impossible for such large fish to survive here. The fish in Hanoi River are mainly grass carp and crucian carp, which should not be the fish in Hanoi River. And judging by the morphology of its bones, it should be a fish that was infected with the GT virus and evolved. Luo Shui, who was sitting in the front area, looked at the picture and spoke softly at this time. Another mutant creature. As Luo Shui finished speaking, everyone felt a little numb. There are so many mutant creatures appearing during this period of time. They got a headache when they heard about mutant creatures. Based on the skeleton of this fish, I guess it's a mullet. Luo Shui continued to speak. There must be another mutant creature in the Hanoi River that ate this mullet. As soon as he finished speaking, the government workers became even more troubled. In other words, there is another living mutant creature in Hanoi River. Chapter 30, Large Quantities of Tilapia. So what do we do now? A government worker couldn't help but speak out. The ET issue has not been resolved yet, and new mutant creatures have been discovered, and these mutant creatures seem to be unusual. The others also looked towards Luo Shui. Let's first deal with the ET issue, and then go survey the Hanoi River. There will be more and more mutant creatures. This is already a trend. But ET must be dealt with first. Luo Shui said with a stern expression. That kind of monster has a very high IQ and is very powerful. Once it continues to sneak into the crowd, the damage it causes will be enormous. What's even more nerve-wracking is that every time these ETs appear, some extremely powerful mutant creatures appear in the nearby area. According to research, it is these ETs that are awakening some dormant mutant creatures. The young man in the HXLZ uniform also nodded slightly. Okay, let's do our best to kill that creature first. Our government will send people to block off the Hanoi River first. A government worker also nodded slightly at this time. The current situation is indeed a headache, but no matter what, we still have to solve these problems as much as possible. Time flies, and soon it is the next day. There seemed to be an explosion in Dongqing district last night. Did you hear about it? I heard about it too. It is said that some monster appeared. Is this true? Don't scare me. Why would I lie to you? It looks like there are police officers dispatched. At noon, there were still many people coming and going on the way to the Dragon King Temple in the central area of Wolongqi. Monster? Listening to the discussions of passers-by in the Hualong Pond, Linhao was a little surprised. After the monster was discovered, did they surround and destroy it? I don't know if I succeeded in killing him. Linhao spoke secretly in his heart. I'd better find a way to evolve these quickly first. These are not within my consideration at the moment. What can he, a little carp in the Hualong Pond, do? Evolve first, and see if you can evolve limbs. With a thought, the system panel appeared before my eyes. After I clicked on the map with my mind, a map appeared before my eyes. 1.5 hours. I looked carefully at the transmission time on the map and it has reached 1.5 hours. Before, it was still an hour. That way, I can stay for another half an hour. Thinking of this, he was a little excited. In half an hour, more creatures can be devoured. The Hanshui River is very big, and I was only in the downstream area last time. I haven't looked at the upstream area yet. And the river outside the Longyin chemical plant seems to be very large. Looking at the two areas on the map that could be teleported to, he thought about it for a moment and directly chose one of them. The river near Longyin chemical plant. I haven't been here before, let's go check it out first. At this moment, accompanied by a flash of white light, Linhao's body disappeared into the dragon pool. The next moment, I noticed changes in what I saw. The water quality of this river is quite poor. As soon as he was teleported to this area, Linhao felt that the water quality here was not good. There seems to be an unpleasant smell in the river water, and it is also quite turbid. There are fish. At this moment, Linhao clearly saw the shadow of a fish in front of him. Food delivered to your door. These are all evolution points. Whoosh! At this moment, with a swing of his tail, he instantly burst out with extremely strong acceleration and rushed straight up. Open your serrated mouth and bite straight away. This fish was bitten directly into two halves. He took a few bites and swallowed it all. Devour an adult tilapia and gain 50 evolution points. It turned out to be tilapia. Seeing the system prompt, Linhao also reacted at this time. The area was rather turbid just now, and he hadn't been able to see clearly what kind of fish it was. But it's only 50 evolution points. This is a bit too little. Linhao was a little depressed. You should know that the adult grass carp, crucian carp and the like that you swallowed before all had 90 evolution points. There's more out there. He didn't think too much about it at this time and sprinted to the front instantly. Many. The number of tilapia here is simply outrageous. He no longer cared about anything else now. He just opened his mouth and started biting and swallowing madly. A lot of blood flowed out, staining the surrounding area with a red blush. Devour a juvenile tilapia and gain 20 evolution points. Devour an adult tilapia and gain 50 evolution points. Devour. System prompts continued to come at this time. This prompt appeared so quickly that it was like a continuous pop-up window. The evolution points he accumulated were also increasing at this time. The rate of increase is getting faster and faster. When he was teleported here, he had thought that there might not be many fish. Who could have thought that the number of tilapia here was beyond his imagination? Cool. It's so refreshing. In such a short period of time, the added evolution points are simply amazing. He didn't know how long he had been eating, but Linhao felt his mouth was numb from eating so much. He just kept chewing mechanically. Only after the last prompt sounded did Linhao stop his actions. Huh. Have you finished eating? I looked around, but there was no trace of any tilapia. The surrounding river water now looks crimson. Take a look at the system panel. Host, Linhao. Type, Fire Scale Black Koi. Level, 10. Size, 2 meters long, 201 kilograms. Combat Strength, 20. Skills, camouflage, fire scales, powerful bite, powerful tail slap, steel scales. Magical power, auspiciousness of the house LV.4, passive. Evolution points, 14805/5000. Fuck. The evolution points have accumulated to more than 14,000. Looking at the evolution points on the system panel, Linhao was completely shocked. Who could have thought that the evolution points would increase to this extent? Ha ha ha. It's so cool. Linhao was also extremely happy now, and he kept swimming back and forth in the water. Although the evolution points gained from devouring a tilapia are not many, there are still many tilapia. The evolution points accumulated this time are enough to upgrade twice at least. And now if you look closely, you can see a golden icon on the system panel. Oh right, the mission. The task of devouring tilapia was refreshed last night. He was startled and immediately came to his senses. Chapter 31 Big Fish. As Linhao clicked on the flashing icon, a window popped up instantly. Normal task, devour 100 tilapias 100/100, reward, physical improvement, completed. Hehe, this time the system finally behaved properly. This new task popped up last night, and I didn't expect to complete it today. As he received the reward for this task, he vaguely felt a warm current coming from his body. As this warmth spreads, the whole body becomes extremely comfortable. I vaguely felt that my body seemed to have become a lot stronger. It's a pity that there is only this one task. Linhao sighed, he continued to swim forward. Although there are a lot of these tilapia, they are good for gaining evolution points, but if you eat too much, your mouth will taste like metal. He complained as he swam forward. The water quality of this river is worrying, but under such water quality, tilapia are so active. So many sewage pipes. As he continued to swim, he could see many sewage pipes. Damn, I ate so much tilapia, will I also exceed the heavy metal limit? He started to complain. But no matter how much you complain, you still have to eat what you have. The structure of his stomach is now like a bottomless pit. It seems that no matter how much food he swallows, he can digest it immediately. This should be the special change brought about by the system. Hurry up, catch them all. A number of people could be vaguely seen on the river bank ahead. These people were constantly catching some tilapia, taking away the big ones and throwing the small ones back into the river. There were so many tilapia that they didn't even have to catch them, they could just salvage them. I met someone again. Looking at the people not far away, he thought for a moment and continued to swim forward. Because his body is all black, it is difficult for people to spot him unless they look closely. Boss, the taste of these fish is different from the tilapia we farm. Will people find out? An employee spoke up while catching the tilapia. Tilapia is a fish that reproduces very quickly and is also an invasive alien species. However, compared to the scavenger fish, it is still edible, and there are very few bones in the meat, so some people buy it to eat. I'm not afraid of shit. Just mix them together and sell them. This kind of fish is so cheap. A middle-aged man heard what the man said and immediately cursed. Catch more. We can't go out to sea now, and some rivers are blocked. The price of fish has also gone up. There are also many people buying tilapia recently. He also chuckled at this time. This river is relatively remote and few people come here. He had discovered that there were a large number of tilapia here before. Moreover, these tilapias are very large, so nothing will happen if you mix them with farm tilapia and sell them together. People who buy tilapia usually braise it. Who the hell would steam this fish? These people can't taste anything. This is too immoral. Listening to what these people said, Linhao sneered in his heart. All the creatures in this river must have excessive levels of heavy metals. If people eat these fish, there will definitely be effects on their health. Eating too much may even cause cancer. And they had placed a large white barrel on the shore, which was already filled with a lot of tilapia. Another net. At this time, a man took a fishing net and threw it directly into the river, and then continued to collect the net. Why can't I pull it? But at this moment, the man suddenly found that the fishing net seemed to be difficult to pull. He frowned and continued to exert force with both hands. Is it stuck on a rock? A man also spoke out curiously at this time. How is that possible? There are no rocks underneath. This isn't the first time I've cast a net. The man pulling the net spoke in an unpleasant voice. It's moving. But at this moment, he suddenly found that he was able to pull the fishing net. Come together, it seems like a lot. At this moment he obviously felt very heavy, as if he had a large net of fish. Push harder. At this time, the rest of the people also pulled the fishing net together and began to exert more force. Soon, a huge figure began to slowly emerge from the water as they pulled the net. What is this? One of the men was the first to see a black unicorn. This horn is very long, thick and sharp. The next moment, the huge fish head appeared. Fish, fish. The others were also completely shocked when they saw this scene. The fish head alone is so big, and at this time, the fish body slowly emerges. A big shipment. Their boss was also shocked when he saw this scene. Boom. But at this moment, the scales on Linhao's body burst into flames. The fishing net was burned in an instant, and the huge body rushed towards the shore. Run! Run! These people were terrified. Boom! Linhao's huge horn directly blew through the big white barrel, and a large number of tilapia slipped directly from the barrel into the water. These people are now crawling and running away. Their boss, the middle-aged man, is almost scared to death. Monster, monster. His legs went weak and he kept crawling forward. At first he thought he had caught an incredible big fish, but then flames came out from the fish's body and burned the fishing net, which really scared him to death. These people rolled and crawled for a long distance before stopping. What on earth was that just now? Their legs were so weak that they sat down on the ground. Thinking about what I just saw still makes my scalp tingle. It's so scary. This fish has horns, is at least 2 meters long, and can emit fire. One of them also muttered to himself at this time. Thinking about what I just saw, my whole body is shaking. It's so scary. Who could have thought that such a monster could be caught? Boss? Boss, are you okay? At this time, they looked forward and could clearly see that their boss had fallen to the ground, his face pale and his whole body trembling. There were wet marks on the ground. Hey, all the fish here are mine. At this time, Linhao opened his mouth and continued to swallow the tilapia around him. The effect of the fire scales is still there. The river water seems to be boiling. The terribly high temperature scalds the surrounding tilapia to death. It even looks like it's cooked. He opened his mouth and continued to bite. One at a time. Efficiency lever. Chapter 32 Bite Force Improvement. Swallow. Keep swallowing. There are simply too many of these tilapia. So good to swallow them like crazy and watch the evolution points continue to increase wildly. Devour an adult tilapia and gain 50 evolution points. Devour a juvenile tilapia and gain 20 evolution points. Devour. System prompts continued to come at this time. The ding 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 reminder sounds continued to be heard. Cool. I don't know how long it took, but finally all the tilapia in this area were eaten up. Congratulations to the host for achieving the achievement, Tilapia Hunter. My god, you ate more than 300 tilapia. Congratulations to the host for receiving the achievement reward Ordinary Treasure Chest. And if you look closely, it seems that an achievement pops up. I didn't notice it before, but there is an achievement. Looking at the system prompt, Linhao's eyes lit up slightly. Another Ordinary Treasure Chest was rewarded. If it's a blue treasure chest, it's about the same, but it's better than nothing. Linhao was also a little expectant at this time. Without any hesitation, after receiving the treasure chest, he chose to open it. Soon, the shadow of a white treasure chest appeared before my eyes. The treasure chest made a creaking sound and began to open slowly. Before, in the open treasure chest, you can clearly see that many entries are slowly turning. Strength boost, white, speed boost, white, tough fish fins, white, ability, bubble blow, white. Same entry as before. All white. After these entries started to rotate, they soon stopped slowly. Bite force enhancement, white. Increase bite force. That's fine. Looking at the last entry that appeared, Linhao felt it was okay. At least it's useful. Soon, he felt a slightly sour sensation on the gums in his mouth. However, this feeling did not last long and slowly disappeared. Has the bite force been improved so much? Linhao subconsciously bit his teeth a few times, and indeed seemed to feel a little more powerful. This powerful feeling is really refreshing. Go ahead and see if there are any more of these tilapia. This time he really enjoyed the meal. There are so many tilapia here that there are far more of them than those in the Hanoi River. Continuing to go upstream, we obviously found that the river channel above had become much narrower, and there were many strange algae growing in the river. Huh. Shrimp. Soon, he discovered some shrimps among the algae in front of him. Linhao's eyes lit up, and at this moment his body moved, bursting out with extremely strong acceleration, and rushed directly to the area ahead. Open your mouth and swallow these shrimps. Devour an adult crayfish and gain 15 evolution points. Devour. The system prompt sounds came one after another soon. Only 15 evolution points. Seeing the system prompt, Linhao was also a little depressed. As expected, these relatively common creatures have fewer evolutionary points than normal creatures. River shrimps can increase their evolution points by 30 points. But there seem to be quite a lot of crayfish. At this time, Linhao continued to swim forward. Fire scales. At this time, he continued to use his skills. Soon as this skill was activated, flames began to appear from the scales all over his body. Gurgle gurgle. The surrounding river water seemed to begin to boil at this time. The water temperature nearby also began to rise at this time. Great, it's all here. Many crayfish hiding nearby also started to run out at this time. Hey hey. Seeing this situation, Linhao immediately opened his mouth and began to devour the crayfish frantically. Were swallowed at once with just one mouthful. Anyway, no matter what it is, as long as there is something to eat, it's fine. The evolution points constantly increasing is so refreshing. As he continued to devour the crayfish, his body disappeared from the spot with a flash of light. It's actually time. What a pity, otherwise I could have gained another wave of evolution points. Seeing that he was teleported back to the dragon pond, Linhao felt a little helpless. Happy times always pass so quickly. Look at how many evolution points have increased now. Evolution points, 26745/5000. Fuck. The evolution points have actually reached 26,000. Seeing this scene, Linhao's eyes widened. I never expected that the evolution points would increase so much. This is just so cool. There are still so many crayfish upstream. Look for more tilapia. There should be more. After the evolution is complete, we'll go over there and harvest another wave. Thinking of this, he found a location in the dragon pond and chose to evolve directly. 5,000 evolution points were directly deducted at this moment, and he entered the state of evolution. Just now, there seemed to be a big fish. Am I seeing things? A man walked by the shore and vaguely saw what seemed to be a very large fish in the Hualong pond. What big fish? It's just a koi fish. The man's friend looked at him standing there in a daze and immediately laughed. Looking carefully at this time, there are indeed several big koi swimming under the bridge. Well, maybe I'm seeing things. I'm telling the truth, there really is a monster in that river. I seriously suspect that the Longyin chemical plant discharged too much sewage, which caused the creatures there to mutate. The people who had caught the tilapia earlier have now come to the police station to report the case. Monster? What monster? The two auxiliary police officers looked at him and spoke out curiously at this time. Fish. A fish over 2 meters long with a unicorn horn. The middle-aged man, who was the boss of these people, also gestured with his hands and then spoke. Yes, yes, yes. The others nodded quickly. Thinking of the scenes they had seen before, their scalps were tingling and their lips were trembling. Is this the fish? The two auxiliary police officers looked at each other and then drew a unicorn fish on the paper. No, no, there's fire coming out of this fish. A man looked at it and then shook his head. Fire? The auxiliary police officer was stunned for a moment, and then the two of them looked at each other and couldn't help but chuckle. What are you laughing at? We are serious. They couldn't help but speak out at this time. Ahem, we are professionally trained and will never laugh. You mean this fish is over 2 meters long, has horns on its head, and spits out fire, right? They looked serious for a moment and then spoke seriously. Yes, yes, yes. Monster, this is a monster. Their boss was also trembling a little at this time. Chapter 33 Crazy Evolution. He was so scared that he wet his pants. The impact brought by this strange fish is really too strong. When had he ever encountered such a strange thing? This Digimon. The auxiliary police officer couldn't help but speak out at this time. I'm serious with you guys. If you do this again, I will complain to you. They were stunned for a moment, then stood up and spoke a little angrily. Absolutely true. They actually saw the monster with their own eyes. Okay, just kidding. We have already recorded this matter, but as you can see, our police station is very busy right now. We will notify you when we have any news. The two auxiliary police officers also said with a smile at this time. What they said was true. During this period of time, all the police force in the police station was transferred there. It seems to be just to deal with the strange things that happened before. Okay. Someone must go and see it. They also nodded at this time. By the way, what were you doing there and why did you find this strange fish? One of the auxiliary police officers spoke out curiously at this time. Go catch tilapia and sell them. One of the men spoke up subconsciously. Shut up. The middle-aged man reacted quickly and covered his mouth. Remember to check it out. I seriously suspect that the Longyin chemical plant sewage discharge has caused the fish to mutate. As he spoke, he took his employees away. Go over there and catch tilapia to sell. The auxiliary police officer obviously heard what the man said and frowned. These guys must have lost their minds. How could they have such fish? Another auxiliary police officer also shook his head while holding the portrait. Wrong. You should have heard about some monsters recently. The other person frowned at this time. Although they are auxiliary police, the news of a monster stranded on the beach has already been spread. After all, that place has been blocked for some time, and there are speculations from all sides. A complete blockade is impossible. I'll talk to them when they come back. Time soon turned to night, and the bright night sky was reflected in the Hualong Pond. Crash! The next moment, a huge figure began to emerge from the water, then leaped forward and fell, splashing countless water. Haha! I just evolved this, and I feel like my whole body is full of power. At this time, Linhao also spoke excitedly. He had just evolved, and before he had time to look at the system panel, he could clearly feel his body filled with powerful strength. He couldn't help but swim wildly in the pool. See how far it has improved. Host, Linhao. Type, Fire Scale Black Koi. Level, 11. Size, 2.3 meters long, 254 kilograms in weight. Combat Strength, 24. Skills, Camouflage, Fire Scales, Powerful Bite, Powerful Tail Slap, Steel Scales. Magical Power, Auspiciousness of the House LV.4, Passive. Evolution Points, 21745/6000. It's a little longer in size, but the rest seems to have changed little. But the combat power has increased from 20 to 24. I can clearly feel that the strength of my body is different from before. Looking at the system panel, Linhao also spoke quietly. This combat power is calculated comprehensively, and even if it doesn't increase at all, you can feel a big difference. The next plan only requires 6,000 evolution points, so we can still continue to evolve. But it's not enough, we need to do more. Looking around, I could hear the chirping of some birds, but I didn't see any other living creatures near the shore. Moreover, he had no limbs now and could not climb ashore, so he could only soak in the water. By the way, this magical power was upgraded to LV.4 before, but I haven't taken a closer look at the effect yet. At this time, Linhao also noticed his own magical skills. With a thought, this magical skill appeared below. Auspicious signs for the house LV.4, passive improves the fortune of nearby things and speeds up the evolution of nearby plants and animals. Before, it was able to improve the luck of nearby things in a small area, but now this small area is gone. Also, the word slightly that slightly increased the evolution speed of nearby plants and animals is gone. Does it mean that the scope of improvement has been expanded? And the speed of evolution has also increased? Linhao also spoke secretly in his heart at this time. But for the time being, there is no visible change. I looked at the flowers, plants and trees around me, and there didn't seem to be any special changes. Many koi in the Hualong Pond were also surrounding Linhao and swimming around him. But these koi seem to have grown a lot bigger in the past period of time. After careful observation, he also clearly discovered the changes in these koi. Boom! At this moment, the entire Hualong Pond shook slightly, and in the area not far away, some bubbles could be clearly seen coming out. The surrounding river water is now beginning to turn a little dark. What the hell? Linhao, sensing this situation, accelerated and rushed over there. Here again. As soon as he rushed to this area, Linhao clearly discovered that this area was the area where he had felt abnormal conditions before. It seems like something is pushing up from below. He stared down and calmed down. There is something. There's definitely something down here. And it is very likely that it is also a mutant creature. However, the shaking feeling that was just felt is gone now. It's quiet again. After waiting here for a while, I realized that it was completely quiet down there. There seemed to be no movement at all. But now he couldn't rush down to see what was going on. He doesn't have any limbs, so is he going to use his horns to push it? Forget it, just wait for this thing to appear on its own. After thinking about it for a while, he shook his head and denied his idea. Now who knows what is hidden underneath? If it is a very powerful creature, trying to wake it up would be like a sheep walking into a tiger's mouth. Looking for death. We still have to keep hiding and keep getting stronger. Use all the evolution points first, and then evolve a few levels. After leaving this area, I came to a huge black rock and hid there, then continued to choose to evolve. With the deduction of 6,000 evolutionary points, he slowly began to fall asleep again and entered a special evolutionary state. This evolution took about 3 hours. The next level requires 7,000 evolution points. Continue. Just after waking up, Linhao glanced at the system panel and chose to evolve again. Anyway, there are still a lot of evolution points now, so I have to use them all up this time. Chapter 34 Relics of Civilization. In the following period of time, once Linhao woke up, he continued to choose to evolve. Consecutive evolutions, it was suddenly noon of the second day. It evolved twice in a row, not bad. As he fully woke up, he could now clearly feel that his body was getting bigger and bigger. Not only is it big, but it's also very long. Let's take a look at the system panel first. After calming down, Linhao moved his mind and a system panel appeared in front of him. Host, Linhao. Type, Fire Scale Black Koi. Level, 14. Size, 3.3 meters long, 305 kilograms. Combat Strength, 38. Skills, Camouflage, Fire Scales, Powerful Bite, Powerful Tail Slap, Steel Scales. Magical Power, Auspiciousness of the House LV.4, Passive. Evolution Points, 745/10,000. Apart from the changes in size and combat power, there doesn't seem to be any major changes. Linhao carefully looked at the system panel, he spoke secretly. But after my combat power increased to 38, it seemed like my entire body became more powerful. I don't know if I can encounter any mutant creatures. Linhao couldn't help but sigh at this time. If he encounters a mutated fish like the one before, he is sure that he can kill it easily. Let's see if there are any new tasks. As soon as the thought came to mind, at this moment, the task list appeared in front of me. Normal task, Devour 100 Scavengers 75 out of 100, reward, teeth sharpness increased. Normal task, Devour 200 Crayfish 0 out of 100, reward, increased sharpness of horn. Normal task, Devour 10 Yellow Eels 0 out of 10, reward, white treasure chest. Difficult task, Devour 10 Mutant Creatures February 10th, reward, blue treasure chest. 4 tasks. This difficult task is a bit troublesome. How can we find so many mutant creatures? Linhao was a little depressed. And the only reward for completing this task is a blue treasure chest. Never mind, keep getting evolution points and leveling up. At this moment, he clicked on the map in the upper left corner of the system panel with his mind, and soon a map appeared in front of him. Transfer time, 2 hours. It's become 2 hours. Looking at the transmission time on this map, Linhao was also a little surprised. Sure enough, as my level continued to increase, the time I could teleport also began to increase slowly. In this way, we can do something big again. Without thinking too much, he chose to teleport. The location of teleportation was, of course, the river outside the Longyin chemical plant. As his whole body was wrapped in white light, the next moment, he came directly to the river. It's that familiar sticky feeling again. It really makes me uncomfortable. His senses were teleported to the river. Linhao started to complain. This river is seriously polluted. Just staying in the water makes people feel uncomfortable. Hey, the area we teleported to this time is exactly the area we teleported back to last time. I took a close look at the environment I was in now. Isn't this the area I was forced to teleport back to last time when the time was up? There are quite a lot of crayfish. I looked around and found some traces of crayfish. Fire scales. As Linhao used this skill, the scales all over his body seemed to be burning. Gurgle gurgle. The temperature of the surrounding river water began to rise continuously. Many crayfish hiding in the surrounding algae clearly felt the change in the temperature of the river water and began to run out and swim to the other side. Swallow. Linhao opened his mouth and took in several at one bite. As his body has grown, his mouth has also become much bigger. Devour an adult crayfish and gain 15 evolution points. Devour. The system prompt sounds came one after another soon. Although devouring a crayfish only gives you 15 evolution points, the advantage is that there are so many crayfish. And crayfish are also considered an invasive species, right? Just eat it with big mouthfuls and don't miss any of it. Ate almost all the crayfish he found. The people from HXLZ are now surrounding and killing that ET. We must take action tonight and take it away before they do. Just as he swam upstream, he vaguely heard a sound coming from not far away. Linhao, who had good hearing, could also hear the man's voice clearly. HXLZ. ET. Hearing these key words, Linhao was a little surprised. Now he roughly knows that the so-called HXLZ is an official organization, an organization that deals with mutant creatures. And ET is unidentified extraterrestrial creatures. After calming down, he began to hide at the bottom of the river, and then slowly swam towards the front. First of all, the water in this river is relatively turbid. In addition, his entire body is black, and he has the ability to camouflage, so ordinary people will not be able to notice him. Soon, Linhao vaguely saw two men standing on the river bank in front. Both men were carrying black boxes on their backs and were smoking cigarettes, puffing out smoke. Who are they? Looking at this scene, Linhao was also a little curious. These two people always feel that they are not official personnel. Since it came here, it must want to awaken the ancient creature hidden in Longyin City. And there must be relics of civilization hidden in this Longyin City. A middle-aged man took a deep puff of his cigarette and exhaled a smoke ring. Ancient creatures. Relics of civilization. Linhao also quickly captured the key words. There was also a look of shock in his heart. Although a lot of information has been captured before, this time, new news has been learned. By integrating and connecting these pieces of information, it is not difficult to conclude that the Earth may have had civilization in ancient times. As long as we find the remains of that civilization and obtain the high-level warrior equipment inside, when the world changes drastically, we will be able to become the strongest. The other person seemed a little excited when he said this. Don't speak so loudly. The middle-aged man beside him said in a deep voice at this time. Do you think there would be anyone in this godforsaken place? The man didn't care. If there is anyone, just kill them directly. When he said this, a ferocious look appeared on his face. He is indeed not a good person. Listening to his words, Linhao also spoke secretly in his heart. What are those black boxes on their backs? Linhao was also very curious at this time. Behind these two people, they were both carrying this kind of rectangular black box. Could it be that there are some sniper rifles in these boxes? Chapter 35, Chasing Linhao. Linhao was also secretly guessing in his heart at this time. It was very similar to the boxes of sniper rifles he had seen in the movies. That's impossible. If it was a gun, why would you carry it around in Longyin City like this? Linhao was also extremely curious at this time. We have to get ready to take action tonight. According to the information we received, this ET has now been surrounded by them and has been narrowed down to a certain area. The middle-aged man also said in a deep voice at this time. He threw the cigarette but directly on the ground and then subconsciously stomped it out. But there are quite a few people coming to HXLZ this time, so it might be a bit dangerous. The younger man beside him also looked serious. Hee hee. To me, they are all just a bunch of little kids. The middle-aged man sneered. That's right, Brother Cohen, you are the one who got the number 3 suit. The young man also smiled at this time. Suit number 3. What's this? The more Linhao listened to their words, the more he felt that he seemed to have no understanding of this world before. There are so many things hidden behind this world that ordinary people don't know. Stop the flattery. The middle-aged man sneered. I don't know if there are any mutant creatures here. As he spoke, he looked at his watch. Linhao, who had been listening to their words attentively, couldn't help but be shocked at this moment. These two people felt very strange, and he instinctively felt a sense of danger. If they find out, it will be a bit troublesome. At this time, his body was motionless, and his camouflage skill made him the same color as the riverbed. Even up close, it was almost impossible to tell that he was here. After all, his color now blends in with the surroundings. Buzz buzz buzz. Strange sounds came from the watch. This sound feels a bit harsh. There's something. The middle-aged man suddenly turned around and looked directly towards the area where Linhao was. Oh shit. Discovered. Linhao's heart was also filled with shock. Could it be that there is something wrong with his watch? Does this watch have special detection capabilities? For a moment, Linhao began to think quickly. Mutated creatures. The young man was also slightly startled. I don't know. But there are strong signs of life, the possibility is very high. The middle-aged man looked at his smart watch, then reached out and pressed a switch on the box behind him. In an instant, a long knife flew out of the box. Clang! At this moment, he reached out and grabbed the handle of the blade, and there was a bright cold light flashing on the blade. Cut! Slashed directly towards the area where Linhao was. Not good. At this moment, Linhao felt an extreme sense of crisis in his heart. He did not stay here. His whole body tensed up and he burst out with extremely strong power. He turned around and walked away in an instant. Swim as fast as you can. Crash. At this moment, the middle-aged man's knife directly split the water in the river into 2 halves, and a large amount of water splashed out. Mutated creatures. When the young man looked closely at this time, he clearly caught sight of Linhao. Brother. At this moment, he looked at the middle-aged man. Chase. Such a large mutant creature, maybe it has that kind of thing inside it. There seemed to be a look of surprise on the middle-aged man's face. He took a step forward on the shore and rushed forward. Yes. The young man also quickly chased after him. Oh shit. It was actually discovered. This guy's watch is so smart. At this time, Linhao, who was in the river, also rushed forward at the fastest speed. Although his body has now grown to more than 3 meters, his speed in the water is still extremely fast. Damn it. This monster is very fast. The slightly younger man couldn't help but speak out when he saw Linhao sprinting away madly in the distance, splashing countless water. You actually knew how to escape. Is there a certain wisdom? The middle-aged man's speed was obviously much faster at this time. The speed that the whole person burst out was simply astonishing. This F*King athlete doesn't have that much sustained explosive power. Linhao swam frantically forward in the water, he turned around from time to time to look back. It can be clearly seen that the middle-aged man is chasing closely on the shore. The speed this guy burst out is so fast that even 100-meter runners would be ashamed of themselves. Moreover, he was still holding a long knife and carrying the black box on his back. Not only does it have strong explosive power, but its endurance is also a bit terrifying. This person is not an ordinary person at all. Linhao did not dare to relax at all and continued to swim forward at an even faster speed. His acceleration ability had been improved before, and now as his tail continued to swing vigorously, the acceleration that burst out was even more terrifying. He didn't want to think about that much now, he just kept swimming. Keep swimming forward at the fastest speed. I don't know how much time has passed, but Linhao has already swam from the upstream area to the downstream area. And now the river bank is full of weeds and there is no road at all. They won't chase us, will they? At this time, Linhao stopped moving, turned around and looked behind him. The surrounding area was covered with tall weeds, unlike the previous area where there were dirt roads on both sides. Call. He couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief when he didn't see anyone chasing him from a distance. Am I too nervous? Even if they find me, what can they do? Can they still go into the water? Linhao sneered. The water is filled with all kinds of filthy river water and feels sticky. If they dare to go into the river, their eyes will probably be blinded by the dirty water. His perception ability is very strong now. After continuing to sense for a while and finding nothing disturbing, he slowly relaxed. Who are those guys? It shouldn't be the same official organization as Luo Shui's. Linhao spoke quietly as he swam towards the area ahead. And he doesn't always feel like a good person. As he swam forward, he could see that there were still a lot of tilapia in the area. Never mind, we'll be running out of time later, so let's eat all these tilapia first. Eat as much as you can. He moved his body, bursting out with extremely strong acceleration force, opened his mouth and began to bite the surrounding tilapia frantically. Devour an adult tilapia and gain 50 evolution points. Devour. System prompts continued to come at this time. Just as he was enjoying his meal, a creature swam towards him from the water behind at a very fast speed. Chapter 36, Battle at the River. The moment he ate the last tilapia nearby, Linhao, who had a strong sense of perception, clearly felt something. He turned suddenly and looked at the area behind him. In the area not far away, one can clearly see a black shadow rushing towards them at a speed visible to the naked eye. What the hell? Linhao's eyes suddenly changed at this moment. This thing is so fast. Could it be a mutant creature? The next moment, as this black shadow came into view, it was obvious that it seemed to be a human figure. People. This man was wearing a special suit of armor on his body, which covered his entire head. And he was holding a knife in his hand. Etc. This knife seems to be the knife of the man just now. Oh shit. Looking at this scene, Linhao was completely dumbfounded. What is happening now is simply shocking. His armor seemed to have a special acceleration ability, allowing the man to move very quickly in the water. It was about to rush in front of Linhao. He held the knife and attacked Linhao directly. Run! Linhao twisted his body and swam directly to the other side. But this man was very fast, and his speed in swinging the knife in the water was surprisingly fast. At this moment, a knife chopped down the body of Linhao who was trying to escape. When a sound of metallic collision was heard in the water. The black iron scales on Linhao's body also began to crack at this time. What a sharp blade! At this moment, the man seemed a little surprised that the knife did not kill Linhao directly. Just as he was about to continue swinging the knife, a burst of fire burst out from Linhao's body. Fire scales. Along with the dazzling firelight, it seemed to flash the man's eyes for a moment, making him stunned for a second. At this moment, Linhao didn't run away at all, but turned around and rushed towards him. Damn it, you dared to chop me with a knife. Linhao was also annoyed inside, and suddenly rushed towards him with his horn. Boom! The sharp horn pierced his helmet directly. Now at a close distance, you can clearly see the man's cheek through the transparent glass of the helmet. It's clearly the same person just now. Now Linhao had no time to think about why he wore such strange armor, he just attacked madly. Boom boom boom. In just a short moment, he made 3 lightning-fast charges, and his sharp horn pushed the man's body backwards. However, the man reacted quickly, holding the long knife in his hand, and was about to chop at Linhao again. But Linhao didn't give him the chance and just swung it away with a powerful tail slap. Boom! The tail hit him directly on the head. Even though he was wearing a helmet, the force of the tail's blow was truly terrifying. The powerful impact made his head a little dizzy. At this moment, Linhao opened his mouth and bit his arm. Damn it! What kind of armor is this? How can it be so tough? After biting it madly for a few times, he obviously found that the armor was too tough. But he didn't care about that and just bit the hand holding the knife madly. Although the terrifying bite force did not directly break the armor, it also caused the man to feel severe pain in his arm. Damn it! What kind of monster is this? The man also roared in anger in his heart. At this moment, he couldn't hold the knife at all, so he could only swing his left hand and smash it towards Linhao's body. Bump. But at this time, Linhao's body was burning with flames, and he was covered with black scale iron armor. Although his attack made Linhao feel a little painful, it was not a big deal. A man and a fish fought fiercely at the bottom of the river. Tear. Soon, Linhao finally bit a hole in the armor on the man's arm. This is impossible. Feeling this situation, the man's pupils shrank slightly. Gurgle gurgle. At the same time, a man swam over from not far away, also holding a sword. But this man's body was not wearing this special armor. Court death. Linhao's eyes were red at this time. He wanted to kill me, so let's see who dies first. At this moment, a white light burst out from his body, and his entire body disappeared in front of the two people. Hoo. Teleported back. Feeling the changes in the surrounding environment at this time, Linhao also clearly discovered that he was now back to the Hualong Pond. The effect of the fire scales had just disappeared. Looking closely, one could clearly see a large number of cracks on the black scales on his body. This knife is really sharp. If I get slashed one more time, my scales will probably burst. Thinking about what just happened, he is now a little scared. The knives those guys were holding didn't look like ordinary blades. There is no way an ordinary blade can be so sharp. And what is this armor he is wearing? Suit number 3. He vaguely heard these words when the two people were talking before. Is technology so advanced now? Even this kind of armor has been made? Linhao was also confused. Wait, that's not right. If you think about it carefully, combined with what they said in their previous conversation about the remains of civilization, does it mean that they discovered some remains of other civilizations that existed on Earth, and then gained something from those remains of civilization? Is it possible that the strange armor that the man was wearing just now was obtained from them? It's possible. Very likely. Ancient creatures, civilization relics, GT viruses, ET alien creatures. Connecting everything we know now together forms a clear line. Is it true that other civilizations had come to Earth a long time ago and left behind special relics? Among the relics, could there be some special viruses from those civilizations that could cause organisms to evolve? And the ETs that appear now are the intelligent creatures who left behind the remains of civilization. They want to reopen those remains of civilization and awaken some mutated creatures they brought from outer space. Very likely. Thinking of his own guess, Linhao couldn't help but take a breath. But there is still a problem. Why are these ETs going to so much trouble to do all this? If they want to occupy the Earth, can't they just attack directly with spacecraft? Thinking of this, he became a little confused. But no matter what, the only thing we know now is that the Earth will definitely undergo drastic changes in the near future. Extremely dangerous. Evolve. I must evolve myself to an extremely strong level as quickly as possible. Chapter 37 Level 15. The current situation is too stressful for him. Especially after learning so many strange things today, the impact on him was really too great. See how many evolution points you get. After taking a deep breath, Linhao moved his mind and a system panel appeared in front of him. Host, Linhao. Type, Fire Scale Black Koi. Level, 14. Size, 3.3 meters long, 305 kilograms. Combat Strength, 38. Skills, Camouflage, Fire Scales, Powerful Bite, Powerful Tail Slap, Steel Scales. Magical Power, Auspiciousness of the House LV.4, Passive. Evolution Points, 11854/10,000. I actually got more than 10,000 points, which is pretty good. Looking at the evolution points displayed on the system panel, he couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. This situation happened today. I originally thought that the creatures I devoured were not enough, but I didn't expect that the accumulation reached more than 10,000 points. It's pretty good. By the way, it seems that a task has been completed. Look at the golden icon that appears in the upper right corner of the system panel. I clicked it and a pop-up window appeared. Ordinary task, devour 200 crayfish 200/200, reward, increased sharpness of horn, completed. Well, it seems that I have just devoured 200 crayfish. At this time, Linhao did not hesitate at all and directly chose to receive the reward. At this moment, he could clearly feel a slight soreness in his horn. However, this feeling did not last long and completely disappeared. I don't know how much the sharpness will be improved, and there's no way to try it out. It has no hands now and there is no mirror here, so it cannot see the changes in its horn at all. Forget it, let's evolve first. Thinking of the two people just now, he now felt a sense of urgency in his heart. Become stronger. We need to become stronger at a faster pace. After finding a safe area, as soon as he thought about it, 10,000 evolution points were instantly deducted. Within a short period of time, he fell into a deep sleep. Crash. At the same time, in the river outside the Longyin chemical plant, two figures swam out of the water and stood directly on the river bank. Brother, why did that mutant creature suddenly disappear? The young man spoke while looking at the middle-aged man wearing armor who was also standing on the shore. The middle-aged man took off his helmet and his face looked extremely solemn. Have no idea. It's like it just disappeared. The middle-aged man said in a deep voice. Thinking of the scene he had just seen, his eyes were filled with disbelief. At that moment, a white light burst out from the body of this strange fish, and then it suddenly disappeared. They searched at the bottom of the river for a long time but found no trace of the strange fish. It was like being teleported away all of a sudden. Could it be that this mutant creature has the ability to teleport? The young man couldn't help but speak out at this time. So weird. They had killed many mutant creatures, some that could breathe fire, some that could spit venom, but they had never seen one that could suddenly teleport away. Do you think it's possible? Nonsense. The middle-aged man listened to his words and couldn't help but speak out. A mutant creature with the ability to teleport sounds a bit outrageous. But how to explain the scene I just saw? Brother, your armor is broken. At this moment, the young man clearly saw several holes on the middle-aged man's arm covered by armor. Damn it. Watching this scene, the middle-aged man's face became increasingly ugly, and he felt heartbroken. This armor is extremely precious and it took a lot of effort to obtain it. He was actually bitten in several places by the mutant creature. The monster's teeth were so sharp and its bite force was so good. Let's get out of here first. We can't stay here any longer. But soon, he took a deep breath, calmed himself down, and spoke. The young man thought about it for a moment and nodded slightly. Before he left, he looked at the river behind him. What on earth was that fish just now? Do you know? The entire area of East Street has been blocked recently. It seemed like something had appeared, and I saw many people in black uniforms. I heard it's haunted. Is this true? Don't scare me. What a haunted thing, that's just stupid, he's a serial killer. Posts have continued to appear in the local forum of Longyin City. Now an area in Longyin City has been blocked, and many men and women in black uniforms have been seen. Coupled with the loud noises coming from there from time to time, many people are wondering what is happening there. But what made many people feel strange this time was that the government did not issue any notice at all and just directly blocked it. This made more people curious. Time quickly came to night, and Linhao, who was sleeping, slowly opened his eyes. The evolution is finally complete. As soon as he woke up, there was a look of surprise in his eyes. This time of evolution takes longer than the previous ones. Congratulations to the host for successfully upgrading to level 15 and obtaining a blue treasure chest. And as soon as he woke up, he could clearly hear the prompt sound from the system. Treasure chest. As expected, there are rewards for upgrading to level 15. In the past, when you upgraded to level 5 for the first time, you would get a white treasure chest reward. When you upgraded to level 10, you would also get a blue treasure chest reward. So by analogy, there should be a treasure chest reward every 5 levels. Sure enough, this time is no exception. Open the treasure chest later, take a look at the current system panel first. He clearly felt that his night vision seemed to have become better. In this night, everything around seems so clear. Moreover, the strength of the entire body seems to have become much stronger. Full of power. With a thought, the upgraded system panel appeared before my eyes. Host, Linhao. Type, Fire Scale Black Koi. Level, 15. Size, 3.5 meters long, 355 kilograms. Combat Strength, 45. Skills, Night Fight, Camouflage, Fire Scale, Powerful Bite, Powerful Tail Slap, Steel Scale Armor. Magical Power, Auspiciousness of the House LV.5, Passive. Evolution Points, 1854/10,000. The length has increased to 3 meters and a half, and the weight is 355 kilograms. Hey, there are new skills. At this moment, as Linhao glanced over, he clearly discovered that he had an additional ability to fight at night. Chapter 38 Super Sharp Teeth. What kind of ability is this? Linhao looked at his newly acquired night fighter and took a closer look. A line of words appeared to introduce this skill. Night combat, night vision is improved and overall strength is increased by 10%. Increase overall combat power by 10% at night. Looking at the introduction of this system, Linhao was also a little excited. Not bad. 10% comprehensive combat effectiveness. A 10% increase may not seem like a lot to him now, but if his strength continues to grow, this 10% increase will become very terrifying. This skill is pretty good. Linhao was also extremely excited. The magical power has also been upgraded to LV.5. Linhao looked carefully at the description of the magical power, but it seemed to be no different from before. The effect has definitely been improved, but the improvement should not be very big, so there is not much change in the wording introduction. By the way, the treasure chest is open directly for you. After taking a deep breath and calming down his excitement, Linhao directly received the treasure chest and chose to open it. Blue treasure chest. This is a blue treasure chest. What is extracted is 100% blue. There is also the possibility of something else of higher quality. But the possibility is very low. Squeak. Along with the sound of a treasure chest opening, many rotating entries were clearly seen. Improved vision, blue, improved speed, blue, improved physique, blue, strong tail fin, blue, sharp saw teeth, blue. It's about the same as before. I don't know what I can extract this time. Linhao was also a little excited at this time. Scales extracted before were all good. If you look closely at this time, as the treasure chest is fully opened, these entries begin to slowly rotate. And the rotation speed is getting faster and faster. They're all blue entries. Holy shit, there are even gold entries. At this moment, his eyes flashed, and Linhao also vaguely saw a golden entry. He is also excited now. If he gets the golden entry, he will definitely take off. Shit. He ran away. But after a while, the golden entry was transferred away. Not long after, the entries began to slow down and then stopped on one of the entries. Super teeth, blue. Super sharp teeth. Linhao was slightly stunned. Super teeth, blue extremely sharp teeth that can bite through black iron. That seems to be okay. After reading the introduction of this entry, Linhao felt a little depressed. I thought I could draw something better, but I didn't expect to get a set of teeth. Blue quality teeth. Can it bite through iron easily? It should be able to inherit the effect of the increased teeth sharpness I obtained earlier, right? After thinking about it for a while, Linhao did not hesitate and chose to use it directly. At this moment, he felt a sharp pain in the serrations on the upper and lower rows of his mouth. The next moment, all his teeth fell out. Fuck. His eyes widened as he watched his teeth fall out of his mouth. But soon, I felt a sore and swollen feeling in my gums, and the next moment, sharp teeth clearly grew out of the upper and lower rows of my mouth. This type of teeth is relatively slender and densely packed. I don't know what it will taste like when I bite it. After Linhao tried biting it a few times, he felt that he was very used to this newest tooth. I just don't know what would happen if I used these teeth to bite those creatures. Humph, don't let me run into you again, or I'll bite even your armor to pieces. Thinking of the person he met today, Linhao sneered. After thinking about it for a moment, he swam directly towards the area ahead. At the bottom of the Hualong Pond. He swam to one of the big rocks, opened his mouth, and bit the rock. Ha! Isn't this rock a little too brittle? As soon as he bit down, Linhao clearly felt that the rock was very easy to chew, just like biting on tofu. No, it's not that the rock is hard to chew, it's that my teeth have become even sharper. Is this the legendary cutting iron like mud? Thinking of this, Linhao became even more excited. Hehe, I'll teleport over there tomorrow and harvest another wave of evolution points, and then I'll be able to continue upgrading. I don't know if the transmission time has been improved. After thinking about it for a while, he opened the system panel and took another look, and was shocked to find that the transmission time had been increased to 2.5 hours. It's improved indeed. Seeing this scene, his eyes lit up slightly. Stay there longer. The map seems to have become wider. And if you look closely, you can clearly see that the area that can be teleported has changed again. It seems to have become a little wider. Cool. If this continues, the areas I can teleport to will become even more. Task refreshed. At this moment, the system prompt suddenly came. Hey, it's early morning already. Hearing the system's prompt, Linhao also subconsciously said in his heart. Because he now knows that each task will be refreshed at around midnight. Normal task, Devour 100 Scavengers 75 out of 100, reward, teeth sharpness increased. Normal task, Devour 500 Black Shrimps 0 out of 100, reward, acceleration boost. Normal task, Devour 10 Yellow Eels 0 out of 10, reward, white treasure chest. Difficult task, Devour 10 Mutant Creatures February 10th, reward, blue treasure chest. An additional task is to devour black-shelled shrimp. 500 black-shelled shrimps. If there are a lot of them, it should be easy to complete this task. Linhao looked at his task list and spoke secretly at this time. Boom. At this moment, a loud noise seemed to come from the distance. What's that sound? It ran towards Longshan. Chase after him. At this time on the east street of Longyin City, several figures holding long swords were quickly getting into the car and heading towards the area ahead. Hurry up. Block all the roads it passes through. This target is extremely dangerous. Once found, shoot it to death. At this time, people from the police were also constantly in contact. That night, a large number of police forces were fully mobilized. E.T. Under the siege of HXLZ, the E.T. was injured and is now trying to escape. Towards Longshan. Luo Shui was driving and listening to the message coming from the Bluetooth headset. At this moment, she suddenly turned around, stepped on the accelerator and headed in that direction. Chapter 39 Nightfall. The so-called Dragon Mountain is the large mountain where the Dragon King Temple is located. The mountains here have strange shapes and look like dragons with different movements from a distance. In addition, because of the existence of the Dragon King Temple, it is called Longshan. We must not let it escape. At this time, Luo Shui had already stepped on the accelerator and was speeding towards the distance. Not only her, many other cars were heading towards Longshan. This arrest operation is of great significance to the entire Longyin city government. If it still escapes, the situation will be troublesome. Surround Longshan completely. We must not let it escape. Why does it seem like there's an explosion over there? Linhao's figure also emerged from the Hualong Pond at this time, his eyes looking towards the distance. But I couldn't see anything. The effect of this night battle is really good. It can be seen so clearly. It's just like daytime. Linhao continued to look around and couldn't help but sigh. You dare to come and drink water. Just as he was looking around, he saw another wild boar appearing not far away. And this wild boar looks even bigger than the one we ate before. The pair of fangs that were growing were obviously very sharp. Not sure if it was the influence of his own magical powers, but Linhao now clearly felt that some of the small animals that appeared around the Hualong Pond seemed to have grown a little bit bigger in size. I don't know if it's an illusion. But now he didn't think much about it. He sank directly into the pool and then slowly moved forward. His movements were very slow, and in the darkness his entire body was pitch black. The wild boar that was drinking water did not notice that danger was slowly approaching. Just as he was about to approach the wild boar, Linhao's whole body tensed up. Rush! At this moment, extremely terrifying power burst out of his body and he instantly soared out of the river. The wild boar instinctively wanted to run, but the impact force unleashed by Linhao was too terrifying, and the speed was too fast. The sharp horn pierced its eye first. Bang! Instantly the eyeball exploded and the horn pierced into the eye area. Moreover, Linhao opened his mouth and bit its head directly. The teeth, now extremely sharp, bit its head off with ease. The wild boar struggled only for a short while before it became completely silent. Linhao shook his head, pulled out the horn, opened his mouth, and dragged the wild boar into the pond. Boom! As his mind moved, his entire body burst into flames. Crash. At this time, bubbles continued to emerge from the surrounding pool water, as if the water was boiling. At this time, some koi fish quickly rushed away and escaped to the other side. Because of the effect of the fire scales, the wild boar's hair was quickly burned off. At this time, Linhao was biting madly. Keep swallowing the wild boar meat. Yes, wild boar meat is delicious. While eating, Linhao couldn't help but sigh. In a short period of time, all the wild boar meat was swallowed by him. Crack, crack. And at this time, Linhao clearly discovered that the wild boar's bones seemed to be very easy to eat. And it's quite delicious, especially the bone marrow inside. Teeth have evolved, so biting bones becomes easy. Devour a wild boar and gain 600 evolution points. There are actually 600 evolution points. Looking at the system prompt, Linhao's eyes lit up slightly. This surprised him a little. Because he remembered that the last time he devoured a wild boar, he only gained 350 evolution points. It's probably because this wild boar is relatively large. And this time I even ate the bones. Linhao also spoke secretly at this time. However, 600 evolution points are still not enough for him now. Too little. Might as well eat a batch of fish. If I can get to the sea, won't I be able to gain more evolution points? It's no problem to upgrade a few times a day. He thought about it and called up the system panel to start looking at it. In the map on the system panel, in addition to the previous Hanoi River and the river near the Longyin chemical plant, the scope has now expanded to a river in Longyin City and the Longyin Reservoir. Good. There are 2 new areas. I just saw that the area expanded, but I haven't looked closely at what area it is. Now, if you look closely, you will find that there are 2 new areas that you can teleport to. There shouldn't be many fish in the rivers in Longyin City, right? And if we get discovered there, it will be troublesome. There seem to be a lot of people fishing over at Longyin Reservoir. Linhao also started talking to himself at this time. During this period of time staying in the Hualong Pond, I was able to learn a lot of information just by listening to the conversations of those who came to the temple to worship. He had heard more than once that people were talking about going to Longyin Reservoir to fish. It seems there are a lot of fish over there. Tap tap tap. Just as he was studying which area he would be teleported to tomorrow, he could vaguely hear the sound of footsteps. Someone is coming. Linhao's hearing ability is very good now. When he heard the footsteps, he reacted instantly. He hid himself in the surroundings in an instant, and then remained motionless, his entire body completely blending into the night. Damn it! I just received news that the people from HXLZ and the police have all rushed over. They are now going to surround the entire Longshan. This voice seems familiar. Hearing the sound, Linhao also spoke quietly. Soon, 2 figures appeared here. One young man was wearing a black combat uniform, and the other was wearing black armor with his head covered by a helmet. It's them. With his night combat capability, even though it was pitch black not far away, he could see it very clearly. Those 2 people were clearly the ones I met today. Unexpectedly, they appeared here. What on earth are these 2 doing? Looking at this scene, Linhao did not make any move. He still watched and observed them quietly. I don't know where this ET went. Look for it again. If we can't find it, we will retreat first. The middle-aged man in armor also spoke in a deep voice at this time. We are at a disadvantage against the people from HXLZ, and my armor has been torn apart by this damn fish. When he said this, there was obvious hatred in his tone. Chapter 40, Monsters in the Pool. The middle-aged man looked at his right arm and his expression became extremely ugly. There are obvious damages on the right arm, which were caused by the bite from the strange fish today. Although it was only damaged this time, it would be very dangerous if you were attacked here during a battle. Let's go back and see if it can be repaired. The young man also spoke at this time. This strange fish has a really strong bite force. It can even bite through a size 3 suit. He muttered something. Stop talking nonsense and go take a look to see if the ET is hiding in there. The middle-aged man ignored his words at this time and walked directly towards the area inside the Dragon King Temple. He was very fast. With just one sprint, he leaped over the stone bridge and into the Dragon King Temple. What a fast speed. If we were on land, I might not be his match. Seeing this situation, Linhao couldn't help but speak out in his heart. This made him even more alert. These people are obviously not ordinary people, and their strength is definitely beyond that of normal people. Moreover, just by looking at the blades in their hands with the naked eye, one can vaguely feel that the blades are unusual. Before, in the water, with the water resistance, I could cut cracks in his scales, but I couldn't imagine it if it happened on land. Brother, is there? The young man looked inside at this time and shouted loudly. There was still candlelight in the Dragon King temple, so it didn't look too dark. No. The middle-aged man quickly came out and shook his head. That makes sense. This ET wouldn't be so stupid as to hide here. The young man also spoke at this time. At this moment, his eyes were looking towards the dragon pond. Even under the moonlight, nothing can be seen clearly now. After all, it was late at night and there were no lights around. The tiny candlelight inside the Dragon King temple could not provide any effective lighting. Will it get into this pool? He stared at the dragon pond and couldn't help but speak out. Linhao, who had been listening to their conversation, was also shocked at this moment. If they went down into the pool to search, maybe I would be discovered. But now I have evolved again, and I have even sharper teeth. I dare to go into the water and see who will win. Linhao also sneered in his heart. Now he is not afraid at all. That shouldn't be possible. Generally speaking, the water properties of these ETs are very poor. Entering the pool means death. After all, they are all surrounding it now. It can't escape even if it has wings. The middle-aged man also shook his head at this time. That's true. The young man also nodded slightly. Go find them quickly. If we can't find them, people from HXLZ and the government will come over and it will be difficult for us to leave. Good. The two men quickly left to the other side. Surrounded the entire Longshan. Listening to what they just said, Linhao was also very shocked at this moment. E.T. Is that E.T. now surrounded by the entire Dragon Mountain? He had seen this E.T. appear here the night before. But this time, I guess he won't come again. While Linhao was thinking about this, he also felt a little uneasy. The current situation is so wrong. I don't know who caused the huge explosion just now. Is that the ET? Thinking this all the time, Linhao hid in the pool without moving. Time passed quickly, until the second half of the night, when suddenly another loud noise was heard, startling Linhao, who was resting with his eyes closed. Bang bang bang. There was a loud noise, followed by the sound of bullets firing. Has that ET been discovered? Hearing the gunshots, Linhao was a little surprised. The direction from which the sound came seemed to be from the southeast. The gunshots became more and more frequent, and Linhao, who had very good hearing, could hear them very clearly. I don't know if Luo Shui participated in this mission. Thinking of this, he became even more uneasy. In the past, he always thought that the world was quite safe, especially his own country. But I didn't expect that in such a safe environment, there were undercurrents. If there were no one to deal with those mutants and ETs, there wouldn't be such a safe life. Linhao also sighed at this time. You think that life is peaceful, but in fact, someone is carrying a heavy burden and moving forward. About an hour later, Linhao, who had not dared to rest easily, heard heavy footsteps again. Those two guys are coming again. Hearing the footsteps, Linhao also became a little curious. But when I listened carefully, the footsteps were obviously heavier and didn't seem like it. Slowly, a figure began to approach. Damn humans. If you look closely, you can clearly see the figure of a humanoid monster. It was holding a long knife, and there were many wounds on its skin. E.T. Seeing this monster again, Linhao felt his heart beating faster. The E.T. came to the pool, put down the long knife, and started drinking water. Gurgle gurgle. Looking at this situation, Linhao felt his adrenaline surging. What to do? Do you want to take some action? This guy looks injured. I don't know whether to attack him. Soon, after drinking enough water, it stood up, looked around with its long knife in hand, and was about to walk to the other side. Leave. Looking at this scene, Linhao also felt relieved in his heart. He was really afraid that he wouldn't be able to control himself and attack this guy. But he had no idea how strong this guy was. And if the attack fails and it kills you instead, you're done for. After all, it's not easy to be reborn, so even if I'm reborn as a carp, that wouldn't be bad. Just after it took a few steps, it suddenly stopped and walked towards the edge of the pool. The next moment, its entire body began to slowly walk into the pool. It went into the water. Looking at this scene, Linhao's expression suddenly changed. After this it entered the water, its eyes seemed to emit green light. I looked around and saw the koi not far away. It began to swim slowly, chasing in the direction of the koi. It's hungry. It seems like it wants to catch a koi to eat. What to do? What should I do? Watching the ET getting closer, Linhao's heart seemed to be beating faster. Was tense at this moment. This ET seemed very inflexible in the water. It tried to catch a koi, but the koi was easily shaken off. Now it is about to arrive in front of Linhao. Chapter 41, Fierce Battle Under the Pond. Here we come. It's coming. At a close distance, Linhao could clearly see the monster's body. And those eyes emitting a faint green light. Warning, the opponent's combat power is higher than the host. Warning, the opponent's combat power is higher than the host. At this time, the system's red warning messages kept coming. It's just higher than me, not completely higher than me. And it was injured, it moved very slowly in the water. After comprehensively considering several pieces of information, Linhao made a decision. Dry. Just do it. At this moment, Linhao directly used the system skills. Fire Scales. As this skill was used, the black iron scales on Linhao's body began to emit dazzling flames. This ET didn't seem to notice Linhao at all, who seemed to have merged with the black rock next to him. At this time, his eyes were also flashed by the sudden fire. Its eyes subconsciously closed for a moment. Good opportunity. Seeing this scene, Linhao burst out all his strength at the same time, and with the powerful acceleration, he stabbed directly forward. Whoosh! The sharp horn pierced its eyes directly at this moment. Puff! Instantly, the ET's eyeball exploded, with blood spurting out. Gurgle gurgle. The monster obviously felt the pain, and with the blade in his hand, he was about to chop towards Linhao's body. But Linhao, who had suffered a loss in the last battle with those people, obviously knew that their blades were different from ordinary blades and were very sharp, so Linhao had already reacted at this time, and instantly swung over with a powerful tail slap. Bang! This blow hit it directly on the head. In an instant, its entire body was thrown out. Crash, crash. Under the state of fire scales, the surrounding pool water also boiled and a large number of bubbles appeared. This ET shook its head, its uninjured left eye filled with disbelief. It seemed that no one had expected that there would be such a creature in this river. And they ambushed it and attacked it. At this moment, Linhao did not give it any chance to come to its senses. He burst out at an extremely fast speed in the pool and continued to rush forward. The sharp horn will continue to rush towards its body. Linhao is now so mad with rage that he doesn't care about anything else and is determined to kill this ET. But this ET's reaction ability is also very fast, and the powerful tail shot just now did not cause him much damage. Linhao's horn was about to pierce its body, the ET had already chopped over with the blade in its hand. Even though there is water resistance, the speed of this knife is still not slow. When? The next moment, the blade collided directly with Linhao's horn, making a dull metal collision sound. It still wanted to continue attacking Linhao, but now the impact of the fire scales was great. The dazzling light and the terrifying temperature greatly affected the monster's attack speed. At this time, Linhao didn't care about anything else. He shook his head, and the unicorn's horn directly knocked away the blade of the knife. At the same time, he opened his mouth and bit the arm holding the knife. This speed is too fast. This monster had difficulty moving underwater, and coupled with the impact of its fire scales, it was unable to react at all for a while. Linhao's mouth had already bitten its arm. At this moment, he clearly felt as if he was biting into a substance like tire rubber. Bite. Bite hard. Linhao exerted force suddenly, and his teeth pierced through its skin and then pierced its bones. The monster's arm was bitten by Linhao, and the blade it was holding had no way to attack Linhao. It could only use its left hand to punch Linhao's head directly. Bump, bump, bump. Punch after punch, hitting Linhao's head madly. Because of the influence of the fire scales, its fist was soon burned a little black by the high temperature. But it didn't care about so many things now and wanted to beat Linhao to death with its fists. Damn it! The power of each punch is still very great. Although his scales were not broken, Linhao now vaguely felt waves of pain in his head. This monster's fist is really powerful. Keep biting. Click. His teeth were indeed too sharp now, and the monster had no armor protection. Even though its body was very tough, its hand bones had been bitten off by Linhao's teeth at this time. With a sudden shake of its head, the monster's entire arm was torn off. Suddenly dark red blood flowed out. The monster's eyes widened, and a look of pain appeared on his face. The fist with his left hand was not as powerful as before. At this point it no longer cared about anything else and turned around to run. It had been injured before, and now that it's underwater, its combat effectiveness has been greatly reduced. Besides, his arm had been torn off by Linhao. If it continues to fight here, it will die. Run, I'm running. At this time, Linhao was completely angry. The punches that the monster gave him made his head hurt so much. He accelerated and the sharp horn stabbed directly from behind. It stabbed its back in an instant. Although it failed to penetrate its body directly, the powerful impact still caused it to hit a rock not far away. Bang! Its whole body seemed to be moving for a moment due to the impact. Before he could react, Linhao had already chased after it, bared his sharp teeth, and bit directly on its neck. The monster opened its left eye wide and struggled frantically. But Linhao was so strong, and while his mouth was biting its neck, he began to swing it wildly. The next moment, its neck seemed to be bitten to pieces by Linhao. A large amount of dark red blood continued to flow out at this time. The surrounding pool water turned red. It struggled underwater for a while, and then its entire body began to go completely limp. Its intact left eye was still wide open, as if it couldn't believe that it had been killed by a mutant creature in this pool. Finally dead. Linhao also breathed a sigh of relief at this time. Pain. I was hit hard on the head by this monster just now, and now I can clearly feel the pain all over my head. This pain made his vision seem a little blurry. It took a long time for this trance to completely disappear. I have a night battle and I dare to go into the water at night. I am looking for death. Linhao looked at its corpse and cursed inwardly. It was really thrilling just now. Chapter 42, 10,000 Evolution Points. Although he said it harshly, Linhao couldn't help but feel relieved in his heart at this moment. This monster is simply terrifying. Fortunately, it was injured and still underwater. Watching its body sink into the water, Linhao hesitated for a moment and then swam over. He is now on high alert, fearing that the monster is not dead yet. As he swam beside the monster and observed it carefully, he finally felt relieved. He is indeed dead. This monster, if I eat it, it should also gain some evolution points, right? After a slight hesitation, Linhao opened his mouth and bit the monster's body. Bite. Linhao's teeth are very sharp now. After the monster died, its body seemed to have become less tough. It is also easier to tear its flesh apart at this time. It tastes terrible, like eating rubber. While devouring, Linhao couldn't help but speak out in his heart. Soon, he had eaten the entire body of the monster, including the arm that had just been bitten off. Devour a primary greenskin warrior and gain 10,000 evolution points. The system prompt came quickly. 10,000 evolution points. Seeing the system's prompt, Linhao was also a little surprised. I didn't expect to get 10,000 evolution points. Greenskin warrior. What is this? However, after carefully looking at the system prompts, Linhao also became confused. This green-skinned warrior must be referring to this monster. And it's still elementary. Does that mean there are also intermediate and advanced levels? Hiss. Thinking of this, he seemed to take a breath of cold air. It seems that there are even more powerful monsters appearing. Junior warrior. It doesn't look like a creature from Earth, does it? Is it really an alien creature? Linhao is now even more uneasy. Evolution. Now I have to evolve quickly. It would be best if I could evolve limbs, otherwise it would be too troublesome to move. He had just obtained 10,000 evolution points, which fully satisfied the requirements for upgrading. However, he did not dare to upgrade at all now. After all, if you choose to upgrade and evolve, you will enter a dormant state. If those two people come back and find me in the water, I will be in big trouble. Bury this knife first. Looking at the knife blade sinking not far away, Linhao opened his mouth and bit the handle, then placed the knife at the bottom of the pool on the other side and completely covered it with mud. Next he swam towards the outlet at the back of the pool. The downstream outlet is not big and is blocked by a net, apparently to prevent the koi from swimming down. The water outlet is quite narrow and flows diagonally downward, so it is not easy to come up again after going down. However, Linhao couldn't care less now. If his presence was discovered, he would just break through the barrier and swim down. Otherwise, if I am discovered by those government officials or even HXLZ personnel, they will definitely deal with me, or even capture and dissect me. The more he thought about it, the more uneasy he became. Although it hasn't been that long since we evolved to this level, the changes that have happened now are so huge that it's really overwhelming. Time passed by minute, and now it was obvious that a hint of paleness was appearing in the sky. At this time, a group of people also walked to the vicinity of the Hualong Pond. Someone's coming. Linhao, who had been paying close attention to the situation around him, reacted quickly at this moment. His body is now hidden behind a black rock. Because of the camouflage effect, his whole body seems to be integrated with the rock. If you don't get close to him, others will definitely think it is just a piece of stone. He looked through the surface of the pool into the distance and clearly saw many armed police officers and several men in black combat uniforms. These men each held a sword in their hands, which looked extremely sharp and reflected a cold light. This kind of knife again. Did you make these blades yourself, or did you get them from these junior warrior green beasts? The material of these blades is very strange, and they are very sharp. Linhao spoke quietly. But he remembered that due to the water resistance, the blow caused cracks in his black iron scales. It's outrageous. We have now surrounded the entire Longshan mountain. We have searched almost every place, but still haven't seen the monster. A middle-aged man holding a long knife also spoke at this time. Could it be that one of their people took the monster away? The other person also said seriously at this time. As soon as he finished speaking, the faces of the people around him became solemn. Let's see if there is anything here first. The middle-aged man was silent for a moment, then looked towards the Dragon King Temple. The other police officers also held pistols and began to move forward step by step. Surround the entire Dragon King Temple area. Although they were very tired after searching for a whole night, no one dared to relax at all because they thought that the monster might appear here. At this time, several middle-aged men holding long knives began to walk onto the stone bridge, and then walked towards the Dragon King Temple. Their muscles were tense and their right hands were tightly gripping the blades. The Dragon King Temple was not very big. After these people walked in, they looked around but did not find any trace of any living creature. No. One of the young men felt relieved but also a little depressed. It's not here either, so where could it be? Team leader. Their eyes also looked towards the middle-aged man. It's definitely not here. He continued to scan and indeed found nothing. Let's go. At this time he also walked out directly. The police officers outside watched them come out and relaxed a bit. Nothing. One of the police officers couldn't help but speak out. No, it shouldn't be here. The middle-aged man shook his head. That's not right. The entire Longshan mountain should have been searched thoroughly. Is it possible that it can still fly? The young man beside him couldn't help but speak out at this time. This time, the people from HXLZ, the police, and the government officials directly surrounded the entire Longshan. Logically speaking, the monster should be unable to escape even if it had wings. But why haven't I found it yet? Look again. See if the people down the mountain have noticed it. The middle-aged man frowned. The current situation is a bit weird, why can't we find it? Could it be that it has already run away? It's impossible. It's already injured. How can it possibly run away? At this moment, his eyes looked towards the dragon pond and he suddenly stopped moving. Chapter 43 Lost. Captain, what's wrong? A man behind him stopped and looked at him, and couldn't help but speak out. It's possible. Down there. The middle-aged man stared at the dragon pond below and spoke seriously. Below. In this pool. Everyone's eyes looked towards the pool. It's possible. Looking at the dragon pond, everyone's faces turned serious. Now the entire Longshan has been surrounded, there is no way that monster can escape like this. Moreover, they had searched so many areas but had not seen any trace of the monster. It is indeed possible that it is hidden under this water. But these ETs are not good at swimming. If they are at the bottom of this pool, they can't stay there for long. Let's see for now. The middle-aged man thought for a moment and then spoke. Soon, under his arrangement, everyone stood in various corners of the Hualong pond and surrounded the place. Do you really want to go into the water to search? Seeing this scene, Linhao did not move. But now he is hiding in the area where the pool exits. As long as he is discovered, he can escape immediately. Number 6, have you found anything over there? Report to the captain, nothing was found. At this time, the middle-aged man pressed the earphone communicator hanging on his ear and began to contact those people. While he was communicating, his eyes were fixed on the Hualong pond. Captain, should we go in the water and take a look? A young man couldn't help but speak out at this time. Need not. It needs oxygen to breathe, just like us. And it's not wearing any suit. If it's really down there, it can't stay there for long. It's dangerous to go into the water rashly. The middle-aged man said in a deep voice. For this kind of creature, their corpses have been dissected and studied before, and their habits and various other information are relatively complete. Good. Everyone nodded slightly at this time. If they go into the water, their combat effectiveness will be greatly reduced. If the monster was really down there, he might have been attacked the moment he entered the water. Everyone waited here quietly for about half an hour. However, there seemed to be no changes in the dragon pond, and there was no trace of the monster. There are quite a few koi fish swimming around. No. The middle-aged man frowned. It has been half an hour. If the monster had really dived under the pool, it would have suffocated to death long ago. After all, it also needs oxygen to breathe, and it breathes through lungs, which is very similar to the respiratory structure of humans. Buzz buzz buzz. At this moment, the middle-aged man's headset communicator suddenly vibrated, and soon a voice came. Captain. Han Chi and Bao Chongliang were attacked. Area E has been lost. As the voice came, the middle-aged man's pupils shrank slightly. Over there in Area E. The middle-aged man immediately shouted to the others. At this moment, everyone reacted and rushed directly to the other area. Run away. Seeing this situation, Linhao was also confused. I was just thinking about how I would deal with these people if they went into the water, but I didn't expect that they actually ran away. It seems like something happened on the other side. Linhao also spoke quietly. Now I feel relieved. It still cannot evolve for the time being. Although there are enough evolution points now, the visual situation is still obviously a bit unsafe. Once someone goes into the water and discovers me during the evolution process, I will be finished. At the same time, the middle-aged man and others had rushed to the foot of the mountain which was designated as Area E. You can see quite a few people here. What's going on? The middle-aged man and others had already rushed down quickly at this time. At this time, they could see several doctors helping the two men suture their wounds on the spot. We were attacked. There were two of them, and one of them was wearing suit number 3. A young man gritted his teeth and forced himself to endure the pain of his wound being disinfected and sutured. They had many cuts on their bodies and their combat uniforms were torn. Suit number 3. Hearing these 4 words, his pupils shrank slightly. It's them. The middle-aged man's expression also became extremely ugly. That ET, was it taken away by them? He took a deep breath, calmed himself down, looked at them and spoke. I don't know. When the two of them attacked us, no ETs were seen. The two young men shook their heads. Because that person was wearing suit number 3, even if the two of them put their full strength into it, they were no match for him. If the others hadn't come to support them, they would have been in trouble. It's possible that they have other accomplices. Continue to blockade Longshan and mobilize the Sky Eye system. It won't be easy for these two people to leave Longyin City. The middle-aged man said in a deep voice. It was soon noon. At this moment, a large group of people began to walk towards the Dragon King Temple. Linhao, who has always been very cautious, naturally noticed this situation. They're coming up again. It seems like there are even more people coming this time. He was still leaning against the water outlet, ready to run away. Luo Shui is here too. His eyesight is very good now. When he looks carefully, he can clearly see Luo Shui walking in front of him not far away. At this time, Luo Shui was also holding a sword in her hand, reflecting a dazzling cold light under the sunlight. From last night till now, I have searched all over Longshan, but still can't find it. It's possible that their people took that ET away. At this time, many people gathered here, including police officers, government workers, and those from HXLZ. Everyone conducted a carpet search of Longshan, but still found nothing. There was no trace of the monster at all. Have you searched here? Luo Shui glanced around. I've searched everywhere. If it hasn't been taken away, it's most likely hiding under this pool. The middle-aged man said in a deep voice at this time. He also has a headache now. I originally thought that we would be able to capture the monster this time, but even with so many people mobilizing, we still couldn't find it. Dragon Pool. Luo Shui frowned slightly, holding the long knife in her hand and started moving forward. Standing on the river bank, looking down. At this time, you can clearly see some koi swimming nearby. Not likely. Soon, she shook her head. She had dissected more than one of these creatures. There is no way they can hold their breath underwater for very long. Like humans, they need lungs to breathe. Unless. Chapter 44 Reservoir. It's wearing armor. Luo Shui said calmly. That unique armor is ahead of the current technology on Earth, and when worn, it also has an oxygen supply system. That's not the case. The middle-aged man shook his head. There had been a fierce battle when they were trying to capture this creature before, and it was clear that this monster was not wearing any armor. Captain, I'll go down and take a look. At this moment, a man in combat uniform volunteered. Zhang-san, are you sure? The middle-aged man looked at him and spoke immediately. It is not clear whether the ET is hidden in this pool. Although it is logically impossible, many things are magical. The more impossible something is, the more possible it becomes. The man called Zhang-san nodded slightly. At this time, he put his sword on the shore, prepared himself, and started to go into the water. Let's surround the Hualong Pond first. The middle-aged man looked at the others. Soon, the vast Hualong Pond was surrounded by government officials, police officers, and people from HXLZ. Shit. We're really going into the water. The moment he heard those people preparing to go into the water, Linhao started teleporting directly. This time he teleported for 2 hours. After 2 hours, these people must have left. The area where he appeared at this time was Longyin Reservoir. The water here is quite cold. As soon as he was teleported here, Linhao could clearly feel that the water in the reservoir was very cold. If you look around, you can see many big fish not far away. Silver carp. Looking at these fish, Linhao's eyes lit up slightly. He sprinted over, opened his mouth, and bit a big silver carp in half. After chewing it a few more times, swallow it. Devour an adult silver carp and gain 100 evolution points. Readily. Hearing the prompts from the system, Linhao was also a little happy. There are actually 100 evolution points, which is pretty good. Moreover, you can clearly see a large number of silver carp underwater. They are all very big. There are not only silver carp, but also quite a few bighead carp. Evolution points. So many evolution points. Linhao did not hesitate at all at this time. He opened his mouth wide and swallowed the fish. Devour an adult silver carp and gain 100 evolution points. Swallowed into a bighead fish, gain 100 evolution points. Devour. Crash. At the same time, over at the Hualong Pond, Zhang-san dived and searched for a while, then surfaced again, splashing water. I don't think I saw it. Zhang-san shouted to the people on the shore. Captain, let's go down and take a look together. The other members of HXCL could no longer hold back. Well, let's go down and take a look together. The middle-aged man thought about it for a moment and nodded. There was nowhere else to search now. I'll go in and take a look. Luo Shui was holding a long knife and walking towards the Dragon King Temple. I'll go too. The middle-aged man looked at Luo Shui's actions and subconsciously wanted to walk inside. I can do it myself, you keep an eye on the outside. Luo Shui said calmly. At this time, she had already walked inside without looking back. Seeing this scene, the middle-aged man also smiled bitterly. At this moment, he glanced at the dragon pond and his expression became serious. In a short time, the men in combat uniforms were already in the water. Although these people are not as good at swimming as Zhang San, they can still hold their breath and dive underground in this pool. Soon, they completed the search of the entire Hualong Pond. There was no sign of the monster at all. It seems that it should not be here. Luo Shui had already come out of the Dragon King Temple. No trace of any living creature was found inside. The entire Hualong Pond thoroughly but still can't find it. Unless it burrows into the mud, there's no way we can't find it. Zhang San, who was soaked all over, also stood on the shore and spoke. The others nodded as well. Indeed, they had just searched the entire bottom of the Hualong Pond and found nothing. That's definitely not possible. The middle-aged man shook his head. Hidden under the mud at the bottom of the pool, this is too ridiculous. I guess he was taken away by their people. Thinking that the man was actually wearing suit number 3, his expression suddenly became serious. We can only check with the Sky Eye system to see if they have found any trace of them. Let's go back first. He sighed. This time the mission has failed. Luo Shui glanced around and clearly saw that the flowers, plants, and trees around her seemed to be very lush. And there are many birds around. As she stood here, she vaguely felt a sense of comfort. Devour an adult scavenger to gain 30 evolution points. Devour the larval scavenger and gain 10 evolution points. There are scavengers here. Could it be that someone released it again? While Linhao was constantly devouring the fish in this reservoir, he also discovered traces of scavengers. And there are quite a lot of scavengers. I haven't eaten this for a long time. It tastes terrible. After swallowing many scavengers in succession, Linhao also felt a little nauseous. This scavenger is definitely the most disgusting meat I have ever eaten. No, it's not just the scavengers, but also the apple snails, which are also very unpalatable. Tilapia is actually pretty good except for the metallic taste. Never mind. Eat them all first. Linhao opened his mouth and swallowed frantically. Even the eggs of the scavengers were swallowed up. No more. After further searching at this time, there was no trace of the scavenger. At this time, a metal icon prompt of the system also appeared. Linhao clicked with his mind, and a system pop-up window appeared in front of him. Normal task, devour 100 scavengers 100 out of 100, reward, increased teeth sharpness, completed. Finally done. Looking at this task, Linhao's eyes lit up. This task has been there for a long time, but I haven't devoured the scavenger for some time, so I have almost not completed it. Very good. Get your rewards now. As he received the reward, he could clearly feel an itchy sensation in his teeth again. However, the itching sensation did not last long and disappeared. I have no idea how much the sharpness has increased. Linhao was a little depressed. Now his teeth can bite through black iron. No matter how sharp they are, how sharp can they be? Come on, mutant creature, give me a try. Linhao spoke quietly, he continued to swim forward. There was still an hour left. He needs to obtain more evolution points as soon as possible. Chapter 45 As thick as your head. At this time, Linhao continued to swim forward. The water at the reservoir was a little cold, but it made him feel very comfortable. Hey, there are so many fish here. Soon, in the area ahead, he saw traces of many big fish. As he continued to evolve and his combat power increased to this level, the acceleration of his entire body became extremely fast. As soon as he rushed over, some fish that wanted to escape were torn into two halves by his open mouth. Swallow. Keep on swallowing. Devour an adult silver carp and gain 120 evolution points. Swallowed into a big head fish, gain 100 evolution points. Devour. In a short period of time, a large number of system prompts are constantly appearing. This increase in evolution points is very cool. I don't know how many evolution points I can accumulate when I go back this time. It would be nice if I could reach level 20 sooner. I hope you can grow some limbs soon. Linhao couldn't help but sigh at this moment. Without limbs, it can only attack with its mouth, horn, and tail. Apart from the stronger attacking ability of its mouth, everything else is just average. Why are you still fishing here? Something big has happened. At this moment, Linhao could vaguely hear a sound coming from not far away on the shore. Anyone? Linhao had just been devouring these fish to gain evolution points, and had not noticed the situation on the shore. While swimming forward, looking towards the shore in front, I could clearly see several people fishing on the shore. There are a lot of fish in this reservoir, and many people come here to fish. Something big happened. What big thing happened? One of the middle-aged men spoke out curiously at this time. They are all experienced anglers who enjoy fishing very much and can sit here for the whole day. Over there is a big water snake. As thick as your head. The man who was running over hurriedly spoke out breathlessly. His face was a little pale and his legs were a little weak. You are just bragging, there is no such big water snake. The middle-aged man couldn't help but speak out. The circumference of his head is not small, and it is a bit outrageous for a water snake as thick as this one. It's true. I saw its tail. It was so scary. As the man said this, his body trembled slightly. Run! There's a giant water snake. Fishermen in the front were so scared that their faces turned pale and they ran over quickly. These people were stunned. Big water snake. Are there really giant water snakes in this reservoir? Huh. Such a thick water snake, could it be a mutant creature? Looking at the situation on the shore, Linhao was not afraid, but his eyes lit up slightly. Mutated creatures. He hasn't seen a mutant creature for a while. You know, you can get a lot of evolutionary points by devouring a mutant creature. The more powerful the mutant creature, the more evolution points it can obtain. At this moment, he did not hesitate at all, and burst out at an extremely fast speed, rushing forward. Crash! Because it rushed out so fast, you could clearly see a splash of water at this time. What the hell? Fishermen, who were a little confused by this sudden situation, suddenly reacted when they heard the splashing sound of water. Turning around suddenly, I saw a huge black shadow underwater, rushing forward at an extremely fast speed. Fuck! They were so frightened that they just splashed water and ran upwards. They stopped only after they saw the black shadow disappear. Did you see anything just now? The middle-aged man just now couldn't help but speak out at this time. The huge black shadow under the water really scared them. I saw that, too. Me too. The others also nodded like chicks pecking at rice. When they heard the splashing sound just now, they all thought they had caught a fish. Who could have imagined that such a large black shadow would appear under the water? Could it be the big water snake you were talking about? The middle-aged man suddenly turned around and looked at the man just now. Those big water snakes are all over there, how could they come from this direction? The man also reacted at this time and spoke quickly. How about we run away? The others also swallowed secretly at this time. What is happening now is really weird. There seem to be quite a few big guys in this reservoir. Wait, that thing might just be a big fish. And the water snake you mentioned shouldn't come ashore, right? How about we go over there and take a look? After one of the men calmed down, he immediately became eager to try. He took out his cell phone and looked towards the area ahead. If there really is such a thing, if you film it and upload it to TikTok, wouldn't the number of views explode? Within this short period of time, Linhao had already sprinted madly towards the area ahead. He rushed so fast that he no longer cared about the fish around him. After all, being able to devour mutated creatures can gain a lot of evolutionary points. And the more powerful the mutant creature, the more evolution points it can provide. No. Soon, as he rushed to the front area, a pair of eyes began to scan around. Having evolved to this level, his eyesight has become extremely good. He can glance around and see everything clearly. Even so, the so-called giant water snake was not seen at that time. Could it be that it is in front? Linhao looked around at this time, then quickened his speed and swam forward. Gurgle gurgle. At this moment, he vaguely saw a tall and huge black shadow appear in the area ahead. There were a lot of bubbles coming out of the black shadow, and I could smell the smell of blood. Found it. Seeing this scene, Linhao's eyes widened. Very big. Just by looking at this black shadow from a distance, Linhao could clearly feel that the body of this giant water snake was longer than himself and also very large. It's really as big as an adult's head. The length may be about 4 meters. Just looking at it this way is surprising. Warn. The creature ahead has higher combat power than the host. At this moment, system prompts began to come one after another. He has a higher fighting ability than me. But it shouldn't be much higher. Linhao continued to swim slowly, looking at the big water snake not far away, still eager to try. Now it can be clearly seen that the big water snake is swallowing a bighead carp. At this moment, its pair of eyes emitting dark red light seem to have seen Linhao's figure. Chapter 46 Swallowing the Mutated Water Snake. Being stared at by its eyes, Linhao also felt uncomfortable. Want to eat me? Linhao saw its eyes, he sneered. It just so happens that Grandpa wants to eat you too. At this moment, he moved and rushed straight forward. The big water snake also moved at the same time. The entire slender snake rushed over at an extremely fast speed. As he got closer, Linhao could clearly see that the monster's body was dark red. The size is really big. The black fangs can be seen through the open mouth. Linhao was about to get close to him, the big water snake was about to bite Linhao's body. Powerful tail shot. Linhao had already made preparations. At this moment, the tail suddenly slapped towards the head of the big water snake that was about to bite. Bump. The blow was so powerful that it cracked its head open. Bite. At this time, Linhao reacted extremely quickly and bit directly at its huge body. The moment the sharp teeth bit into its body, it felt a little difficult to penetrate its skin. This guy's skin is like covered with an indestructible armor. It has scales and it's tough. But no matter how tough you are, it's useless. Linhao roared in his heart, and the bite force of his teeth had reached its extreme at this moment. It pierced through its skin in an instant, and its teeth completely bit into its flesh. Squeak. This big water snake was a little dizzy after being hit by Linhao's powerful tail. Now it seemed to feel the stinging pain in its body and woke up in a short time. Looking at Linhao biting its body, it suddenly opened its mouth and bit towards Linhao's body. Bang! But the moment its teeth bit Linhao's body, they were bounced back. The big water snake's fangs could not penetrate the black iron scales at all. At this moment, Linhao exerted force suddenly, bit off a piece of meat, and swallowed it directly into his stomach. At this time, the blood of the big water snake also flowed out from the huge wound. Squeak. At this moment, its dark red eyes turned red. It seems like he has fallen into a state of frenzy. The slender and huge body instantly wrapped around Linhao's body. Then he started to strangle Linhao with mad force, as if he wanted to strangle him to death. Damn it! It has to be said that at this moment, Linhao clearly felt that his body was completely restrained. I want to move but I can't. Moreover, his body was being strangled by this huge water snake, and he felt constantly being squeezed, which was very uncomfortable. Court death. Linhao was also angry at this time. Fire scales. At this moment, his body burst into dazzling flames. That wanted to strangle Linhao clearly felt the scorching temperature. It's as if it's about to be roasted. It quickly let go of Linhao. But just as he let go, Linhao opened his mouth and continued to bite. Tore off a piece of flesh directly from its body. Squeak. The big water snake wanted to open its mouth and bite Linhao, but the terrifying fire on its scales made it dare not attack for a while. How dare you go over there? Are you looking for death? Fishermen at the back saw their companions running towards the front with their mobile phones, and they also spoke up. But the man didn't care and continued running forward. Crash, crash. Soon, he heard the sound of splashing water. What is this? He looked forward and his whole body began to tremble slightly. Soon, he took out his mobile phone and started taking pictures of the area in front of him while slowly approaching. Crash. At this moment, the head of a huge water snake emerged from the water. Oh shit. The man's legs went limp and he fell to the ground, but he was still filming the scene with the phone in his hands. With its head and a small part of its body exposed, seemed to be pulled underwater by something at this moment. Gurgle gurgle. The water in this area kept bubbling up, just like boiling water. What on earth is going on? The man stood up with difficulty at this time. It seems there are other creatures. Is it the black shadow just now? His eyes widened suddenly as he thought about it now. Two creatures fighting underwater. Run, I'll let you run. At this time, Linhao bit the body of the big water snake tightly and pulled the big water snake, which wanted to escape, back into the water again. It opened its mouth and began to bite its flesh frantically. The effect of the fire scales won't last long. It will be troublesome if this big water snake tries to strangle me again. Moreover, its teeth are very sharp. If it continues to attack me a few more times, my black iron scales will not be able to withstand it. Although the bite just now did not directly penetrate his body, he vaguely felt that there should be cracks on his black iron scales. At this time, Linhao bit towards the injured area again and instantly bit its body into two halves. Squeak squeak squeak. The giant water snake was shaking wildly all over. Now it seemed to feel Linhao's strength and no longer had the will to continue fighting. It wants to escape, but it can't. Linhao bit its body and continued to bite it madly. After a while, its struggle began to become weaker and weaker. At this time, Linhao did not stop his actions at all and continued to bite and swallow madly. The meat of this big water snake is very tough, especially the surface of its skin, which seems to be covered with hard scales. His mouth felt sore from biting it. But now there is no way to stop the action. Swallow. Just keep biting and devouring. The giant water snake's body segments were quickly torn apart and swallowed by the beast. Only when its head was torn apart and swallowed by Linhao did he slowly breathe a sigh of relief. Finally done it. That's it. You're more powerful than me. Linhao sneered. But I still feel a little scared when I think about it. If I didn't have the fire scale skill, it would be really hard to deal with it. Especially since this big water snake could actually strangle me. It trapped me and I couldn't get free for a while. Its teeth should be poisonous too, right? Fortunately, his black iron scales were hard enough, but even so, he still felt cracks appearing. There's still a little bit left. He looked under the water at this moment and could clearly see the lower half of the body of the big water snake that had just been bitten off. Just swim over, open your mouth, and continue biting and swallowing. The whole big water snake was finally eaten up. As he finished swallowing, the system prompt also came. Chapter 47 spreads all over the internet. How many evolution points? Hearing the system's prompt, Linhao also became a little excited. Devour a mutant water snake and gain 10,000 evolution points. 10,000 points. It's only 10,000 points. Looking at the system prompts, Linhao felt a little depressed. 10,000 evolution points don't seem to be a lot for Linhao now. After all, swallowing an adult silver carp and a large grass carp will earn you about 100 evolution points, so swallowing 100 will earn you 10,000. But it doesn't matter. If I don't kill it, it will eat all the fish I want to swallow. Linhao continued to swim towards the area ahead. The number of silver carp and bighead carp here has decreased a lot, and it is very likely that they were eaten by the big water snake. He now continued to swim forward at a very fast speed, and soon slowly discovered traces of fish again. Hey. Seeing the big silver carp and grass carp appearing in front of him, he opened his mouth and started biting them. Swallowed into a bighead fish, gain 100 evolution points. Devour an adult silver carp and gain 120 evolution points. Devour. Within a short period of time, system prompts continued to appear before my eyes, and my evolution points began to soar. This is really cool. Not long after, while Linhao continued to devour, his entire body suddenly emitted white light. The next moment, his body was teleported directly back to the Hualong pool. Going back. As soon as he was teleported back, Linhao shuddered. He quickly looked around, but didn't see any figure diving into the water. I looked towards the shore again, but there was no one there. This made him feel relieved. It looks like they've all left. That's just right. By the way, let's check how many evolution points I have first. Host, Linhao. Type, Fire Scale Black Koi. Level, 15. Size, 3.5 meters long, 355 kilograms. Combat Strength, 45. Skills, Night Fight, Camouflage, Fire Scale, Powerful Bite, Powerful Tail Slap, Steel Scale Armor. Magical Power, Auspiciousness of the House LV.5, Passive. Evolution Points, 33750/10,000. Fuck. More than 30,000 evolution points. Looking at the evolution points he had accumulated, Linhao was also shocked. I never expected that my evolution points have accumulated to this level. Excluding the 10,000 evolution points from the green beast that devoured the first level warrior and the 10,000 from the mutated water snake, that means I have gained more than 10,000 evolution points at the reservoir. It's not bad to get so many evolution points in about 2 hours. With more than 30,000 evolution points, I can upgrade at least twice. And soon, I will reach level 16. Not enough, not enough. We need to quickly reach level 20. After what happened in the past few days, Linhao's sense of urgency has become stronger and stronger. Whether it was the first level warrior green beast or the mutant creature encountered today, they were not easy to deal with. There may be even more powerful creatures appearing next. You don't become stronger, there will be no way to deal with you when the time comes. Evolve. Wait until night when no one comes, then you can choose to evolve. At this moment, after a video was posted on TikTok, the number of views exploded instantly. A giant snake appeared in Longyin Reservoir and fought fiercely with the monster in the water. The title of this video instantly blew up the entire internet. A large number of people clicked in and could clearly see that the content of this video was taken on the river near the Longyin Reservoir. Be bitten by something and pulled back into the water. Crash. There was also a faint glow of fire underwater, and the water in that area seemed to be boiling, with a large number of bubbles coming out. This scene looked so shocking that many people found it a little unbelievable. This is fake. Are there any special effects? Holy crap. Can a water snake grow so big? It's fake, it must be fake. I also saw a huge ball of fire under the water. Is this underwater fire? A water monster appeared in Longyin Reservoir. I want to go and take a look. This video became completely popular, with over 2 million views in just a short period of time. And it is still rising. There are even more comments. Captain, another mutant has appeared. At this moment, the HXLZ people had just finished a meeting, and one of the men in combat uniform took out his mobile phone and handed it to the middle-aged man to watch this video. After the middle-aged man carefully looked at the content of the video, his brows suddenly frowned. The situation he saw before him was indeed a bit surprising to him. This is obviously a mutated water snake. He pressed pause the moment the water snake broke out of the water. After a closer look, I was sure that it was an ordinary water snake. This type of water snake generally has a maximum body length of about 70 centimeters, and the maximum length should be about 1 meter, and it is not too heavy. But judging by the proportion of its head to its body, the snake in the video should be more than 3 meters long. It's obviously mutated. When the middle-aged man said this, his expression became serious. Are we going to look for this mutant creature now? Another young man also spoke up at this time. He also has a headache now. Not long after they were sent to Longyin City, they discovered traces of a large number of mutated creatures. And the number of these mutated creatures is increasing. During this period of time, we have received several reports of such cases. Mutated sea loaches at the seaside, in the Hualong Pond, in the Hanshui River, and now mutated creatures have also appeared in the Longyin Reservoir. Walonki wrongly, as they did not find any mutant creatures at all. But now, someone has already taken a video at the Longyin Reservoir. Well, let's take 2 people to have a look, but what we are looking for is not this mutant water snake. The middle-aged man said in a deep voice. If my guess is correct, this mutant water snake should have been swallowed by another creature in the reservoir. Speaking of this, he also had a headache. It is obvious that something extraordinary has appeared in the Longyin Reservoir. The video is shot quite clearly. There is obviously a huge figure below, and flames are bursting out. This should be some special ability used by the mutant creature. Special abilities related to fire. Mutated creatures that can release this ability are already dangerous mutants. Once a living thing is infected by the GT virus and mutates, the speed of mutation will greatly accelerate. If it continues like this, it might grow to an extremely terrifying level. It will be more difficult to deal with it then. Chapter 48. My bet succeeded. We are short of manpower. I will contact the higher-ups later and arrange for some more people to come over. The middle-aged man held his forehead and said. The situation in Longyin City was far more complicated than he had imagined. If this continues, I can't stand it anymore. So, should we ask them to delete this video? The young man took back his phone and saw that the number of views of this video has now exceeded 3 million. It has spread widely. No. The higher-ups have been slowly and deliberately releasing this information. It's not like before. Soon, it won't be stopped anymore. At this point, he couldn't help but sigh. Since long ago, there have been various legends about strange creatures all over the world. For example, the dragon falling incident, the Loch Ness monster incident, etc. You say all this news is groundless. A lot of news is gradually downplayed, and people even think it is superstition. But from ancient times to the present, many things cannot be imagined out of thin air. 50 years ago, countries began to discover some relics of civilization, which shocked the world's top leaders. However, in order to avoid global panic, suppression was carried out. But now, there are more and more mutated creatures, and there is no way to completely control them. Moreover, those ETs keep coming from outer space, and soon, a big war may break out. So now, the information that was blocked from all sides has been gradually released. And now that it's been released, aren't there still many people who don't believe it? The middle-aged man smiled. In the comments below this video, the majority of people still do not believe it. After all, this kind of video looks a bit far-fetched. There is fire underwater. Isn't this a special effect? Luo Shui, who was in the laboratory, was holding a syringe. There is a transparent liquid in the syringe. She looked at the transparent liquid, and the expression in her eyes changed constantly. I will definitely find that creature and kill it. She glanced at the open pocket watch on the table, then looked at the photo of her and Linhao on it, then directly stabbed the syringe into her neck. Then inject the fluid. At this moment, her eyes also widened. As if suffering from severe pain. Soon, a tube of liquid was injected directly into her body. At this moment, her skin all over became hot. There are a lot of blue veins on the skin. Plop, plop. Her heart began to beat violently. Went from 80 to 130, then 160. It's beating too fast. I won't fall. She clenched her teeth and covered her chest over her heart. A lot of sweat was already pouring out of his forehead. GT virus. She noticed the high concentrations of GT virus extracted from the mutant organisms. In fact, all HXLZ people have the GT virus in their bodies. This virus not only brings evolution to animals, but also to humans. But there is still a high chance of death. In particular, when high concentrations of GT virus enter the body, it can trigger evolution faster, but at the same time, it is more likely to die. Luo Shui now clearly felt that her heart was beating too fast. It's about to explode. No. She can't die here. I want to survive. Get stronger. Time passed minute by minute, and her eyes slowly returned to normal from the trance. How's the situation over there? Where's Luo Shui? This time there are mutant creatures again. Let the government arrange for someone to take a look. And at this time, she clearly felt that she seemed to be able to hear the sounds coming from outside through the wall. Hearing improved. At this time, if you stare at a certain place carefully, you can feel that the vision becomes clearer. Just looking at it like this makes people feel incredible. Success. Luo Shui felt that her heart seemed to be slowly returning to normal, and she slowly stood up. She looked at her hands. On the surface, nothing seemed to have changed. But he could vaguely feel that his hands had become stronger and more powerful. It should be successful. Her hands clenched into fists. Although she, like those people in HXLZ, had been exposed to the GT virus before, it was only a relatively weak dose, which had a certain impact on her body, but not as great as it is now. Bang bang bang. At this moment, the door was knocked hard. Luo Shui. Just then, a loud roar came from outside. Boom. The next moment, the door of the laboratory was kicked open. A group of people rushed in at this time. You. Luo Shui standing there, and were stunned for a moment. Luo Shui, are you okay? Luo Shui standing here and was stunned for a moment. He just discovered not long ago that Luo Shui picked up some high-concentration GT virus and then disappeared. Once this high concentration of GT virus is injected into the human body, it will have a very terrible effect on the body. It's easy to die from the virus. Have you been injected with the GT virus? He looked at the ground and could clearly see a syringe. The liquid in the syringe has been injected. Luo Shui said calmly. You're crazy. That could kill people. The middle-aged man opened his eyes wide and looked at Luo Shui as if he was looking at a madman. The others also looked at Luo Shui with wide eyes. Is she crazy? This GT virus can indeed make people evolve and even improve their physical bodies, but once the concentration gets too high, people may die suddenly at any time. Even those of them in HXLZ have to go through special tests, and only after their bodies are really suitable will they be injected with very low concentrations. It's been 2.5 years since the first injection. I adapted for 2.5 years, which was completely enough. If I die this time, it will prove that our human body cannot adapt to the virus 100% even if we inject the GT virus gradually. There is still a risk of sudden death. Luo Shui said calmly. She was experimenting on herself. Because there was such a study before. All of them have voluntarily received extremely small doses of the GT virus. This virus actually replicates very slowly in the body, and in small doses, it does not have that much impact on the body. The previous plan was to start with a small dose, allowing the body to gradually adapt, and then try a large dose. Luo Shui would now use herself as a test subject. You're taking a gamble. The middle-aged man from HXLZ, who was also the captain, couldn't help but speak out at this time. Even he wouldn't dare to do such a thing. But my bet paid off. Chapter 49 Super Collision. Luo Shui looked at everyone and spoke. You are a lunatic. The middle-aged man also smiled bitterly at this time. The others also felt a tingling sensation on their scalps. This is the GT virus. Once the concentration is too high, the impact on the body will be very serious. Those mutated organisms undergo drastic changes because the virus concentration in their bodies is too high. And not all organisms can survive after being infected with a virus. Some creatures will also die suddenly. It's like a screening. Luo Shui, come quickly for the test. The middle-aged man in the white scientific research suit also spoke excitedly at this time. If the person does not die suddenly after the GT virus is injected into the body, it proves that the body can still withstand it. But this is just the beginning, let's continue to watch for the sequel. Luo Shui walked out at this time and came to the laboratory with him. She simply took some monitoring patches and stuck them on her forehead, arms, and calves. Now we will begin testing the changes in the strength of the physical body. It looks like everything is safe. Begin to evolve. As night fell, nothing unusual happened to Linhao. At this time, he finally felt relieved and hid beside one of the rocks. At this time, he directly chose to evolve. After 10,000 evolution points were deducted, he fell into a deep sleep. This time the evolution process lasted for 3 hours and then ended. After it was over, Linhao continued to evolve twice without stopping. 33,000 evolution points were consumed. Around 6 in the morning, he woke up from his evolutionary state. Comfortable. After shaking his body, Linhao clearly felt a sense of comfort all over. From the beginning to now, he has evolved 3 times in a row. Evolved directly from level 15 to level 18. There are only 2 levels left to reach level 20. He could vaguely feel that level 20 would definitely bring him even more different changes. The most intuitive feeling now is that my body has become significantly stronger. This feeling is really great. After Linhao calmed down his excitement, he thought about it and the system panel appeared in front of him. Host, Linhao. Species, Unicorn Fire Scale Carp. Level, 18. Size, 4.4 meters long, 666 kilograms. Combat strength, 66. Skills, Supercharge, Night Fight, Camouflage, Fire Scale, Powerful Bite, Powerful Tail Slap, Steel Scale Armor. Magical Power, Auspiciousness of the House LV.6, Passive. Evolution Points, 750/13,000. 4 meters and 4 centimeters long, 666 kilograms. And the species has changed to Unicorn Fire Scale Carp. Looking at the changes on the system panel, Linhao's eyes lit up slightly. Although he couldn't see his own horn, he vaguely felt that the horn had become thicker and longer. And it's even sharper. Combat power increased from 45 to 66. It's not much of an improvement. After complaining a few times in my heart, I continued to watch and found that there was one more skill. Super Impact, increase speed and impact force in a short period of time, and make a strong impact. Cooling time, 1 minute. It's okay. Combined with my own horn, it should be able to cause good damage. It's good to have skills, it's better than nothing. Moreover, the level of this auspicious sign to protect the house has also been upgraded, but after looking at the skill description, there is not much change. Huh. These koi seem to have grown a lot bigger. Linhao looked at the koi nearby with a look of surprise in his eyes. He clearly remembered that these koi did not seem that long before, but now several of them have reached a length of about 1 meter. It's not just the koi fish. The flowers, plants and trees around the Hualong Pond seem to be growing more luxuriantly as well. Looking around carefully, I found that some trees have grown thicker. This is not an illusion. This is quite a big change. Is it because of this magical power to protect the house? Linhao spoke secretly in his heart. Very likely. Early in the morning, you can hear bursts of chirping birds nearby. After 8 o'clock in the morning, people began to appear in the area. Now they are all heading to Longyin Reservoir. I heard that giant snakes and mysterious creatures appeared there. As soon as I saw the video I knew it was a special effect. How could there be fire underwater? You know what? There have been so many strange things happening recently. They can't all be fake, right? It must be fake. If it's real, the relevant departments won't delete it. Heard clearly some of their discussions. Longyin Reservoir. That guy must have filmed a video and uploaded it to the internet. Linhao also reacted at this time. While he was devouring the mutant giant water snake, he noticed someone was filming not far from the shore. But he didn't care. After all, the dragon transformation pool was so far away, and he had been teleported back. Those people would not find anything even if they went looking for it. It seems that this video should be very popular, and it has not been deleted by the relevant departments. These people don't believe it. Thinking of this, Linhao didn't know whether to laugh or cry. However, judging from the current situation, these mutant creatures are definitely appearing more and more frequently. In this era of information explosion, some things are not so easy to conceal. Before long, humans all over the world will slowly have to accept the fact that mutant creatures have appeared. The time soon came to noon, and Linhao moved his mind, and the map interface appeared in front of him. The transmission time has reached 3 hours. Looking at the refreshed transmission time on the map, Linhao's eyes lit up slightly. In 3 hours, more creatures can be devoured. Although the scope of the map has expanded a lot, the places that can be teleported to are still Hanshui River, near the Longyin chemical plant, Longyin Reservoir, and a river within Longyin City. Where are we going? Linhao also hesitated at this time. Hahaha, I heard you were out of the game again yesterday. You might as well fish along the riverbank in the city, where there are tilapia everywhere. Get lost, that tilapia is so dirty, it can't be eaten if it falls off. At this time, 2 men walked across the stone bridge and kept joking. The koi in the Hualong Pond are quite big. They must be about 1 meter long, right? Their eyes quickly noticed the fish in the Hualong Pond, and there was a look of surprise in their eyes. Tilapia? A lot of? Linhao, who was hiding under the pool, caught the key words in their conversation and his eyes lit up slightly. Tilapia swallows an adult tilapia, but it has 50 evolution points. No one knows how many there are in the rivers in the city, but judging from the conversation between these two people, there must be a lot. I haven't been there yet, let's go check it out first. Chapter 50 Tilapia Killer. Linhao thought about it for a moment and chose the river in Longyin City. Teleport. Just like before, it bloomed with a faint white light. His body disappeared from where it was. The next second, he was teleported directly to a river in Longyin City. This water is really dirty. Linhao looked around. The water was very turbid and smelled a bit smelly. Looking upwards, he found that he was in the area near the vegetable market in Longyin City. You can also see many houses and buildings as well as pedestrians coming and going around. Looking at this scene, he was also slightly stunned. He thought about himself as a human being, and never expected that he would die and become like this. Maybe if it continues to evolve, it will be able to turn into a human one day. Linhao spoke quietly, his eyes becoming firm at this moment. He continued to swim towards the area ahead and soon discovered traces of a large number of fish. There are so many tilapia. Looking at the tilapia in the river, they are so densely packed, there are so many of them that it might make people with trypophobia feel their scalps tingling. At this time Linhao was also surprised. He had never expected that there would be so many tilapia. Swallow. Without any hesitation, he rushed over, opened his mouth, and started swallowing frantically. Now his teeth have become terrifyingly sharp, and he can bite the body of the adult tilapia in half with just one bite. Bite. Crazy biting. Devour an adult tilapia and gain 50 evolution points. Devour a juvenile tilapia and gain 20 evolution points. Devour. System prompts continue to come at this time. Although swallowing an adult tilapia only gives you around 40 or 50 evolution points, the advantage is that there are more of them. 10 would be about 400, and 100 would be about 4,000. There must be more than 100 tilapia in this river. He didn't care about anything now and just devoured like crazy. His stomach was like a bottomless pit. In such a short period of time, I don't know how much tilapia I have eaten. There are especially many small tilapia. Linhao's current size, he could swallow more than a dozen in one gulp with just his mouth open. There is a lot of garbage in the city's rivers, and some people even throw their leftovers directly into the river. This caused the tilapia to reproduce even faster, to the point of being an infestation. Congratulations to the host for achieving the achievement, Tilapia Killer. My god, you have hunted more than 1,000 tilapia. Congratulations to the host for receiving the achievement reward, the blue treasure chest. I don't know how long I swallowed it, but the system prompts continue to come at this time. Ha! Another achievement. After madly devouring countless tilapias, Linhao clearly heard the system's prompt. I have swallowed more than 1,000 tilapia without realizing it. I'll get the treasure chest when I get back, but keep swallowing. Although the transmission time is 3 hours, it is still not enough for Linhao now. Without thinking too much, he continued to swim forward. Once he found any trace of the tilapia, he would swallow it up. Within such a short period of time, all the tilapia in the entire river disappeared. Huh? Why do those tilapia seem to be missing? Really? It was so densely packed before, it was disgusting to look at. Many people who often pass by here have obviously noticed that the tilapia in the river seem to have disappeared. Because there was an overabundance of tilapia before, sometimes they looked so dense that just looking at them made people feel their scalp tingling. But today, we suddenly couldn't see any tilapia coming out of the water, which really made us curious. At this time, Linhao naturally would not care about what others were thinking. He shuttled through the river and continued to swim forward. In some areas where water flows from sewers, you can see many tilapia crowding near the sewer outlets. They looked like they were scrambling to drink the sewage from the sewers. Looking at this scene, Linhao also felt a little chilly. I don't think there will be some unscrupulous merchants who come here to catch tilapia and sell it as farmed. Linhao rushed over, opened his mouth like a hungry tiger pouncing on its prey, and swallowed all the tilapia in an instant. Continue. He wants to clean up all the tilapia here. Time passed quickly, and with the end of the 3-hour countdown, a faint white light bloomed from Linhao's body, and his entire body disappeared into the river. Call. 3 hours passed very quickly. Returning to the familiar Hualong Pond, Linhao immediately had an idea and looked at his current system panel. Host, Linhao. Species, Unicorn Fire Scale Carp. Level, 18. Size, 4.4 meters long, 666 kilograms. Combat Strength, 66. Skills, Supercharge, Night Fight, Camouflage, Fire Scale, Powerful Bite, Powerful Tail Slap, Steel Scale Armor. Magical Power, Auspiciousness of the House LV.6, Passive. Evolution Points, 17654/13,000. Increase about 17,000 evolution points. Not bad. Looking at the evolution point at the bottom of the system panel, Linhao's eyes lit up slightly. This time it devoured a lot of tilapia, at least several hundred. However, many of them are relatively small, so the evolution points obtained are not to an exaggerated level. But, I can move up one more level. I'm almost at level 20. Thinking of this, he felt a little bit of anticipation in his heart. When you reach level 20, there will definitely be relatively big changes. And you can get a new treasure chest. At least it's a blue treasure chest. Huh? Did you complete any tasks? At this time, Linhao took a closer look and saw a golden icon in the upper left corner of the system panel. As he clicked with his mind, a task pop-up window soon appeared. Normal task, Devour 300 Tilapia 300/300, reward, increased scale toughness, completed. It should be the task that was refreshed last night. The toughness of the scales has been improved, which is not bad. At this time, Linhao did not hesitate at all and chose to receive it directly. At this moment, a faint golden light flickered on his body. The black iron scales began to have a very light golden hue. Is that all? His body shook a bit, but he didn't feel much change. And it was difficult for his eyes to see the whole picture of his body. Let's upgrade first. I'll be level 19 after I level up. When I reach level 20, I wonder if I can evolve limbs. Chapter 51 Golden Eyes. Thinking of this, Linhao also began to look forward to it. Level 20. As long as it reaches level 20, there will definitely be a qualitative change. By the way, the treasure chest hasn't been opened yet. Just when he was about to continue upgrading, he suddenly remembered that he had obtained a treasure chest. With a thought, he quickly claimed the treasure chest that was a reward for his achievement. Soon, a blue treasure chest appeared before his eyes. Open. Linhao didn't hesitate at all and chose to turn it on. At this moment, a blue treasure chest appeared in front of his eyes, and then slowly opened automatically. I don't know what good stuff I can draw this time. Linhao's heart began to beat rapidly at this time, and he was very excited. The blue quality treasure chest contains very good items. Squeak. Along with the sound of a treasure chest opening, just like before, you can see many rotating entries inside the treasure chest. Golden pupils, blue, strong fins, blue, super sprint, blue, teeth sharpness improvement, blue. And at this time, these entries began to rotate slowly at a speed visible to the naked eye. Spin faster and faster. Is there anyone who can grow limbs? Come one. Linhao was also praying in his heart at this time. There are not many opportunities to open the blue treasure chest now. If you open it this time, you may have to wait for several days for the next time. But time waits for no one now. The shorter the time to become stronger, the better for him. Soon, these rapidly spinning entries began to slow down. Finally, it settled on one of the entries. Golden pupils, blue. Golden pupils. Is this the pupil? Looking at the things that were extracted, Linhao was slightly stunned. Golden pupil, blue light golden vertical pupil, can enhance strength, and has the ability to check the opponent's combat power, can only be checked 3 times a day. Fuck. Can I check the other party's combat power? Seeing the system prompt, Linhao was also a little surprised. Before, when the opponent's combat power was too high, the system would prompt you, but it would not tell you how much. But now, he had the ability to check the opponent's combat effectiveness. That's a good ability. But you can only use it 3 times a day, what the hell is this? Looking at the remarks, Linhao also complained. Use immediately. The system prompts came one after another. Use. This must be used. The next moment, Linhao could clearly feel a stinging pain in his eyes. Pain. It hurt so much. And the vision became pitch black at this moment. Fortunately, the pain did not last too long, and the dark vision slowly returned to normal. Looking around, he found that everything around him had become extremely clear. Clear. So clear. You can see it so clearly in the water. Linhao was also surprised at this time. Compared with before, this vision is like a level up. If we encounter mutant creatures again this time, we will be able to check their combat effectiveness. Thinking of this, he was also a little happy. No matter what else, upgrade first. This upgrade requires 13,000 evolution points. As Linhao chose to upgrade, the 13,000 evolution points were also deducted at this moment. He also began to enter the state of sleep upgrade. The GT virus has completely changed your physique. My muscle density has increased, my bone density and toughness have also increased, and my cardiopulmonary function has doubled. And all aspects of the body's functions are improving. After Luo Shui was completely implanted with the GT virus was simply shocking. And the impact of this virus has not yet reached its peak. In a few days, her physical strength will become even stronger. Not enough. At this time, Luo Shui removed all the patches on her forehead and limbs. Luo Shui, this is already very strong. This researcher couldn't help but speak out after hearing her words. The data collected now is simply shocking. How could it not be enough? Some powerful ETs are more powerful than this. Luo Shui said calmly. She had only heard about it, but she had no access to the true strength of the ET because it was all top secret information. I'm going to apply to go to HXLZ headquarters now. She spoke as she walked outside. Before, although she was qualified to go to the HXLZ headquarters, she still could not obtain the truly top secret information. But now it's different. She successfully implanted a large amount of GT virus, and the cells in her body have completely become compatible with the GT virus. She has the qualifications to access those top secret information. Boom! At the same time, somewhere in Longyin City, there were sudden bursts of huge vibrations. Not long after, the road here started to crack. It's cracked. Some passers-by saw this situation not far away and immediately exclaimed. What I saw before my eyes was truly shocking. An earthquake suddenly occurred in the middle of the wide street, and along with the shaking, the entire street cracked into a long gully. Fortunately, when the earthquake struck, many people had already escaped, and no vehicles passed by, so no one was injured. But seeing this exaggerated scene, many people started taking pictures with their mobile phones. This sudden situation not only scared the people, but also shocked some people so much that they took videos and posted them on TikTok immediately. However, these people didn't stay to watch the excitement for long, as government officials soon arrived. Not only government staff, but also police officers came. It didn't take long before this area was blocked off. When it was afternoon, all the people from HXLZ gathered here. The ET and those two haven't been found yet, and something unexpected happened again. The middle-aged man in the lead also had a terrible headache at this time. This time they came here mainly to capture or directly kill the ET, but the ET was not found, and they also met two people from other organizations. After continuous searching through the Sky Eye system, they still could not find any trace of the two people. Captain, is Luo Shui really compatible with this GT virus? A young woman in combat uniform couldn't help but speak out at this moment. That was the GT virus. And a tube of GT virus with such a high concentration was actually injected into the body. It's just crazy. It's true. If my guess is correct, after being fully compatible with the GT virus, her physique will be at least twice as strong as before. Chapter 52 Tyrannosaurus Rex. At least twice as strong. Hiss. Thinking of this, the others couldn't help but gasp. You have to know that these people all have a small amount of GT virus injected into their bodies, but even so, their physical strength has become much stronger than ordinary people. If my physique is now twice as strong as before, the changes that will come about will be even more terrifying. And this is just the beginning. It may become stronger later. The middle-aged man couldn't help but sigh when he said this. It will get even stronger. Thinking of this, everyone's breathing became a little heavier. Don't even think about injecting her. If we're not careful, we'll die. You should have seen what happened after the virus injections failed, right? He glanced at the people around him and continued in a deep voice. After listening to the words of the middle-aged man, these people finally reacted and felt a chill down their spines. In order to avoid people thinking that they can gain powerful powers after being injected with the GT virus, they released the internal video. Those who tried injecting large doses of GT virus experienced extremely terrible pain before dying. Just thinking about those scenes made their scalps tingle. And now she has applied to go to the headquarters. You might come into contact with that thing. The middle-aged man muttered to himself. It actually cracked so big. Soon, everyone arrived at the front area and could clearly see a very large gully in the middle of the area. Just looking at it like this is enough to make people feel shocked. If my guess is correct, there are remains of civilization underneath. The middle-aged man in the lead also said in a deep voice at this time. Relics of civilization. That's impossible. This is on the streets of Longyin City. They should have been surveyed when the road was built before. A man couldn't help but speak out at this time. Nothing is impossible. Even if we survey, we can't survey to such a depth. Go down and take a look first. While the middle-aged man continued walking forward, he took out a high-power flashlight from behind and shone it forward. The huge ravine seemed to be bottomless. The light from the flashlight could not reach the bottom. "Captain, wait for us." At this time, everyone took out their flashlights at the same time and walked into the huge crack. It's very deep here, forming an entrance slanting downward. "Just walk in like this, is it okay?" A government official, watching the actions of these HXLZ members, couldn't help but speak up at this time. What I saw before my eyes was truly astonishing. Is there really something underneath the huge gully that has opened up on the street? Don't worry, they are all professionals. An old man from the Longyin Research Center also said with a smile at this time. But this time, I think we're in big trouble. He stared at the huge ravine and his expression became solemn. According to the information obtained previously, the appearance of this kind of thing means that there may be remains of civilization below. And the scariest thing is that there may be ancient creatures. In ancient times, there appeared horrible mutated creatures. It's almost like a staircase here. As they continued to walk downward, they could clearly feel that the road under their feet was extending diagonally downward. It felt strange to step on it, just like stepping on stairs. We can't even reach the bottom. Are we heading to the center of the earth? A man also joked at this time, which eased the tense atmosphere a lot. Soon, as everyone continued walking for an unknown period of time, they could clearly see metal walls appearing on both sides. This is. The high-intensity flashlights in their hands clearly shone on both sides. Looking at the metal, their eyes widened with shock. That one ET still made the remains of this civilization appear. The middle-aged man couldn't help but sigh at this time. The appearance of remains of civilization is not a good thing. Because this often means that some mutated creatures hidden in the remains of civilization may also wake up. After these ETs come to Earth, they look for the remains of civilization, and then use special methods to restore the remains of civilization to the Earth while awakening the monsters. Why they do this has not been fully understood until now. But the only thing we know is that once they appear, nearby cities may be in trouble. Be careful, there may be mutant creatures. The middle-aged man also said in a deep voice at this time. His whole body was a little tense now. He pressed the silver box behind him with his left hand, and a long knife popped out instantly. He also grasped the handle of the knife. The others did the same thing, already holding their swords tightly in their hands. The current situation forces everyone to become serious. If mutant creatures appear, it will be a fight to the death. Continue walking downwards, and you can clearly see that not only are there metal walls on both sides, but even the ground under your feet has turned into metal. Tap tap tap. When stepping on the metal floor, strange sounds were heard. Everyone now didn't dare to breathe, and continued to move downwards under the leadership of the middle-aged man. Gradually, the road surface became smooth. It is obvious that there is a huge door in front, which has already been opened. Shining a strong flashlight inside, one can clearly see all sorts of strange machines inside. It's really a relic of civilization. Gurgle. Couldn't help but swallow their saliva at this moment. Now they all stood here, stopped. Everything they saw was so shocking. Before, they had only seen the remains of civilization in video footage and had never seen them in person. Looking at it now, it's really shocking. Look here. At this moment, a woman screamed. Everyone reacted instantly and looked in the direction her high-intensity flashlight was shining. They could clearly see that in the areas on both sides of the front, there were two huge sound shadows that were frozen. Dinosauria. Looking at these two figures, a man began to stutter a little. Kind of like a T-Rex. The middle-aged man was also surprised when he saw this scene. Just now, they were shining towards the area ahead, but they didn't expect that in the corners on both sides, there were two huge Tyrannosaurus Rex frozen. Go and have a look. He walked quickly forward and could clearly feel that the surrounding environment was becoming colder. Fortunately, they were wearing special combat uniforms that provided some protection against the cold. Chapter 53 Level 19. At this time, they walked straight inside. Looking at the huge Tyrannosaurus Rex on both sides, their eyes were filled with shock. There are dinosaurs here. A young man muttered to himself, his eyes full of disbelief. It's true. The middle-aged man in the lead also walked over and was shocked when he saw the scene. This Tyrannosaurus Rex is so real. Why is there ice here? A man looked at the frozen Tyrannosaurus Rex and couldn't help but speak out. There was a large amount of frost in the nearby area, which froze the two Tyrannosaurus Rexes. The level of technology in the ruins of civilization is far beyond our current level of technology. There are many incredible things. The middle-aged man smiled. Some of the technologies found in the remains of civilization are completely beyond imagination. Anything incredible can happen here. Don't touch. At this time, a man couldn't help but reach out to touch the frost. But just as he stretched out his hand, the middle-aged man spoke immediately. The man was startled and immediately withdrew his hand. The frost here might break directly if you touch it like this. The middle-aged man said in a deep voice. When the time comes, these two Tyrannosaurus Rex will come out and we will be in trouble. He looked at the two huge Tyrannosaurus Rex and felt a little tingling on his scalp. Captain, even if the ice is broken, it's okay. After all, it's been so many years. He must be dead. The man who had just spoken couldn't help but speak at this moment. Hee. These are not the Tyrannosaurus Rex you imagine. They may contain the GT virus in their bodies. It's a mutant Tyrannosaurus Rex. The middle-aged man sneered. It is possible for organisms containing the GT virus to remain dormant for a long time and wake up at any time. Listening to his words, everyone's eyes widened and their scalps felt a little tingling. If he really wakes up, they won't be able to deal with him at all. Go in and take a look first. If anything unusual happens, you must come out with me immediately. He said seriously. Yes. The expressions of the others also turned serious at this time. There may be some monsters appearing in the ruins of civilization, or there may be some protection mechanisms inside. If you attack them, you may very likely die. They continued to walk in and could clearly see that there were a large number of strange machines in the area inside. It's just like arriving at a base in an advanced civilization. Call. There shouldn't be any monsters awake inside. Let's report it first, and then see how the higher-ups handle it. After searching inside for a while, the middle-aged man did not continue to lead them deeper inside, but returned the same way. The main reason they came here this time was to see if there were any monsters awakened by the appearance of the remains of this civilization. If there is, get rid of it as soon as possible. It seems that there is no such thing for the time being. He will not be able to act on his own and continue to go deeper into the Wenmin ruins. Kala. Just as they walked out of the gate of the civilization ruins, a crisp sound suddenly came. What's that sound? Hearing the crisp sound, a man frowned. Turning around and looking to the side, he could clearly see a crack appearing on the ice with his sharp eyes. It's cracked. Seeing the crack, he was startled and his eyes widened. No way. The others also reacted immediately and looked in the direction he was looking. They could clearly see that there was indeed a crack on the huge block of ice. Did it just appear? A woman couldn't help but speak out at this time. I don't know. I didn't seem to notice it just now. The others looked at each other. Looking at the Tyrannosaurus Rex in the huge ice block, they still felt a little tingling. The Tyrannosaurus Rex's eyes were wide open, as if it was staring at them. No. There is no such crack just now. The middle-aged man in the lead said in a deep voice. Captain, could it be that? Don't worry, nothing will happen for the time being. I'll watch from here. You go up and inform the people above, and also inform them to pass the news here to the headquarters. He waved his hand at this time. Yes. The few of them looked at each other, nodded, and ran straight up. Could it be possible that he will really wake up? The middle-aged man stood there, looking at the frozen Tyrannosaurus Rex on both sides, and felt a headache. There is something obviously wrong with these two Tyrannosaurus Rex. Their teeth looked extremely sharp, and their eyes had dark red vertical pupils, as if they were staring at him. Any creature that can appear here in the ruins of civilization must be a mutated creature infected with the GT virus. Just looking at it this way, I can indeed feel a strong sense of oppression. It shouldn't be possible. But soon, he shook his head. These mutant creatures are not so easy to wake up. I didn't expect the remains of civilization to appear here. And this civilization ruins is huge, there must be set 3 inside, no, maybe even set 2. He sat on the ground here, looking inside and talking to himself. The so-called suit is a special combat uniform obtained from the ruins of civilization. This kind of combat uniform is very magical and is made of special nanomaterials. Putting on these suits will raise your overall combat effectiveness to a higher level. But it's hard to get this set. Although they are found among the relics of civilization, they can only be obtained under special conditions. Just keep waiting. If my guess is correct, the ET came to Longyin City to awaken this relic of civilization. The middle-aged man spoke secretly in his heart. Level 19. At the same time, Linhao, who was evolving and sleeping in the dragon pond, opened his eyes with a look of surprise. Evolution is complete. Moreover, he could clearly feel that his whole body was filled with an incomparably powerful sense of strength. Readily. As the level continues to increase, it seems that with each level up, there are huge changes in the body. Fuck, did you see the video on TikTok? The old street in Dongqing district suddenly had a big crack. This is even more outrageous than a Tiankan. At this moment, there were bursts of discussions coming from the stone bridge. Hearing these words, Linhao frowned slightly. Something happened in the city. And according to their conversation, we learned that there was a huge crack in the street. Dongqing district. Hey, it seems to be near the river in the city where I teleported before. Chapter 54, Prepare to upgrade again. Linhao was also a little surprised at this time. Something happened at that place. I don't know if there will be more mutant creatures. As he was talking to himself, his mind moved and the system panel appeared before his eyes. Host, Linhao. Species, Unicorn Fire Scale Carp. Level, 19. Size, 5 meters long, weighing 754 kilograms. Combat strength, 78. Skills, Supercharge, Night Fight, Camouflage, Fire Scale, Powerful Bite, Powerful Tail Slap, Steel Scale Armor. Magical Power, Auspiciousness of the House LV.6, Passive. Evolution Points, 4654/14,000. Level 20. I should be able to reach level 20 soon. After all, we are only about 10,000 evolution points away. He has confidence. See if there are any new tasks refreshed. I clicked on the task list again and looked at it. Normal task, Devour 500 tilapia 0/500, reward, increased teeth sharpness. Normal task, Devour 500 black shrimps 0/500, reward, acceleration boost. Normal task, Devour 10 yellow eels 0 out of 10, reward, white treasure chest. Difficult task, Devour 10 mutant creatures 3/10, reward, blue treasure chest. They are all very ordinary tasks. The yellow eel mission is a bit difficult. I haven't encountered a yellow eel in such a long time. Looking at these tasks, Linhao couldn't help but complain. The tilapia mission should be accomplished. The number of tilapia in the city's rivers is still very large, especially the small ones. Linhao was talking to himself. He clicked on the system panel with his mind and was able to see the current map quickly. This time the scope of the upgraded map has only been slightly expanded, and the transmission time remains unchanged at 3 hours. I thought it would increase the transmission time. Never mind that, let's go find the tilapia first. He looked at the map and quickly decided to choose the river in Longyin City. At this moment, as white light covered his body disappeared from the spot. This water is still as smelly as ever. Linhao, who had just been teleported here, couldn't help but complain. What happened over there? I heard that people from the government are here, including the police. Hehe, maybe you don't know, but I heard that an ancient tomb appeared down there. Is this true? As Linhao swam forward, he, with his excellent hearing, could clearly hear the voices of passers-by passing by the river bank. It seems that everyone is discussing this matter. I'll go over there later to see if I can eavesdrop on any useful information. Linhao is also very curious now. But he didn't think much about it at the moment. He moved his body and continued to swim forward. The river in Longyin City is quite long and winding, and we soon arrived at an area that we had never been to before. Fuck, there are still so many. As soon as you come here, you can clearly see that there are a large number of tilapia here. There are too many of these tilapia. Just enough for him to feast on. Devour a juvenile tilapia and gain 20 evolution points. Devour an adult tilapia and gain 50 evolution points. Devour. System prompts kept appearing at this time, but Linhao ignored them. He just let go and swallowed madly. One after another. The evolution points on the system panel also continued to rise at this time. The increase is getting faster and faster. So cool. Looking at the changes in the evolution point, Linhao was also very happy. Almost level 20. It's almost level 20. He devoured them madly along the way, and all of the countless tilapia were swallowed into Linhao's stomach. Readily. It was unknown how long he had been eating, until the tilapia was completely devoured, and then Linhao stopped. There were really too many tilapias, and they seemed to be dumbfounded and were not afraid of him at all. He ate several of them in one bite. It's an invasive species anyway, so it's okay to eat it all. Besides, the world is about to change drastically. If I am not swallowed up by myself, I will be swallowed up by other mutant creatures. While talking to himself in his heart, he continued to swim forward. Soon, they swam to a river near the ruins of civilization. So many people. Looking forward, you can clearly see a large number of people gathering in the area ahead. Judging from the way these people are dressed, many of them are government workers, and many are police officers. Huh. Those HXLZ people are here too. If you look closely, you can also see the HXLZ people wearing special combat uniforms. Could it be that the so-called remains of civilization appeared here? After his pupils turned golden, his eyes were now extremely sharp. Even when he was underwater and looking far ahead, he could clearly see the faces of the people on the shore. These people all had serious expressions on their faces. Linhao thought about it for a moment and continued swimming forward. There were 2 HXLZ members standing on a stone bridge in the area ahead. Go over and listen to see if you find anything. At this time, he was also swimming slowly under the river, constantly moving closer to the front. Right. Right inside Longyin City, the remains of this civilization appeared. There are 2 giant Tyrannosaurus Rex frozen in the ice. When we came out just now, we found a crack in the ice. As he swam forward, he could vaguely hear these people reporting some information to the person on the other end of the phone. Hearing these words, Linhao was also shocked. It is truly a relic of civilization. And below, a Tyrannosaurus Rex appeared. Will the frozen Tyrannosaurus Rex come back to life after being unfrozen? Although it sounds a bit far-fetched, it is very likely. Linhao now feels a little nervous. With his current strength, if he encounters a creature like the Tyrannosaurus Rex, can he kill it? It's very difficult. Unless it goes into the river, you will have a chance. Okay, we'll stay here for now and wait for you to come over. Soon, the person from HXLZ hung up the phone. It's terrible. A mutant giant beast has awakened on the other side. The headquarters is short of manpower. It may take 2 or 3 days for someone to come to support us. The man who hung up the phone was also having a headache at this time. Then we can only guard here temporarily, but no accidents should happen in the short term. The other person beside him also said in a deep voice at this time. No, hurry back and upgrade first. This world is too dangerous. Was under the river, was also startled when he heard their words. Chapter 55, 10 days left. The other side didn't know where he was talking about. A giant beast has awakened. This is simply amazing. The world is changing so fast. Maybe after a while, the Tyrannosaurus Rex they just said was frozen will come back to life. Just thinking about this, Linhao felt that time was even more urgent. Before these mutant creatures appear in greater and greater numbers, his strength must be raised to a high point. While there is still time, let's go and take a look at the front. The 2 people on the stone bridge also walked towards the other side at this time. Linhao and Hanoi continued to swim forward. There are still a lot more here. At the corner, you can see many tilapia. There are so many tilapia in the rivers within this city. Devour a juvenile tilapia and gain 20 evolution points. Devour an adult tilapia and gain 50 evolution points. Devour. As Linhao continued to devour frantically, a large number of system prompts were constantly coming out. Readily. As it continues to devour, system prompts are also constantly coming out, which makes people feel very refreshed. I don't know how much time has passed. As a faint white light bloomed from his body, his entire body turned into white light and disappeared here. I'm back. Before I knew it, I had already devoured it for 3 hours. Linhao couldn't help but sigh at this time. See how many evolution points I have. Host, Linhao. Species, Unicorn Fire Scale Carp. Level, 19. Size, 5 meters long, 754 kilograms in weight. Combat strength, 78. Skills, Supercharge, Night Fight, Camouflage, Fire Scale, Powerful Bite, Powerful Tail Slap, Steel Scale Armor. Magical Power, Auspiciousness of the House LV.6, Passive. Evolution Points, 20214/14,000. 20,000 evolution points. Not bad. Looking at this scene, Linhao's eyes lit up slightly. These evolution points are pretty good, increasing by more than 10,000, and the task of devouring 500 tilapia should be almost completed. As soon as the thought came to mind, the task list began to appear. Normal task, devour 500 tilapia 475/500, reward, increased tooth sharpness. Swallowed 475. You actually swallowed so many. I almost reached 500. I guess I'll have to wait until next time. Let's choose evolution now. He took a deep breath, and at this moment, he thought about it, and 14,000 evolution points were immediately deducted. At this time, he slowly fell into a deep sleep. Level 20. When I woke up again, I was already level 20. The headquarters can't spare any manpower. At the same time, below the ruins of civilization, some high-ranking officials of the Longyin city government, the Longyin Research Institute, and members of HXLZ all walked down. Yes, Captain. A giant beast has appeared in Luoming City. Headquarters has dispatched a large number of personnel to provide support there. We can only rely on ourselves here for the time being. A man also spoke up with a headache at this time. The middle-aged man also nodded at this time. Hold out for 10 days at most here. He looked towards the area next to him and spoke seriously. Last 10 days at most. Dinosaur. Some high-ranking officials of the Longyin city government were looking at the areas on both sides with shocked expressions on their faces. What I saw before my eyes was simply incredible. It's just like the scenes in a movie. It would be great if we could get these things back for research. The people at Longyin Research Center couldn't help but speak out at this time. Dinosaur. It's not a skeleton, but a real dinosaur frozen in ice. And judging from its appearance, it's a Tyrannosaurus Rex. No, once the ice is broken, they might wake up. Listening to the words of the people from Longyin Research Institute, the middle-aged man spoke directly. Captain Zhao, do you think these dinosaurs might wake up? A senior government official couldn't help but speak out at this time. Zhao Qingkong is the captain of this group of HXLZ combat members, that is, this middle-aged man. These Tyrannosaurus Rex are not ordinary Tyrannosaurus Rex. Look at its eyes. Zhao Qingkong said seriously at this time. The others were slightly startled, and now they followed his gaze and looked inside. If you look closely, you can clearly see the eyes of the Tyrannosaurus Rex frozen in this huge block of ice. Its eyes looked blood red, which was a bit weird. Infected with the GT virus. A staff member of Longyin Research Center also reacted quickly at this time. Just now they were all in shock of the Tyrannosaurus Rex and did not look at it carefully. Now after they reacted, they obviously found something wrong. Right. Zhao Qingkong nodded. Organisms infected with the GT virus can continue to evolve, and their lifespans will be extended as their strength increases. And in this ultra-low temperature state, they fall into a deep sleep, and once the temperature is restored, the cells in their bodies become active again. Speaking of this, he also felt a little tingling on his scalp. These creatures will definitely be resurrected again. And looking at the time, it's not far away. Bang! At this moment, a crisp sound was heard again. What's that sound? Hearing this sound, everyone's pupils shrank slightly. Just as they looked to both sides, they could clearly see a crack appearing on the huge block of ice. It seems like the ice is about to crack. A man reacted quickly and watched the scene with wide eyes. Won't. At least not for the time being. Zhao Qingkong said seriously. From the very beginning, he noticed cracks appearing on the huge block of ice, and every once in a while, there would be one more crack. But these are only cracks on the surface. According to my estimation, it will take at least 10 days for these ice blocks to break apart. He continued to speak. 10 days. Can we just install the bombs here and blow them up when these monsters wake up? A middle-aged man couldn't help but speak out at this time. If this Tyrannosaurus Rex of such a huge size really wakes up and rushes out, it will be a huge disaster for the entire Longyin city. After all, it is a mutant creature, a mutated Tyrannosaurus Rex. No. A normal bomb probably won't kill them. And if the bomb is too powerful, it's very likely to affect the remains of civilization inside, causing the device to self-destruct automatically. Then the entire Longyin city will be destroyed. Zhao Qingkong spoke immediately, his expression becoming extremely serious. Chapter 56 Evolved Limbs. Chapter 56. Self-destruct device. The people on the government side were also a little confused at this time. They don't know much about things like relics of civilization. Listening to Zhao Qingkong's words at this time, they were also very surprised. After this civilization relic was hit by too strong an impact, it is possible that the self-destruct device was activated. Once the self-destruct device is activated, there will be a horrific explosion. It is estimated that the entire area within a dozen miles will be destroyed. Zhao Qingkong continued in a deep voice. The ground within a radius of more than 10 miles will collapse. Listening to his words, everyone's breathing became heavier. That won't do. The government staff also covered their foreheads at this time, feeling a little headache. How to deal with these two huge Tyrannosaurus Rex? We can kill them directly by shooting them with bullets, right? Another person also spoke up at this time. Just aim your gun at the upper exit and aim at the mutant Tyrannosaurus Rex. Once they wake up and rush up, just pull the trigger and shoot. Just beat them into a hornet's nest. It's possible, but it's also possible not to. Zhao Qingkong smiled bitterly. Captain Zhao, what do you mean? Listening to his words, they were also a little confused. The skin of mutant creatures may also change, and ordinary bullets may not work on them. Why do you think we use knives instead of guns? Zhao Qingkong spoke, he looked at the long sword in his hand. This long knife was seized from those ETs. This blade is extremely sharp and can really cut iron. The country once analyzed the materials of these blades and wanted to mass-produce them. But it was discovered that there is no such metal on this earth. It's impossible to create it. Therefore, every sword is very precious. This knife. Those alien creatures, brought here from other planets, are so sharp that they can cut iron. Zhao Qingkong also spoke faintly. Everyone will know this information in the future, so there is no need to hide it. Hiss. Some of the government officials had never heard of him before, and they couldn't help but gasp when they heard his words. They were very confused before, why these HXLZ people didn't use guns but used this kind of cold weapons. I see. Now we can only wait until our headquarters finishes dealing with the matter over there, so that we can transfer people to help here. Even if they wake up, we can deal with them. Zhao Qingkong continued to speak. Good. The government officials looked at each other and nodded. Over there are the remains of civilization. They looked towards the inner area and spoke out of curiosity. We can't go in there. I'm afraid it will cause these two mutant creatures to wake up prematurely. Zhao Qingkong shook his head. During this period of time, the surrounding area must be blocked off and no ordinary people can be allowed to get close. Evacuate residents from surrounding areas as much as possible. He continued. We try our best. The government officials also smiled bitterly at this time. It is indeed difficult to block the news from here and resettle the civilians living in the surrounding areas. After all, many people have lived nearby for a long time, and it is not easy to get them to leave. You guys go up first. We have special physiques and are not very afraid of the cold. Zhao Qingkong spoke to the others at this time. Good. Soon, those government personnel and some researchers from Longyin Research Institute who had not been injected with the GT virus went up first. It's very cold here. If ordinary people stay here for too long, they will find it hard to bear. However, it was easy for them to walk down, but it was difficult to walk up. They walked and stopped many times, and it took them a long time to get back to the top, and they were exhausted and out of breath. Xiao Ming, during this period of time, you must communicate well with the police. The Sky Eye system must check clearly whether there are any movements of those people. And the missing ET. Zhao Qingkong, who was still at the entrance of the civilization ruins, spoke seriously to a young man. Good. The young man also nodded. It was soon night. Crackle, clackle. At this time in the Hualong Pond, a large amount of water waves began to ripple. But at this point in time, no one can see it. Congratulations to the host for reaching level 20. The evolution direction is randomly selected. It hurts. At this moment, Linhao, who was in the dragon pond, suddenly opened his eyes. Why open your eyes? Because fish don't have eyelids, but now, he has them. And now, he vaguely felt waves of pain in his body. What's going on? Small lumps of flesh appearing on his body. And these little lumps of flesh are still growing. Linhao was completely shocked when he saw this scene. What's this? This situation has never occurred during previous evolution. When I saw it that way, I was really shocked. Wait, I have a neck. From the perspective of biological anatomy, fish can be said to have no necks. Therefore, it is very difficult to see what is happening behind your body. But now, he felt as if he had extra cervical vertebrae, and could turn around and look back. Linhao was even more shocked when he saw this scene. It hurts, it hurts. Moreover, he could clearly feel at this moment that the lumps of flesh on his body seemed to be still growing slowly, causing him to feel waves of pain. But this pain did not last long and gradually turned into soreness. It seems to be growing limbs. After watching for a while, Linhao finally understood what was going on. These lumps of flesh are actually growing limbs. Take a look at the system panel first. He took a deep breath and without any hesitation, he checked the system panel. Host, Linhao. Species, unicorn fish. Level, 20. Size, 5.5 meters long, 1015 kilograms. Combat strength, 100. Skills, supercharge, night fight, camouflage, fire scale, powerful bite, powerful tail slap, steel scale armor. Magical power, auspiciousness of the house LV.7, passive. Evolution points, 4214/20,000. One-horned fire-scaled carp. Have I evolved towards the direction of the giant salamander genus? Looking at this scene, Linhao was also a little surprised. This is a path that has never been imagined. Wait, I think I just heard the system's prompt, it's randomly selecting the evolution direction. There is an icon that looks like an email on the system panel, which can be used to view previous system prompt messages. At this moment, he clicked with his mind, and a pop-up window appeared. Chapter 57 Tearing Claws. Look at the system's historical messages. Congratulations to the host for reaching level 20. The evolution direction is randomly selected. Fish python family. Fuck. Can it evolve directly into a dragon? Looking at this scene, Linhao's eyes widened. In other words, when I just reached level 20, I was almost able to make the leap. But if you look closely, you will see a percentage hint for each type. The evolutionary direction is still that of fishes, accounting for 20%, pythons for 15%, and salamanders for only 8%. There are also some other species, accounting for 10%, and some for a few points. Jiao only accounts for 0.1%, and dragons for only 0.01%. 0.01%. The chance of evolving into a dragon is so low. System, are you kidding me? Linhao saw this situation, he couldn't help but complain. However, an 8% chance of evolving into the genus salamander is not bad. The genus giant salamander, the most famous is the Chinese giant salamander. It is an amphibian. This genus of salamander should be similar to the genus of giant salamander. And his own species is obviously a completely new species that has evolved. It hurts, it hurts. Just as Linhao spoke quietly, he vaguely felt waves of pain in his limbs again. Turning his head and taking a closer look, he could clearly see that the balls of flesh on his body were beginning to grow rapidly, and were clearly developing into the outlines of his limbs. And it continues to grow at a speed visible to the naked eye. Linhao was watching this scene with curiosity in his eyes. The growth of living things is truly a wonderful thing. Especially the evolutionary process, it is like watching your limbs grow while you are awake. Time passed by minute, and a prompt indicating that the task had been refreshed appeared in Linhao's mind. But now he didn't have time to look at these things, but instead stared at his limbs. The process of these limbs growing continuously is so interesting just to watch. After about an hour, the limbs were fully grown. It's so cool. Finally grew limbs. It's not easy. At this point he was trying to control his limbs to slide in the water. It was a little funny at first, almost like doggy style, but slowly he started to get used to it. It began to swim continuously under the water, and the speed was getting faster and faster. So good after evolving limbs. It's just that the limbs are a bit stubby, and the forelimbs are relatively short, while the hind limbs are slightly longer. There are 4 fingers, and the nails don't seem to be very sharp. After taking a closer look, he felt a little depressed. Although it has evolved limbs, it still doesn't look very strong. Congratulations to the host for successfully evolving and obtaining a purple treasure chest. Soon, the system prompts continued to come out. I got another treasure chest. That's right, I have reached level 20 after all. Damn. He muttered something to himself, then his eyes widened. After he reacted, he caught a key word, purple treasure chest. It's actually a purple treasure chest. Do you want to receive it immediately? The system prompts continued to come at this time. Yes. Linhao didn't hesitate at all and chose to receive it directly. Within a short period of time, a treasure chest appeared directly in front of him. Compared to the previous blue treasure chest, this treasure chest is full of purple light, and the treasure chest icon seems to have become more luxurious. Open it for me. Linhao took a deep breath and chose to start it directly. Squeak. At this moment, accompanied by the sound of a treasure chest opening, the treasure chest began to slowly open. Bursts of dazzling light also began to appear. Linhao also held his breath at this time, staring at the open treasure chest. If you look closely at this time, you can clearly see many rotating entries. Greatly improved physical fitness, purple, greatly improved speed, purple, super powerful collision, purple, black gold eyes, purple. All of them are purple. Moreover, next to these entries, you can clearly see a small icon emitting a faint purple light. Looking at this scene, he also became a little excited. Purple level stuff is obviously a level better than the blue level stuff. No matter what you transfer to, you will make money. At this moment, these entries began to rotate slowly at a speed visible to the naked eye. And it spins faster and faster. Ancestors, please bless me. This time I will get something good. Linhao also prayed peacefully at this time. Although most of the entries are purple, when these entries are rotated, you can vaguely see some pink and even gold entries. But it seems that the odds are very low, almost like winning the jackpot. He didn't expect to get a higher grade one at that time, as long as he could get a relatively useful one among the purple ones. Soon, these constantly rotating entries gradually stagnated. Then slowly fix on one of the entries. Tearing claws, purple. Rip claw. Paw. Looking at the entry he had obtained, Linhao's eyes widened slightly. What a good thing. He also looked surprised at this time. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the tearing claws, purple. Do you want to use it immediately? Yes. As the system prompt sounded again, Linhao now directly chose yes. At this moment, a faint purple light bloomed from his nails. Soon his original nails fell off. Then a brand new nail will grow out at this time. These nails obviously look thicker, longer and sharper. Hey. It's getting thicker and longer. Looking at this scene, Linhao was also delighted. And as he stared at the claw, he could clearly see the system prompt appear. Tearing claws, purple sharp claws that not only cause damage but also have a certain continuous tearing effect. Looking at the system prompt, his eyes lit up slightly. What does a certain continuous tearing effect mean? Does it mean that it can cause continuous damage? Looking at this scene, he was also very curious. Go and give it a try. Linhao looked around at this time. After the evolution, he felt that his vision had become wider. You can also see more clearly. At this time, it was also obvious that there was a wild boar not far away. How dare you come over here? Chapter 58, Stronger Strength. He had swallowed 2 wild boars before. I didn't expect that there are still wild boars that dare to come here. It's a bit strange. There are more and more wild boars in this area recently. It's not just wild boars, there are more and more other small animals as well. It seems like they came from somewhere else. Are they all gathered here? Linhao swam slowly forward, he talked to himself in his heart. The surrounding flowers, plants and trees are now more lush. Some of the flowers also look relatively large, which is quite magical. It must be because of my magical powers. The koi in the Hualong Pond are still growing. The rate of growth is too exaggerated. Some koi have already exceeded 1 meter. By the way, the level of my magical power has also been raised this time. After a thought, he looked at the introduction of his magical powers and found that there were no major changes. However, there was a small note behind the introduction of this magical skill. Note, as the level of the magical power increases, the effect will continue to increase and the range of influence will continue to expand. So that's how it is. When my level reaches a certain level in the future, these creatures should evolve, right? Lin Haoguang thought about this in his heart and felt it was incredible. At this time, he withdrew his gaze and continued to look at the wild boar on the shore. This wild boar was drinking water over there, and it was much bigger than the 2 wild boars he had devoured before. I don't know whether it has grown bigger due to the influence of my magical powers, or if it was originally this big. At least more than 100 kilograms, right? Looking at its thick fangs, Lin Hao also spoke secretly. As it slowly approached, the wild boar seemed to look up at the Hualong Pond with some vigilance. It seemed to sense that there was something in the water. It's like having an instinctive sense of danger. Crash! The next moment, Lin Hao didn't hesitate at all and rushed out of the dragon pool. Countless water splashes all around. At this moment, many small animals around fled away. The big wild boar seemed to be frightened as well and turned around to run away. But Lin Hao's reaction speed was so fast that he rushed forward directly. Night Battle. This ability improved his night vision and increased his overall strength by 10%. This is coupled with an increase in speed. Super Collision. The moment he rushed to the shore, his whole body flew over. The sharp horn pierced through its body from behind, and blood splattered everywhere in an instant. The wild boar fell to the ground in pain and soon struggled to get up. But Lin Hao reacted quickly, and his sharp claws directly grabbed its body. The purple tearing claws that had just been obtained were extremely sharp. At this moment, they directly cut through its body and ripped it open instantly. The wild boar struggled for a bit, and then became completely silent. It's solved. It's the first time I killed a wild boar there. Lin Hao looked at the wild boar lying on the ground and couldn't help but sigh. Finally I can breathe air on shore. And at this time, he could clearly feel his smooth breathing. Readily. This breathing feeling is so refreshing. After so long, he was finally able to get ashore. After being in the sea for so long, I can finally get ashore. I want to cry. Ahem, it means going into the water, not into the sea. Lin Hao secretly complained in his heart. He can't speak yet and is very bored, so he can only entertain himself. He looked at the wild boar's corpse, and then he thought about it and used the ability of fire scales. Boom! At this moment, the black scales on his entire body burst into flames. As he continued to hold the wild boar's body, all the hair on its body was burned off by the flames. It seems to be quite delicious when it is half-cooked. Lin Hao used his sharp claws to tear off the body of the wild boar meat and devour it while sighing. This feeling is really great. It feels like eating roast pork. He quickly devoured the entire wild boar, leaving even the bones behind. Now that his teeth are so sharp, it is relatively easy for him to bite all these bones into pieces. He would just grab some unpalatable organs and throw them into the Hualong Pond to be eaten by the koi. Devour a wild boar and gain 1000 evolution points. It's actually 1000 evolution points, which is not bad. Looking at the system prompt, Lin Hao's eyes lit up slightly. From this point of view, this wild boar must be relatively large in size, which is why it has so many evolution points. Not bad. But the next upgrade will require 20,000 evolution points. It's a bit troublesome to upgrade just by devouring ordinary creatures. It would be nice if there were more powerful creatures. While Linhao spoke quietly, he looked towards the distance. How about we go ahead and take a look? The Hualong Pond were all covered with mud and weeds. The blood that had just splashed out from the wild boars had been burned black along with the weeds, leaving no trace at all. Otherwise, the wild boar's blood would splatter on the ground, and if others saw it, they might mistakenly think that a murder had occurred. Go and have a look. Linhao also walked forward at this time. It has been a long time since he felt this way of walking, and it made him extremely excited. After running around wildly for a while, he began to feel a little uncomfortable. Amphibians cannot stay out of water for a long time. It seems that I haven't evolved completely yet. He swooped forward, grabbed a hare, and bit it to pieces. Devour a hare and gain 200 evolution points. His speed was so fast now that the hare was swallowed before it even had time to react. After looking around and not finding any living creature he could devour, he had no choice but to return to the dragon pond. Once I entered the water, the feeling of dryness and discomfort all over my body completely disappeared. We'll have to wait until tomorrow. Be in Wolonki now. I can hear a lot of news. It would be bad if I were discovered in other places. After all, he is so big now, if he is discovered by those people, he will definitely be treated as a mutant. I don't know when I will be able to speak. Linhao also sighed in his heart. Wait until tomorrow. If the Tyrannosaurus Rex they're talking about really wakes up, I wonder if we can fight it. He was sure that if he devoured more powerful mutant creatures, he would be able to gain more evolutionary points. Chapter 59 New Difficult Tasks. That night, Linhao was still hiding under the dragon pond. Although he was very excited about the evolution of limbs, this excitement did not last long and he became a little bored. Hiding under the dragon transformation pond, his entire body has turned into the same mud underneath because of his ability to hide. If you don't look carefully in front of him, it's impossible for anyone to notice it. Soon, as a hint of paleness appeared in the sky, the sound of footsteps could be clearly heard coming from not far away. Huh. Linhao, who was listening to the voice, was also a little curious. Is there anyone coming here so early in the morning? Could it be those HXLZ people again? At this moment, his mind moved and his body swam directly upwards. Something really happened. I heard there's an alien base down there. No way. I heard it was an ancient tomb. There seemed to be a big Zongzi inside. Several young men and women drove here early in the morning. While discussing, they walked towards the Dragon King Temple. It can be seen that they seem a little nervous now. He walked quickly onto the stone bridge and continued walking inside. Anyway, please pray that there won't be any huge gullies or sinkholes like this on our side. You didn't see it, the whole street over there was cracked, it was horrible. This Dragon King Temple seems to be quite powerful. People who have been here recently said that their luck has improved. These people spoke as they quickly crossed the stone bridge. The appearance of this civilization ruins cannot be concealed. It seems to make sense to say it's an alien base. Listening to their words, Linhao also started talking to himself in his heart. But they say their luck has improved. It should be related to my magical powers, right? Linhao thought that the ability of his magical power was to increase his luck and speed up his evolution. The effect of evolution shouldn't have much impact on humans, right? But luck can indeed make people's luck better. Just like the guy who came here to release the scavengers, if he stays nearby, the stocks he buys will increase in value. As the sun rose, more and more people came here. There are too many people. Continuing to watch this scene, Linhao's eyes were filled with surprise. In the past, there were many people coming to the Dragon King Temple, but not as many as now. And many people are discussing the remains of civilization over there. Many people believe that an ancient tomb has appeared there, and some people believe that an alien base has appeared. Otherwise, why would the government ask everyone in that area to evacuate? It seems that everyone is discussing things over there. I don't know if the government and HXLZ can handle this well. Who was hiding in the dragon pond, listened to their conversation and spoke quietly. Have you heard? Something big happened in Luoming City. I heard a monster appeared. Monster? You haven't watched Ultraman too much, have you? It's true, you think I'm kidding you. But in addition to the news from the ruins of civilization, I also heard some people talking about the conditions in other cities. Luoming City. Linhao thought about it carefully. Luoming City is a second-tier city, and it is located to the north of Longyin City, about 400 kilometers away. Is there a problem over there too? And it's a giant beast. Just as he was concentrating on hearing more news on this matter, those people stopped discussing. This made Linhao a little depressed. You guys should talk more. What a pity. If I could use a mobile phone, it would be fine. I might be able to find some useful information on some small forums. He couldn't help but sigh at this moment. Time passed by minute, and soon it was noon. Okay, you can teleport now. Linhao had been waiting for this moment for a long time. At this moment, he thought about it and the map interface appeared before his eyes. New features activated. The host can teleport between areas at will, but there is a 1-hour cooldown period. Along with the appearance of the map, Linhao also saw the prompt that popped up from the system. Can I travel between different areas at will? That is to say, after traveling to one of the maps, you can continue to teleport after another hour. Looking at the system prompts, he also became excited at this time. This function is indeed a very good function. Cool. Although the teleportation time is still 3 hours and there is no change, it is still very cool to be able to travel a second or even a third time. By the way, let's see what task is refreshed first. Normal task, Devour 500 Tilapia 475/500, reward, increased tooth sharpness. Normal task, Devour 500 Black Shrimps 0 out of 100, reward, acceleration boost. Normal task, Devour 10 Yellow Eels 0 out of 10, reward, white treasure chest. Difficult task, Devour 10 Mutant Creatures 3/10, reward, blue treasure chest. Difficult task, Devour the Mutant Tyrannosaurus Rex 0/1, reward, purple treasure chest. Difficult task, Devour level 1 Warrior Green Beast, reward, significantly improve cardiopulmonary function. Fuck, there are so many new tasks. Looking at these newly refreshed tasks, Linhao was also a little surprised. Wait, a mutant overlord whip? Seeing that one of the difficult tasks was to devour a mutant Tyrannosaurus Rex, Linhao couldn't help but be shocked. Recalling the news I heard before, there was a frozen Tyrannosaurus Rex in the ruins of civilization that appeared in Longyin City. Could this mutant Tyrannosaurus Rex really wake up? Can I beat him? Linhao also felt a little scalp tingling at this time. According to the information I have seen before, the length of an adult Tyrannosaurus Rex is about 12 meters, the height can reach 3 meters or even 4 meters, and the weight may reach about 7 tons. This is a bit outrageous. And it's a mutated Tyrannosaurus Rex. Damn it, I still need to evolve quickly. If we really face this kind of mutant creature, it will be very difficult. He shook his head without thinking too much. Now he directly used the system's teleportation ability and teleported directly. Longyin Reservoir. At this moment, his body was filled with bursts of white light, and then his entire body disappeared on the spot. The next moment, they arrived at Longyin Reservoir. No. Isn't that giant snake right over here? Hahaha, I told you it was a special effect. I've been here for a few days and haven't found any monsters in this reservoir. As soon as he was teleported here, Linhao heard bursts of noisy noises. Ha! Chapter 60 Reservoir Monster. Linhao looked around at this time and could clearly see many figures on the shore of the Longyin Reservoir. There were also many people holding cameras and filming the surrounding area, and some were even live streaming. Here I come, bro. I'm live streaming my exploration now, and I haven't seen any mysterious creatures in this reservoir. This creature emitting fire in the water must be a special effect, one of those special effects that appear in an instant. During this period, Longyin Reservoir has attracted many internet celebrities to check in. After all, the video of giant snakes and mysterious creatures appearing in Longyin Reservoir was very popular on TikTok. Who told you this was a special effect? This is real. A man stood on the shore at this time and argued with the people around him. This video was shot by him before. During this period of time, he continued to look for the mysterious creature here. He saw everything that happened that day with his own eyes. But in the past few days, they have not seen any trace of any living creatures. In addition, special personnel from the government and the police came to investigate, but they did not see any trace of any living creatures. It was that guy. Linhao, who was underwater, looked upward and could clearly see a familiar figure. Before that, the man had filmed the scene of him swallowing the giant snake. But it doesn't matter to Linhao. Anyway, the news of the mutant creatures will spread around the world soon, it's just a matter of time. There are quite a lot of fish today. Linhao sprinted and swam directly to the front. He opened his mouth and started to bite and swallow a bighead carp. And he did not stop at all. He swung his body and continued to devour the silver carp around him frantically. Devour an adult bighead carp and gain 100 evolution points. Devour an adult silver carp and gain 120 evolution points. Devour. Within a short period of time, a large number of system prompts continued to come. Linhao ate it right away and it was delicious. The reservoir is very big. Last time, he hadn't explored the entire area. And now he is still a little nervous and anxious inside. After all, the size of the Tyrannosaurus Rex is terrifying just by thinking about it. If you want to deal with that Tyrannosaurus Rex, how should you do it? No. My body is still too short, I need to evolve to at least 8 meters to deal with it. Without thinking too much, he continued to rush forward and frantically devoured the fish around him. Gurgle gurgle. Why are there bubbles over there? At this moment, a sharp-eyed man on the shore clearly saw something unusual on the water. Blood has blood. The others followed his gaze and clearly saw that the water surface seemed to have a faint red color. Blood. It looks like blood is flowing out. Linhao swallowed frantically, a faint trace of blood appeared on the water surface. Although the fish did not have much blood, it had swallowed so many fish that it tore them all in half, slowly turning the water surface a faint red. But if you don't have a keen eye, you won't notice it. Blood? How could there be blood? Don't be scary, young man. A middle-aged man dressed in fashionable clothes laughed out loud while broadcasting live. Brothers, see, they actually dare to scare me. Give me a few gifts, and Big Brother B will continue to take you to explore the reservoir. Crash. Just as he finished his words, a splash of water suddenly splashed out from the reservoir behind him, directly splashing on his head. Who the fuck? Big Brother B was furious, and as he turned around to look back, he could clearly see a huge figure under the reservoir, swimming towards the front. What the hell? When he saw this huge figure, his eyes widened and his look was full of shock. The figure was so huge that it was beyond his imagination. Linhao didn't care at all whether others discovered him or not. Anyway, he could move around freely and no one could catch him. Finally I met you. His current target is the eel in front. The task of devouring 10 eels has not been completed even after such a long time. Now that I finally see one, I'll quickly devour it. Linhao was very fast. He rushed to the front in a short time, opened his mouth, and swallowed the eel into his stomach. Devour the eel and gain 150 evolution points. It actually has 150 evolution points, which is not bad. Looking at this evolution point, Linhao's eyes lit up slightly. Let's go ahead and have a look. We should be able to find other yellow eels and black shrimps. If possible, try to complete all the tasks that can be completed. After all, no matter what the task is, the rewards after completing it will be helpful to yourself. At this time, his body had already rushed to the front area in a short time. At this time, he opened his mouth and swallowed the group of fish in front of him. A strange monster has appeared. Oh my god. There really is a reservoir monster. It went over there. At this moment, everyone here was shocked by the scene just now. Although they couldn't see Linhao's figure clearly, the huge black shadow still shocked them. Although these people felt scared in their hearts, they were also excited at the same time. If they could capture that monster, would their video also go viral? Brothers, give me some rockets, I'll take you all to see the monster up close. My friends, give us some gifts, the host will take you to watch it. At this time, those people who came with their mobile phones to live broadcast were going crazy. There really is a reservoir monster. And just now they really saw a huge black shadow swimming towards the front. At this time, the popularity of the live broadcast room is also rising, and these anchors are extremely excited. Are these people crazy? If those monsters rush in front of him, he'll be doomed. Some people stood where they were, their scalps tingling, and they didn't dare to go forward. If there really was a monster, wouldn't it swallow them all up when it rushed over? These people are obsessed with money. They want traffic more than their lives. Let's run. Some fishermen didn't dare to chase them any further and just turned around and ran away. At this time, Linhao ignored the people chasing him from behind and continued to rush forward. Devour the eel and gain 150 evolution points. Another eel. This time I encountered 2 eels. As long as 10 of them appear, you can complete the task directly. Chapter 61, Scared. Besides, Linhao's eyesight is still very good underwater. As he looked around, he soon discovered another eel that seemed to be burrowing into the mud nearby. He rushed over and grabbed it with his sharp claws. The soil was dug up in an instant, and the body of the eel was dug out along with it. Open your mouth and swallow it directly. Devour the eel and gain 150 evolution points. The system prompts continued to come out at this time. 3 of them. A total of 3 eels were swallowed. Hey. There are 7 more to go, and we can continue to complete the task. Now he had to look for creatures to devour while paying attention to the system's tasks. If you complete all the system tasks, you can still gain a lot of evolution points. Thinking of this, there was excitement in his eyes. It seems to be just ahead. Holy crap. It's huge. It's huge. Oh my goodness, what on earth is this? Those who were chasing after them could vaguely see a huge black shadow on the water ahead. Just looking at it like this is a bit shocking. This must be at least several meters long. One man was dumbfounded. He had never seen such a large creature before. And this is in a freshwater reservoir. If he had said there were creatures several meters long in the sea, he would not have felt so shocked. Fuck. Even though I can't see it clearly, there really is a dark shadow there. Hurry up and take a look at what this is. Could it be that someone deliberately put something underwater as a prank? Idiot, are you going to play a prank on me? There's obviously a monster here. Some anchors' live broadcast cameras were directed in that direction and could vaguely capture a huge black shadow there. The barrage of comments in the live broadcast exploded at this moment. A large number of barrages continued to appear. Brothers, I told you that Big B will lead you to find this monster. Am I right? The man who called himself Big Brother B became excited when he saw the exploding barrage of comments and the endless gifts. Thank you Brother Nyo for the rocket. Thank you Brother Zhang for the rocket. While expressing his gratitude, he walked forward cautiously. There really are monsters. It would be a lie to say he wasn't nervous. What if the monster suddenly rushed ashore and ate him? But now that the live broadcast has become so popular and there are so many gifts, there is no way he can give up. Taking a deep breath, he picked up a small stone on the ground and walked forward carefully. The others who were originally standing here and didn't dare to move forward, seeing what Big B was doing, hurriedly followed him. They also have quite a few people live streaming. Now the popularity of the live broadcast room is constantly rising, and there are more gifts. Continue. Keep shooting. Imperial Edict. Fuck. Big B continued to walk forward. He discovered that the boss had issued an Imperial Decree. 1 rocket costs 1,000, and 1 Imperial Edict costs 10,000. Thank you for the Imperial Decree from my brother Danu. He lowered his voice and said excitedly. I will make this monster show himself to my brother, Big Bull, right now. Big Brother B was so excited at this time. I never expected that someone would actually swipe the Imperial Edict. He crouched down, continued to walk forward, and threw the stone in his hand directly over. Plop. The stone was thrown into the water instantly, but the monster in the water seemed to be shaking, and then began to move forward. They had no idea that Linhao was currently swallowing the fish under the water. The pebble couldn't even hit him. Don't run. Brother Big B looked at the figure underwater moving forward, and became a little anxious, so he rushed over quickly. The popularity of his live broadcast room is still rising, and there are gifts too. Stop right there. As he ran over, he picked up a big rock not far away and threw it directly into the water. Crash. At this moment, a large amount of water splashed out. You're crazy. We'll be doomed if that monster rushes at us. The people who were chasing after him were also shocked at this moment. They also didn't expect that Big Brother B would be so crazy that he actually threw stones directly at the monster's figure. You are stupid. How could this underwater monster come ashore? I just want it to come out. You guys don't dare to do it, but I, Big Brother B, dare to do it. He was now getting excited and continued to pick up stones and throw them towards the water. Crash! Another splash of water splashed out at this time. Did you see that? What monster? I'm not afraid at all. Brother B was laughing at this time. He is now standing on the shore, continuing to shoot downwards with his mobile phone. But nothing seemed to emerge at all. Could it be that this monster is really scared? The others looked at the water and saw that there was still no movement, so they slowly began to feel relieved. Gurgle gurgle. But at this moment, several bubbles suddenly appeared on the water surface. Crash! The next moment, a large amount of water splashed out, and a huge figure leaped directly up. Before Big B could react, he saw a bloody mouth full of sharp teeth appear in front of him. His eyes widened, and his body seemed to be frozen in place by the intense fear. I couldn't move at all standing on the shore. Bump. The next moment, his selfie stick and mobile phone were bitten off. The huge figure fell into the water again at this time. Strange monster. Ah! The people behind were completely terrified. Just now they saw a huge black figure flying out of the water. I also saw a big mouth full of upper and lower rows of teeth. It's so scary. Mom, Mom. Big Brother B's legs went weak and he fell to the ground, crying out in fear. Even my pants were wet. The scene just now was so horrifying. It was as if it wanted to bite his body in half. Huh, do you still dare to throw stones? Linhao, who was underwater, looked at the frightened Big B and couldn't help but sneer. He didn't pay any attention to it and continued swimming forward. The most important thing now is to find a few more eels to eat. Since I found 3 eels in this area, there might be others. But this phone seems a bit unpalatable. Linhao complained as he walked around. The phone entered his stomach and was digested instantly. No feeling at all. What he didn't know was that the situation just now caused an uproar on the internet. There is a monster in Longyin Reservoir. Chapter 62, Viral Video. Chapter 62. Fuck. Was Big B eaten by a monster? If you don't commit suicide, you won't die. It's not a fish, it's a real monster. This is too scary. Did you see it? This monster's mouth is full of sharp teeth. At this time, it has become a hot topic on TikTok. Some people recorded the live video of Brother Big B just now, especially the last scene when the live broadcast was interrupted, which showed a bloody mouth. Almost everyone thought that Big Brother B was eaten by a monster. For a while, the news about Big B being eaten by a monster at Longyin Reservoir directly made headlines on TikTok. A monster appeared again at Longyin Reservoir. At this moment, the government also paid attention to this news. Didn't something happen there before? Why wasn't it blocked off? A senior executive spoke to some staff members at this time. Reporting to the director, the people from HXLZ went to investigate before, but they didn't see any monsters. So we didn't continue the blockade. After all, there were too many areas blocked. One of the staff members also spoke up with a headache. He had never expected that something unexpected would happen at the Longyin Reservoir again. And it also seemed like there was an internet celebrity being eaten by a monster over there. This is simply a case of not dying if you don't commit suicide. Let the police check it out first, evacuate all personnel, and then temporarily seal off the Longyin Reservoir. No more people can pass through. The director also spoke with a headache at this time. The current situation was completely beyond their expectations. Who could have thought that something unexpected would happen at Longyin Reservoir again? And now we can't spare any manpower to go there. After all, there are more important relics of civilization on the streets over there. I don't know when the people from HXLZ headquarters will arrive. He also sighed at this time. Devour the eel and gain 150 evolution points. Hey, I found another one. At this time, Linhao continued to swim forward and found another eel and swallowed it directly. Now it has swallowed 4 eels in total. If you find 6 more, you will meet the requirements and complete the task. However, it is now difficult to find traces of eels, and it is not easy to complete the requirements. Forget it, let's eat those fish first. Devour an adult silver carp and gain 100 evolution points. Devour an adult bighead carp and gain 100 evolution points. Devour. There were quite a few bighead carp and silver carp, and Linhao easily swallowed them one by one. Readily. Increasing at a speed visible to the naked eye, Linhao also felt relieved. Well, it seems there is nothing left. I'll leave first. After looking at the system tasks, the tasks that can be completed now include devouring tilapia and black shell shrimp. As for black shell shrimp, there seem to be quite a few of them over in Hanoi River. Teleport over there first, and then go find the tilapia. Linhao thought about it for a while and made a decision. After all, the fish here have been almost eaten up and I can't find any more for the time being, so I won't waste time here. With a thought, he called up the system's map panel and selected the area on the other side of the Hanoi River. As bursts of white light burst out from his body, the next moment, he was teleported to another area. Monster, I just saw a monster. At the same time, several police officers and government staff have arrived here. As soon as I arrived here, I saw Brother Big B sitting on the ground, trembling. Are you the internet celebrity Big B? I thought you were eaten. One man was relieved to see he was still alive. It would be a bit troublesome if this guy died here. Let's take him to the hospital first. He looks very frightened. Seeing that he was a little incoherent and his face turned pale, a government official also spoke up at this time. Yes. Soon, Brother B was taken away by two government workers. Let's go see if there is any trace of the monster. The young government official just now spoke to several other police officers. The few of them looked at each other and nodded. Now they are nervous too. They also watched the recorded video that went viral on TikTok. That was a live broadcast, so it must be real. If this monster really appeared. Thinking about it this way makes my scalp tingle. At this time, they also held pistols, loaded bullets, and moved forward carefully. But as we walked along, we didn't see any monsters under the reservoir. It seems like there are no monsters at all. Here we are again. This teleportation effect is indeed feasible. At this time, Linhao had already been teleported to the Hanoi River. Looking at the system's map panel at this time, you can clearly see a 1-hour cooldown time prompt on it. There is a 1-hour cooldown period for each teleportation. I only have 3 hours to stay outside, and I just spent about an hour at Longyin Reservoir. After the cooling time is over, we can teleport again. Next time, we can teleport directly to the river in Longyin City. Linhao talked to himself. After swimming in this Hanoi River for a while, I soon found some grass carp and crucian carp. I haven't been here for a few days, and it seems like there are more fish again. Devour an adult grass carp and gain 105 evolution points. Devour an adult crucian carp and gain 100 evolution points. Although there are many fish here, they cannot withstand Linhao's extremely fast swallowing speed. In a short period of time, all the fish around him were devoured by him. I remember there seemed to be quite a few black shell shrimps here. He continued to swim forward and soon discovered a large number of black shell shrimps in the shore area ahead. Found it. Linhao's eyes lit up slightly. Compared to his current size, these black-shelled shrimps are really too small. As soon as he opened his mouth, he swallowed countless black-shell shrimps. Devour an adult black shrimp and gain 1 evolution point. Devour an adult black shrimp and gain 1 evolution point. Devour. The prompts from this system kept appearing like a screen refresh. Although there were only a few evolutionary points, Linhao didn't care and continued to devour all the black-shelled shrimps. After all, we need 500 black-shell shrimps to complete the task. Normal task, devour 500 black shrimps 488/500, reward, acceleration boost. After swallowing all the black-shell shrimps around, Linhao looked at the system's task prompt and found that there were still 12 missing. Not even a little bit left. There should be more here. This mission is now complete. Chapter 63 Number 002. Linhao looked around and continued swimming forward. Soon, some traces of black-shelled shrimps could be clearly seen on the shore ahead. Hey, I found it. When Linhao saw this scene, his eyes lit up slightly. At this moment, he thought about it and rushed directly towards the distance. He was very fast. The moment he rushed over, he opened his mouth and bit it. Those black-shelled shrimps were too small and were swallowed directly into his stomach. Devour an adult black shrimp and gain 1 evolution point. Devour an adult black shrimp and gain 1 evolution point. Devour. Mission completed. As the system prompts, this task has been completed. Normal task, devour 500 black shrimps 500/500, reward, acceleration boost, completed. Linhao thought about it, a pop-up window appeared to indicate that the task was completed. Receive. At this moment, he chose to receive the reward for this mission. At this moment, the whole body felt refreshed. The acceleration has increased, but I don't know if it's noticeable or not. Linhao's mind moved, and at that moment his whole body rushed directly into the distance. Crash. At this moment, a large amount of water splashed around. Readily. Although his body is very large now, his swimming speed is really too fast. Especially the acceleration is faster. This acceleration is really obvious. After receiving this reward, the acceleration is significantly improved. Go on, get more evolution points, and evolve a few more levels. It would be best if I could reach level 25 before those mutant Tyrannosaurus Rex wake up. While Linhao secretly spoke in his heart, he opened his mouth and swallowed the crucian carps in front of him. Now his body is so big that his mouth also looks big. These ordinary small crucian carps can be caught in one bite. Anyway, Linhao doesn't care anymore now. He will swallow all the fish as long as there are fish. He needs evolution points, more evolution points. HXLZ headquarters. I didn't expect that you would also successfully fuse with the GT virus. In a huge research room in the HXLZ headquarters, an old man looked at the data tested by Luo Shui with surprise in his eyes. These GT viruses have integrated well with the cells in Luo Shui's body. And made great improvements to her body. Master Zhang, can I learn that technique now? Luo Shui said seriously after removing the monitoring patches on her arms, calves and forehead. Sure. Mr. Zhang, whose real name is Zhang Tianyang, is a senior person in charge at the headquarters. Not only is he very good at scientific research, but he is also one of the first people to be injected with a large dose of GT virus and survive. At this time, Zhang Tianyang opened a combination lock from the other side and took out a book from a storage compartment. There are 3 big words on the cover of this book: cultivation method. This cultivation method is what we obtained from the remains of civilization, and it is also the most valuable thing at present. By practicing according to the records above, we humans can sense the special energy that permeates the air. This energy has actually existed since ancient times, but ordinary people simply cannot perceive it. Zhang Tianyang directly handed the secret book to Luo Yu. Luo Yu took the secret book, his expression became solemn. Finally got it. Cultivation method. She had also heard that it seemed that there had been alien civilizations on Earth many years ago, and they had left behind relics of their civilization on Earth. Moreover, within the remains of civilization, there are swords forged with special metals, armor, and even this most precious practice method. The so-called cultivation method is to absorb the energy in the air to strengthen and temper one's own flesh and blood. Those who are able to practice the basics are called warriors. According to all the information we have obtained, the aliens who left behind the remains of their civilization should be similar to us humans. Not only are they technologically advanced, but they have also developed this method of cultivating the physical body. Zhang Tianyang couldn't help but sigh when he said this. Those ETs are also warriors, who know this kind of cultivation method. They are not the masters of the ruins of civilization on our Earth, but they want to open the ruins and awaken those sleeping mutant creatures. We don't know why they want to do this for the time being. But what we know now is that the situation of our planet is very dangerous. Having said this, his expression became extremely solemn. So, you must comprehend this cultivation method as quickly as possible, then feel the energy in the air, absorb this energy, and strengthen and temper yourself. Combined with the sword and armor, it can reach an extremely strong state. Zhang Tianyang smiled when he said this. Armor, can I get it? Luo Shui pondered for a moment, then spoke. Certainly. As long as you learn this practice method. Zhang Tianyang nodded slightly. Good. Go back and rest first, then take a look. If you have any questions, you can ask me. Soon, Luo Shui left here and returned to her residence. Aren't you going to tell her about the situation in Longyin City? At this time, a middle-aged man also walked over from the other side. It's useless to know now. What can she do when she returns? The most important thing for her now is to learn how to practice. Zhang Tianyang said seriously. The remains of civilization have been discovered in Longyin City, and they have requested support from the headquarters, but they are unable to send any manpower right now. Current situation in Luoming City is still difficult to deal with. That giant beast is a bit strong. Moreover, he has to stay in this headquarters, otherwise if some people with ill intentions or some hidden ETs come here to launch a sneak attack, it will be troublesome. The middle-aged man also nodded slightly at this time. I didn't expect that she would be so bold as to directly inject such a high concentration of GT virus. When he said this, he couldn't hide the surprise on his face. Even the people at their headquarters don't dare to do this. I checked. She probably wants to avenge someone. Zhang Tianyang spoke calmly. Revenge? Well, she wants to kill number 002. At this point, his expression became serious. Number 002. The middle-aged man's expression also changed slightly. In their database, they have made a ranking of all the powerful mutant creatures that have appeared. From number 000 to number 100. Those in the front are all extremely dangerous mutant creatures. Number 002 only appeared once. The last time it appeared, it directly destroyed the ancient city. Chapter 64, Awakening. Chapter 64. The middle-aged man felt a little tingling on his scalp when he thought of the information of number 002. From the time that incident happened until now, the mutant creature has not been found yet. The world is closely watching the news of the mutant creatures appearing, but until now, they have not appeared again. Zhang Tianyang also sighed. It's like an invisible bomb. Moreover, the power of this bomb can easily destroy a city. First, settle the matter in Luoming City, then take people to Longyin City to take a look. Zhang Tianyang looked at the middle-aged man beside him. Yes. Devour an adult crucian carp and gain 90 evolution points. Devour a young crucian carp and gain 20 evolution points. Devour. At this time, Linhao was still devouring the crucian carp and grass carp in the Hanoi River. There are more crucian carp, but relatively fewer grass carp. Found it again. At this moment, Linhao clearly saw another eel appearing not far ahead. Devour the eel and gain 150 evolution points. He rushed over at an extremely fast speed, opened his mouth and tore the eel into 2 halves, swallowing it completely in 2 bites. 5. There are 5 eels left. This mission can be completed. As soon as he swallowed the eel, he looked around, but could not see any trace of any living creature. He had already swallowed a lot of fish in this cold river, and he would not swallow the remaining very small ones. Sustainable development. After a while, another batch of them will grow up and we can harvest them again. This time, let's go to the river in the city. I have been in this Hanoi River for an hour, and the cooling off period is now over. With a thought, a map interface appeared before my eyes. As he chose the river in the city, his entire body turned into white light and disappeared into the Hanoi River at that moment, and then appeared in the river in the city. It stinks. As soon as he was teleported here, Linhao couldn't help but complain. This river is like a sewage pool, it stinks. Swimming forward, you can soon see some traces of tilapia. In this sewage river, these tilapia reproduce very quickly. Rush over, open your mouth, and bite. Several large tilapia were swallowed by him. The river in the city is very long. This time Linhao changed direction and went to areas he had never been to before. Sure enough, there are still a lot of tilapia in those areas. Mission completed. Not long after, the system prompt appeared. 500 tilapia, that's enough. Seeing the system prompt, Linhao reacted instantly. As soon as he thought about it, the system prompt box appeared in front of him at this moment. Normal task, devour 500 tilapias 500/500, reward, increased tooth sharpness, task completed. Receive it. Looking at the completed task, Linhao did not hesitate at all and chose to accept it directly. At this moment, he felt an itchy sensation in his teeth. This feeling didn't last long and soon disappeared. I don't know how sharp my teeth are now. Linhao tried to bite his teeth and couldn't help but sigh. The panel of this system only shows the level and comprehensive combat power, and does not display the specific value of the sharpness of the teeth. Forget it, let's go over there and take a look. Linhao looked around and didn't see any trace of tilapia, so he walked towards the area near the civilization ruins. Soon, they arrived at the river next to the ruins of civilization. Looking forward from this area, you can see that there are not only government workers on the streets here, but also many police officers. This area is still blocked. Linhao swam over slowly, and relying on his camouflage skills, no one here would be able to sense his presence. I heard that the ice below has cracks. If the ice is completely broken, will the Tyrannosaurus Rex wake up completely? That's impossible. It has been frozen for who knows how many centuries. Linhao had very good hearing, and at this moment he could vaguely hear the people not far away discussing in low voices. Cracks appeared above the frozen Tyrannosaurus Rex. Fuck, this Tyrannosaurus Rex might actually wake up. Thinking of this, he became a little nervous. But we should be able to destroy them by shooting them with bullets, right? The largest mutant creature he had ever seen was the mutant water snake. Although the body of this mutated water snake is still tough, it will still die if it is covered by gunfire. However, it is unknown whether the skin of these mutated Tyrannosaurus Rex will evolve to become even stronger. It would be terrifying if it could evolve to the point where it could resist bullets. After calming down, Linhao continued to listen to what those people were saying. However, these people did not discuss the things below too much. They were mostly talking about the government's work and the difficulties in relocating people from the surrounding areas. The time for transmission has arrived. Linhao's body turned into bursts of white light and disappeared on the spot. The next moment, he returned to the dragon pond. Why does it feel more and more dangerous? The world is changing so fast. Linhao murmured to himself in his heart. Luoming City and ruins of civilization appeared in Longyin City. I don't know if other things will happen in other city areas next. Host, Linhao. Species, unicorn fish. Level, 20. Size, 5.5 meters long, 1015 kilograms. Combat strength, 100. Skills, supercharge, night fight, camouflage, fire scale, powerful bite, powerful tail slap, steel scale armor. Magical power, auspiciousness of the house LV.7, passive. Evolution points, 22180/20,000. The evolution points increased quite well this time, and it's just enough to level up. Looking at my system panel, I can clearly see that my current evolution points have increased to 22,000. He looked around, found the direction that had been hidden before, and began to choose to evolve. 20,000 evolution points were directly deducted at this time, and he slowly fell into a deep sleep. As night fell, all the people who came to worship at the Dragon King Temple had left. The surface of the entire Hualong Pond began to ripple. The koi in the pond are now swimming around. He seemed very uneasy. Boom boom boom. Not far away, at the bottom of the Hualong Pond, dull sounds were coming from all directions. It seems like something is crashing under the pool. Chapter 65 Meteorite. This collision and vibration sound did not last long and soon died down. Linhao, who was lying at the bottom of the river, had no idea what had just happened. As time passed, Linhao's body began to slowly become thicker and longer. As he opened his eyes again, he could clearly feel a sense of strength throughout his body. Evolution succeeded. It seems that the limbs have become much stronger, and the claws have become sharper. When Linhao woke up, he looked at his forelimbs and felt a little happy. What happened to these koi? While he was observing the changes in his body, he could vaguely see the koi not far away, which seemed to be swimming continuously in the pond. He seemed very uneasy. Soon, some koi fish swam to his side and began to swim around him. It should be nothing. But he seems to have grown up a lot. Linhao looked at these koi and it seemed that all of them had grown bigger, which was really magical. Now it goes without saying that the changes in these koi must be related to his magical powers. Let's take a look at the system panel first. Linhao took a deep breath at this time, and with a thought, the system panel appeared in front of him. Host, Linhao. Species, unicorn fish. Level, 21. Size, 5.8 meters long, 1222 kilograms. Combat strength, 110. Skills, supercharge, night fight, camouflage, fire scale, powerful bite, powerful tail slap, steel scale armor. Magical power, auspiciousness of the house LV.7, passive. Evolution points, 2180/30,000. The combat power has increased by 10 points. No wonder I feel like I've gotten a lot stronger. At this time, Linhao felt the condition of his body and couldn't help but sigh. This is equivalent to a 10% increase in overall strength. It's a pity that there are no more treasure chests to give away. He was also a little depressed. The setting of this system should be that you can get a treasure chest every time you increase your level by 5 levels. The next time you get a treasure chest will probably be at level 25. Wait, the next evolution requires 30,000 evolution points. After taking a closer look, Linhao clearly discovered that the evolution points he needed for his next evolution were actually 30,000. The number of evolution points required is a bit too much. Damn system, my gone Lin mother. Linhao couldn't help but curse in his heart. These 30,000 evolution points are not easy to get. I don't know how much fish I need to swallow. It would be nice if I could teleport to the beach. There should be more mutant creatures in the sea, but at the same time, there may be more mutant creatures appearing in the ocean. Among these mutant creatures, are there any very powerful ones? Thinking about this still gives me a headache. With a thought, he opened the system map and took a closer look. He clearly saw that the lit area on the map had become a little larger. The remaining gray areas cannot be teleported. Still can't teleport to the beach. Linhao was a little depressed. Wait a little longer. It's only been a short time, it's already pretty good to have evolved to this level. He calmed down. Indeed, his current evolution speed is already very good compared to other creatures. Although more and more evolution points are needed for upgrading now, there are also more ways for him to obtain evolution points. Can be teleported multiple times and can go ashore. Crash. At this moment, Linhao's entire body burst out with extremely powerful acceleration and rushed directly from the water to the shore. A big rat on the shore was caught directly by Linhao's claws. Linhao opened his mouth and swallowed the big rat alive. Devour a rat and gain 100 evolution points. There are actually 100 evolution points this time. Maybe it's because this rat is bigger. Linhao spoke secretly in his heart. I remember that the rat I swallowed before only had 50 evolution points. Go and have a look to see if there are any snakes, rats or other creatures. Wild boars would also be fine. In the darkness, his powerful night vision allows him to clearly see everything around him. Whoosh! Just when he was about to continue moving forward, he suddenly saw a golden light appear not far away. Meteor! Looking at this scene, Linhao was also a little surprised. From his direction, he could clearly see a golden streak across the sky. Ha! And as he continued to watch, he clearly discovered that the golden meteor seemed to be getting bigger and bigger, as if it was flying towards him. Oh shit! Linhao's eyes widened when he saw this scene. The next moment, this golden fireball passed through the area in front of him and directly hit the area at the foot of the mountain below. Boom! At this moment, the entire mountain seemed to shake. The lower zone burner ignited the flame. Meteorite. No, it doesn't seem that simple. Linhao's heart was still filled with shock at this moment. Without thinking too much, he just crawled downwards. He already had very strong night vision, and with the firelight coming from below, he could see even more clearly in the dark. It doesn't seem to be a meteorite. After looking carefully at this time, you can clearly see a huge oval sphere in the area below. The fire above the sphere has now dissipated. A closer look revealed that this sphere was not a meteorite. It had a clear transparent glass cover on top and a special black metal on the outside. Click, click, click. At this time, accompanied by a crisp sound, the sphere began to slowly unfold. Spaceship. Alien spaceship. Seeing this situation, Linhao reacted instantly. His heart was filled with shock at this moment. This scene, which seemed to appear only in science fiction movies, actually appeared before his eyes. Just looking at it like this is shocking. As the spaceship unfolded, a figure slowly walked out from it. At this time, Linhao was also hiding in the grass and trees nearby, his eyes still fixed on the scene below. Is this the language of this world? At this time, as the figure walked out, it could be clearly seen that he moved the special headphones hanging on his ears, and then made a sound that sounded like a machine translation. Another warrior green beast. Linhao could now clearly see the face of this creature, it was exactly the same as the green warrior beast before. But this green beast warrior seemed much stronger. The body of the mountain is still wearing a thin white armor. Not far away is the city of these inferior creatures. It stood here, looking into the distance. Chapter 66, Crazy Fight. Hey hey. It made strange laughter. What does it want to do? Want to destroy Longyin City. Listening to it talking to itself, Linhao's heart was also filled with surprise. Is there something on it? At this moment, it seemed to have realized something and suddenly turned around and looked upwards. Discovered. Seeing it looking towards him, Linhao's pupils shrank slightly. At this time, the green warrior beast began to move upwards. If you look closely, you can clearly see the full muscles on its body. Different. This monster is different from the one I killed underwater before. What now? Linhao was also extremely nervous at this time, and was thinking about how to make a decision. Squeak, squeak, squeak. Just as the warrior green beast approached, a black figure rushed out from behind. Mouse. A relatively large mouse. Snort. The green warrior beast saw this, he rushed over and stomped the mouse to death. Inferior creatures from inferior planets. There was a look of disdain in its eyes. But soon, you will all evolve, so you should be thankful. It continued to make sounds. Linhao, who was hiding in the bushes nearby, relied on his camouflage ability to remain motionless and could not be discovered at all. Where's its sword? Is he still on the spaceship? At this time, Linhao was able to see the figure of the green warrior beast at close range. Although it was wearing a thin white armor, it did not seem to be carrying any weapons. If my guess is correct, its weapons are still on the spacecraft and have not been taken away. What should I do now? This green beast warrior is obviously stronger than the previous one. If I devour it now, how many evolution points can I get? It's definitely not just 10,000. Thinking of this, Linhao felt a little excited inside. The current situation is very dangerous. If I can't defeat this green beast warrior, I'll be doomed. What to do? What should I do? Just as Linhao was thinking about something, the green beast warrior began to turn around. Want to escape? Still. Never mind. Kill. Kill it. At this moment, Linhao's whole body was tense, and at this moment, his whole body burst out with powerful force. What the hell? The green beast warrior obviously sensed something, and turned around suddenly, and saw a huge black figure rushing towards him. Boom. Super collision. Moreover, it was Linhao who used the horn on his head to crash into its body. Click. Accompanied by a crisp sound, its body was directly hit to the ground at this moment. Lowly creature. But it quickly recovered. But there were tiny cracks on its armor. My own collision just now couldn't penetrate this armor. Linhao watched it turn over and get up. He was shocked in his heart. At the same time, powerful strength burst out from his limbs again and he rushed straight forward. The green beast warrior looked at Linhao rushing towards him again, and this time there was an extremely ferocious look in his eyes. It did not dodge, but instead attacked Linhao. Just when Linhao's horn was about to hit its body again, it dodged flexibly, and then smashed Linhao's body with its fist. Boom! This punch carried such powerful force that Linhao's body was blown away. The whole body fell heavily to the ground not far away. It hurt so much. Linhao felt pain in such a long time. How dare you ambush me? The green beast warrior had a ferocious look on his face, and he rushed forward again with extremely terrifying speed bursting out of his body. Went straight to Linhao's head. If it hits Linhao's head, he might become dizzy and suffer serious injuries. Powerful tail shot. But Linhao was prepared and swung his tail violently. Boom! That was swung out directly collided with the green beast warrior's fist, making a huge noise. The green beast warrior's body was directly knocked back, and traces of blood appeared on his fist. Linhao didn't hesitate at all and flew forward directly. Because of his night combat ability, his combat effectiveness in the dark increased by 10%. Although he is big in size, his speed is not slow at all. The green beast warrior saw Linhao flying towards him and dodged it at all. Roar! It let out an angry roar, looked at Linhao who was flying towards it and waved a pair of sharp claws at the same time, and instantly reached out and grabbed him. Bang! It accurately grabbed Linhao's pair of forelimbs. But at this moment, golden flames burst out from Linhao's body. Fire scales. His limbs are also covered with scales. At this moment, the flame just burst out, and the scorching temperature directly burned the palm of the green beast warrior. The intense pain made it subconsciously let go of Linhao's claws. Boom! At this time, Linhao took advantage of the situation and pressed the body of the green beast warrior to the ground. Roar! The golden flames bursting out from Linhao's body made him feel an intense burning pain. It struggled frantically, its hands turned into fists, and kept hitting Linhao's body. Bump, bump, bump. Bursts of dull noises continued to be heard. It no longer cared about the flames on Linhao's body. Die for me. The intense pain made Linhao extremely furious. He slapped its head with his huge claws, and his sharp claws pierced into its skin. But the skin of this green beast warrior was like a special rubber, and its sharp claws seemed to be stuck. Open your mouth. Bite. Just like a primitive wild beast, biting and scratching madly. Even though its skin was very tough, it was soon completely broken under Linhao's crazy attack. It struggled violently, but how could it break free? Soon the whole body trembled, and there was no sound anymore. Hoo-hoo. Mother Gan Lin is finally dead. Linhao was also a little out of breath at this time. This green beast warrior was so powerful. His whole body was too strong, and the fists hitting his body also made him feel extremely painful. With such great strength and such tough skin and flesh, he is simply a monster. After Linhao came to his senses, he couldn't help but speak out as he looked at the corpse of the green beast warrior. Its head was cracked open by its own claws and its neck was bitten off. The entire body was burned black by the flames produced by the fire scales. Swallow it first. This guy showed up here, maybe other people know about it too. Linhao opened his mouth and bit the body of the green beast warrior. Chapter 67 30,000 Evolution Points. After this bite, Linhao felt like he was biting into tough rubber. The green blood from its body splashed into its mouth, leaving a strange taste. It's really unpalatable. Linhao tore its body apart with his claws, he continued to devour it. He was too lazy to chew and just swallowed it directly into his stomach. Anyway, my stomach is invincible and can digest anything. Within a short period of time, the monster's body was completely devoured by him. Devour the level 2 warrior green beast and gain 30,000 evolution points. Soon, the system prompt came through. 30,000 points. There are actually 30,000 evolution points. After seeing the system prompt, Linhao was also shocked. Originally he thought that just over 10,000 evolution points would be enough, but who could have imagined that it was actually 30,000 points? It tripled directly. But this green beast is also a second-level warrior. It is indeed stronger than the previous one. Fortunately, it doesn't have a sword, otherwise I would be in trouble. Linhao couldn't help but sigh at this moment. This monster is very powerful. If he holds such a sharp sword, it will be difficult for me to deal with him. Now he felt a great pain in his body, which was caused by the fist attack just now. If you look closely, you can see that there are tiny cracks on the scales on his body. Go see if there's anything else in his spaceship. At this time, Linhao thought about it for a moment and went straight towards its spaceship. It is indeed a spaceship. After a careful look, I saw that inside the large sphere was a spacious seat and many instruments emitting bursts of light, which I could not understand at all. Found it. After searching for a while, I clearly saw the sword placed on the spaceship. Take this thing away first. If we are discovered by that group of people, it will be troublesome. The two men we met at the Longyin chemical plant before were obviously not good people. What they did was probably against HXLZ. It would be bad if these people discovered this spaceship and came to obtain the weapon. He stretched out his claws and took out the sword with the scabbard, then looked around. When he found nothing, he just left. There must be someone in the country monitoring the situation here. If nothing goes wrong, someone will be here soon. Linhao swam into the dragon pool again, and then placed the sword directly in one of the places, letting a large amount of mud cover it. Including the sword from last time, there are now 2 swords collected here. It's a pity that he can't use it at all. 30,000 evolution points, I can continue to upgrade. Looking at his current accumulated evolution points, Linhao also felt relieved. I was still thinking about what to do with the 30,000 evolution points, but who could have thought that this monster would suddenly fall from the sky? Boom! At this moment, the entire Hualong Pond suddenly shook slightly. Linhao, who felt the shock, was also stunned for a moment. Then he turned suddenly and looked behind him. Boom! Another violent tremor came. Linhao swam forward instantly and found the source of the vibration in a short time. Is it here? Looking at the area below, it is obviously the area where the earthquake occurred last time. Boom! Just as he was staring at it, there was another tremor that hit, and the surrounding silt was instantly shaken away, making the area a little turbid. It's the same area as last time. It seems like something is crashing underground. Linhao was also a little shocked when he felt this situation. Could it be that there is something under this Hualong Pond? His eyes were fixed on the area below, ready to enter combat at any time. But the shaking didn't last long and then disappeared. The surrounding area, which had become turbid, has now become much clearer as the silt has slowly settled. What are you doing? If you want to come out quickly. Linhao couldn't help but complain in his heart. Just like last time, the shaking didn't last long and disappeared completely. What the hell is down there? Now Linhao has no intention of evolving. After all, the spaceships in that area will probably attract people from the government, and there seems to be some living creatures under the dragon pond, which makes him a little nervous for a moment. As expected. Careful. At this moment, members of HXLZ and police officers arrived at the scene. They looked at the area not far away where flames were burning, illuminating the special round spaceship clearly. Be careful, it might be nearby. Zhao Qingkong said in a deep voice. He had just switched shifts with the other HXLZ members and had just rested for a short while after coming up from the underground civilization ruins when he received the news that a spaceship had landed on Longshan. He immediately rushed here with the others. Because of the fire caused by the falling spacecraft, it didn't take much effort for everyone to find this area. At this time, the others listened to his words and nodded. People slowly came from all directions and surrounded the spaceship. The police officers loaded their guns and pointed them at the area. Zhao Qingkong and others clenched their swords and continued to slowly surround and approach step by step. No. But soon, Zhao Qingkong clearly discovered that there was no trace of the monster in the spaceship at all. He rushed over and looked inside the spaceship, but saw no trace of any living creature. Did he run away? The rest of the HXLZ people also came closer and looked into the spaceship, and indeed they did not see any trace of any living creature. Go find it. We can't let it get away. Zhao Qingkong's expression turned serious and he spoke immediately. Judging from the size of this spacecraft, the ETs that came to Earth this time are obviously not of ordinary level. Maybe stronger than usual. Yes. At this time, everyone began to search carefully around. They also looked a little nervous. After all, this is ET who has just arrived on Earth. And it may not be just any ET. Team leader. The next moment, a man seemed to have discovered something and exclaimed. What's wrong? Zhao Qingkong heard his voice, he turned around abruptly and looked behind him. At this time, not only him, but everyone else also looked over there. There's blood here. The man pointed at this area and his body began to tremble slightly. Blood stains. And this whole area. If you look closely, you can see a lot of broken armor. Chapter 68. Who ate it? Snap. Accompanied by a crisp sound, a police officer turned on a high-intensity flashlight. The area was instantly illuminated. Sure enough, someone is coming. Linhao, who was hiding in the Hualong Pond, just poked his head out to look into the distance and clearly saw the white light reflected from there. Someone turned on a powerful flashlight. The traces of the battle just now cannot be dealt with, but they can't know it was me who did it. Linhao was also talking to himself at this time. When he returned, he deliberately went to areas where there would be no traces of footprints, so it would be impossible to find him by looking for footprints. No one should know that I am hiding in this dragon pond. Green blood. Who is it fighting here? Zhao Qingkong looked at the blood on the ground with a look of surprise in his eyes. The blood of these ETs is green and has a fishy smell, so it is easy to distinguish. What surprised him at this moment was that the amount of bleeding was so large that it could be fatal. There are still those broken pieces of armor on the ground. Anyone else? At this time, Zhao Qinkong suddenly raised his head and looked around. The police officer also shone a high-intensity flashlight around, but did not see any figures. This is... At this moment, Zhao Qinkong looked around under his feet and could clearly see some internal organs. The large intestine. In the weeds here, you can see a large intestine that is emitting a foul smell. This is the large intestine of the ET. Could it be that it was eaten? Zhao Qinkong couldn't help but speak out when he saw the situation. Eaten. The others' eyes widened as well, and a chill ran down their spines. Now they feel more and more confused. What on earth just happened? Go look around. Be careful. There may be mutants. Very strong mutants. Zhao Qinkong said in a deep voice. Soon, everyone began to conduct a carpet search of the area. There are many wild animals nearby, including wild boars, deer. But there was no sign of other living creatures at all. The weeds and trees in the area were very lush, making it a little difficult for them to search. Not found. I don't have any here either. Me too. Soon, after searching for a long time, everyone gathered together again. Something must have happened just now. This ET was most likely eaten by something. The large intestine may have a strong smell, so it was left behind by the creature. Zhao Qinkong said seriously at this time. Listening to his analysis, everyone felt more and more weird. This is ET. An ET just landed on Earth from a spaceship. Who attacked it? Who ate it? For a while, no one could solve these mysteries. Captain, did he awaken some mutant creature and get eaten by it? A young man couldn't help but speak out at this time. He had never seen such a thing before. Usually, it's the ETs that awaken the mutant creatures. Have you ever seen an ET that gets killed the moment it lands on the ground? And now it seems to have been eaten by some creature. Not likely. It should have landed not long ago. Zhao Qinkong shook his head. Besides, I didn't find his weapon. When he said this, his brows furrowed even more. If a mutant creature ate it, it shouldn't be unable to find its weapon. Did he eat the weapons? That's ridiculous. If you can't find it, don't worry about it for now. Let someone take the spaceship back later. This is the first time I've seen such a complete spacecraft. I should be able to research a lot of things from it. Zhao Qinkong took a deep breath, calmed himself down, and then spoke seriously. There was also a hint of surprise on his face. In the past, when the ETs came to Earth, they would destroy those spaceships. As a result, all they got was the wreckage of the spacecraft. Even if you do research, you won't be able to find much. But the complete spaceship in front of us is different. Maybe we can find out where these ETs come from. Everyone listened to Zhao Qinkong's words and nodded at this time. Soon, after a short while, some large transport vehicles came over, along with some cranes. They lifted up the spacecraft, placed it on the transport vehicles, and transported it directly back to the Longyin Research Institute. During the transportation process, Zhao Qinkong and others carefully watched the situation around them, fearing that mutant creatures would suddenly appear. But fortunately, nothing was found. The spacecraft was transported away smoothly. Time quickly came to the next day. This Longshan was blocked again. What the hell is going on? Why is it blocked every once in a while? Is there some treasure here? We want to go to the Dragon King Temple. How can we get there if you block us? Early in the morning, there were a lot of noisy noises coming from the road below. A lot of people have been coming to the Dragon King Temple recently. Perhaps because of Linhao's magical powers, the luck of these people has been slightly improved, making many people feel that the Dragon King Temple is somewhat effective, and more people are coming here again and again. Report, still no findings in Area C. Captain, there's none in Area D either. At this time, Zhao Qinkong was standing on a high place here, frowning as he looked at the increasing number of people below. When he came here before, he didn't notice so many people coming to the Dragon King Temple to worship, but now it seems that there are obviously a lot more people. After giving it some thought, it might be because so many things have happened recently that many people have started to burn incense and pray to Buddha for psychological comfort. It won't be long before everyone knows. He also sighed at this time. Now mutated creatures are beginning to appear frequently in various places, and it will soon be impossible to conceal them. Collect the troops. After hearing the news from the headphones that no traces of suspicious creatures were found in various areas, Zhao Qingkong decided to withdraw his team. He wanted to integrate all the situations that occurred last night and report them to the headquarters. After all, this matter was too strange, and he could no longer understand what was going on. Is this Longshan blocked again? I didn't see anyone going to the Dragon King Temple. It goes without saying that it must be because of the situation that happened last night. The entire Longshan Mountain has been temporarily blocked again. However, no matter what clues they are looking for, they probably won't find any. After all, who could know that he was the one who killed the alien creature while hiding in this dragon pond? By the way, I haven't seen what tasks have been refreshed yet. At this moment, Linhao seemed to have thought of something. With a thought, the system panel appeared in front of him. Chapter 69 Biological Research. After entering the system's task interface, you can see a series of tasks appear. Normal task, devour 10 yellow eels 5 out of 10, reward, white treasure chest. Normal task, devour 100 river shrimps 0 out of 100, reward, white treasure chest. Difficult task, devour 10 mutant creatures 3/10, reward, blue treasure chest. Difficult task, devour the mutant Tyrannosaurus Rex 0/1, reward, purple treasure chest. Difficult task, devour level 1 warrior green beast, reward, significantly improve cardiopulmonary function. Difficult task, devour the level 2 warrior green beast, reward, greatly improve vision. My Gon Lin mother. Looking at the tasks of this system, Linhao started cursing in his heart. I just devoured that level 2 warrior yesterday, and this mission just popped up now. Linhao was about to vomit. Moreover, the task of devouring the first level warrior green beast had already been given before, but because the one he devoured was a second level one, it was not considered a completed task. It's such a pain in the ass. My balls hurt so much. Calm down. Never mind, let's go find some river shrimps and eels first. Linhao calmed down, he looked at the tasks that could be completed now. There are only these 2 ordinary tasks left that can be completed now. After completing them, you will get 2 treasure chests, which is not bad. See where we can teleport to. Looking at the map interface on the system panel, Linhao became a little hesitant. Damn it, it's been so many days and the sea is still closed. What are we going to eat? At this time, at the dock, several men were smoking and cursing. The sea can't be as dangerous as they say, right? We have been sailing for so many years. When has anything happened? Are these government officials making such a fuss? Damn it, are they deliberately making trouble for us? These people were walking and cursing at the same time. Are you eating? At this moment, 2 men in black suits came over from the front area, looked at the middle-aged man in the lead and smiled slightly. Who are you? These people looked at the 2 men coming towards them and frowned immediately. They didn't know these 2 people at all. Help us do something. One of the men in a suit and sunglasses smiled slightly. Who are you? Du Zidong spoke impatiently at this time. He had nothing to do a few days ago, so he went to gamble and lost all his money. Now he is very upset and is still thinking about how to make money. How can he have time to care about this weird person? 500,000. Just when Du Zidong and the others were about to leave, the man suddenly stretched out 5 fingers and said with a smile. Wait, big brother, what did you just say? Du Zidong stopped immediately, took a few steps back and walked back. 500,000 reward. The man in the suit said with a smile. Brother, you don't want me to bite someone else's kidney, do you? Du Zidong couldn't help but speak out. A reward of 500,000. This may sound shocking, but it is impossible for others to give you so much for no reason. The man in a suit who had just spoken glanced at his companion. Another man in a suit took out 2 thick stacks of coins from his pocket and threw them directly in front of them. Deposit. The man in sunglasses smiled slightly. Deposit. These people stared at the 2 stacks of coins at their feet and couldn't help swallowing. If you are willing to help me do this, we can scan the code and give each of you a 20,000 yuan deposit. In sunglasses continued to speak with a smile. 20,000. The breathing of these people also became heavy. That's a lot of money. Especially now, They have all lost at the gambling table, and some have borrowed online loans, which is when they need money. What the hell are you going to make us do? Du Zedong and others were already tempted, but still a little cautious. Don't ask us to do anything like murder or arson. We won't do it. He continued. Of course not. We are the most biological researchers. Recently, a strange kind of sea loach has been reproducing very quickly on the edge of the ocean. I want you to catch these sea loaches and release them into the city's rivers to see if they can survive in freshwater rivers. The man in sunglasses said with a smile. Biological research? These people were slightly stunned. Just throw those sea loaches into the city's waterways? Du Zedong couldn't help but speak out. Just now, he really thought that these two people wanted them to do something like murder, arson, or burying bodies. After all, it's such a big deal, and others are not fools. I just didn't expect that I would have to do something like this. Sea loach. A man frowned at this time. He vaguely felt that something was wrong. I seem to have heard about a fisherman on the other side being sucked to death by some fish before. Could it be these fish? He whispered to his companion. What nonsense are you talking about? Can sea loaches eat people? Du Zedong couldn't help but speak out. Those sea loaches are a bit strange. They will attack people. You may be in danger when fishing. In sunglasses continued to laugh. Damn, can sea loaches attack people? One man couldn't help but speak out. The others also hesitated. But don't worry. This is a kind of bait liquid we developed. After diluting this liquid and mixing it with the fish food, these aggressive sea loaches will become dizzy after eating it, and you can easily catch them. As he spoke, he took out a bottle of water filled with light blue liquid. As long as you follow what I just said, in addition to the deposit, scan 20,000 yuan per person into your account. After the deal is done, the 500,000 yuan will still be given to you. The man in sunglasses continued to speak. Can. To do it, or not to do it. The man in sunglasses spoke calmly. Now they won't have the chance to ask further questions. Du Zedong and others looked at each other, then nodded seriously. We did it. Right now I'm short of money, and one person transferred 20,000 yuan to me right away. It feels so good. Very good. The man in sunglasses said with a smile, and another man in a suit next to him directly used his mobile phone to scan their payment code and transferred 20,000 yuan directly. When these people saw the payment of 20,000 yuan into their accounts, they were shocked. It turned out that 20,000 yuan really arrived in the account. Then I'll wait for your good news. The two men in suits smiled slightly at this time and walked to the other side. Then how can we contact you? Du Zedong watched them leave and couldn't help but speak. We will come again at this time next week. If you have completed it, 500,000 will be deposited into your account and you can divide it among yourselves. Chapter 70 Crayfish. The two men in suits didn't even look back and quickly disappeared from this area. Brother Du, 20,000. One man couldn't help but speak out. He had never expected that such a crazy thing would happen. Among the five of them, each received 20,000. Biological research? Are you trying to trick us into doing something bad? Du Zedong couldn't help but speak out at this time. It's possible. I always feel this is too weird. How can such a pie fall from the sky? Another person spoke up at this time. This is all so strange. Although their brains aren't very good, they're not stupid. Damn it, then you still take their money? One of them also laughed and cursed at this time. Go play. Maybe we can turn things around this time, and then we can just return the money to them, and we won't have to do this anymore, hee. Du Zedong picked up the 2 stacks of coins they had just thrown down and chuckled at this time. The eyes of these people also lit up slightly. Brother Du is right. How can a child cry every day? It's our turn to change our luck. The few of them looked at each other, then left with their arms around each other's shoulders. An hour later, these 5 men, as if they were mad with blood, walked out of a dilapidated area. Grass. I was going to stop after winning a little bit, but who the hell knew I would lose? Du Zedong kicked the trash can in the front corner away. Damn, why is my luck so bad? If we had more money, we would have made back our money just now. The others also looked annoyed. 500,000. We have to get the 500,000. Duzidong took a deep breath, then looked at them and said in a deep voice. That's right. We must get the 500,000. It's just biological research, just throwing some sea loaches into the river. The others nodded like chicks pecking at rice. With 500,000 points, each person gets 100,000 points. With this 100,000, all the losses in the past are no longer a big deal. Maybe if you take a gamble with this 100,000, you can earn it back. Thinking this, they left this place and headed towards the seaside area. Devour an adult river shrimp and gain 30 evolution points. Devour a young river shrimp and gain 10 evolution points. Devour. At this time, Linhao had already been teleported to the Hanoi River and was constantly devouring river shrimps in the downstream area. There are still a lot of river shrimps here, and Linhao devours them very quickly. Within a short period of time, reminders of achievements for devouring the river shrimps keep popping up. It seems that they have all been swallowed up, and there are no river shrimps left. Not long after swallowing, Linhao clearly discovered that all the river shrimps in this area had disappeared. It seemed as if I had swallowed them all. By the way, the mission should be completed, right? As if he had thought of something, Linhao moved his mind and the system's task prompt box appeared in front of him. Normal task, devour 100 river shrimps 100 out of 100, reward, white treasure chest, completed. Hehe, it's finally done. Cool. Looking at the completed prompt, Linhao's eyes lit up slightly. I'll collect the mission reward when I get back. Let's see if there's anything else I can swallow first. Linhao continued to swim forward. Although his body had become very large now, he swam very fast. It didn't take long before he had almost swum across the entire Hanoi River. It didn't find anything to continue devouring. Let's teleport to Longyin Chemical Plant first. Linhao did not hesitate at all at this time. He moved his mind, called out the system map, and teleported to the Longyin Chemical Plant again. I hope those two won't appear here again this time. As soon as he was teleported to the river next to the Longyin Chemical Plant, Linhao looked towards the shore. There was no sign of anyone on the river bank now. If he met those two people this time, he would definitely attack them. After all, these two people wanted to kill me last time. Sure enough, there are tilapia again. After swimming forward for a while, Linhao clearly saw many traces of tilapia around. The river water here is polluted and eutrophic, which makes it easy for these tilapia to reproduce here. But most people can't eat this kind of fish at all. We don't know how many elements are contained in these fish, and eating them can easily cause cancer. Linhao rushed over, opened his mouth and swallowed the tilapia one by one. Devour an adult tilapia and gain 50 evolution points. As he devoured frantically, a large number of system prompts kept coming out. Now his teeth were sharper, and he could bite the tilapia in half with one bite. He didn't even need to chew and swallow them directly into his stomach. He felt very refreshed as he watched the system prompts keep appearing. After all, he needed a large number of evolutionary points. The evolutionary points obtained by devouring the tilapia were not many compared to other fish, but at least they were greater in number, and it was also stronger than the tilapia, wasn't it? It's gone so soon. Linhao continued to swallow for a while before he found that he had swallowed all the tilapia. After evolving to his current level, his mouth has become even bigger. In addition, his stomach is like a bottomless pit. As he swallows like crazy, no matter how many fish there are, they are not enough for him to eat. I haven't been to that upstream yet, there should be something there. Linhao continued to swim upstream. Before, I met those two people in that area. This time, after swimming to that area, I didn't see any human figures. Oh wow, there are so many crayfish here. But soon, in the area ahead, he encountered a large number of crayfish. These crayfish still survive very well in this sewage environment and reproduce normally in large numbers. Why is it so difficult to raise farmed crayfish, but these wild crayfish are able to reproduce so much in this environment? Linhao saw this scene, he couldn't help but complain. He had a classmate who used to raise crayfish but they always died easily. However, these wild crayfish were able to survive and reproduce in this environment. It was simply amazing. Without thinking too much, he started to open his mouth and swallow. Devour an adult crayfish and gain 15 evolution points. Devour a larval crayfish and gain 5 evolution points. Devour. The evolution points gained from devouring these crayfish are not many, but the advantage is that there are many of them. Gurgle gurgle. Just when Linhao was devouring with great pleasure, many bubbles suddenly began to appear not far away. And faintly, 2 blood-red lights appeared. Chapter 71 Giant Mutant Crayfish. Why are there so many? After continuously devouring these crayfish, Linhao was also a little surprised. I didn't feel anything at first, but as I continued to eat them, I found that the number of these crayfish was increasing. What's even weirder is that these crayfish seem to be going a little crazy. Devour a larval mutant crayfish and gain 100 evolution points. At this time, a system prompt caught Linhao's attention. Mutated crayfish. 100 evolution points. Linhao was shocked. If you look closely, you can clearly see that the bodies of some of the crayfish have changed significantly. They are almost as big as normal-sized Boston lobsters. And it also has a pair of huge claws. There are mutant crayfish. This is simply evolution points delivered to your doorstep. Linhao opened his mouth and bit directly. This mutant crayfish is of average size, and is still too small for Linhao now. The sharp teeth bit into its shell, bursting it in an instant. Click, click. A few crisp sounds were heard, and the crayfish was chewed directly into Linhao's stomach. Devour a larval mutant crayfish and gain 250 evolution points. 250 points. Looking at the system prompts, Linhao's eyes lit up slightly. As expected, the amount of evolution points gained should be measured based on the creature's combat power and body size. Even the larval mutant crayfish come in different sizes. Strange, why are there suddenly so many mutant crayfish? Linhao was surprised, but also very curious. He had never encountered so many mutant creatures at once. And what does this larval mutant crayfish mean? Such a big mutant crayfish and you still collect its larvae? Is it possible? At this time, Linhao seemed to have thought of a possibility and looked towards the rest in front of him. The river in the distance was filled with elodia, and it was impossible to see the underwater conditions. Something is wrong. He instinctively felt that something was wrong. There can't be so many mutant crayfish. It is very likely that a large mutant crayfish gave birth to these mutant crayfish larvae. Linhao spoke secretly in his heart. Thinking of this, he did not hesitate at all, dived directly to the bottom of the river, and swam towards the distance. Just after swimming forward for a while, several crayfish as big crayfish swam over. They opened their claws and clamped directly towards Linhao's body. However, Linhao's body is covered with black scales and iron armor. Although their claws look very powerful, they still cannot cause any effect on Linhao. At this time, Linhao opened his bloody mouth and bit directly. Click, click. Just like before, the flesh of these mutant crayfish was like crispy skin and was directly bitten to pieces. After chewing it a few times, Linhao swallowed it into his stomach. Devour a larval mutant crayfish and gain 300 evolution points. Devour. The size of these mutant crayfish was relatively large in comparison, and they actually allowed him to gain more evolutionary points. It seems there is more. Huh, this is kind of cool. Linhao also started to get excited at this time. You can gain a lot of evolutionary points by devouring this mutated crayfish. And as the size of this mutant crayfish increases, more evolution points are obtained. Continue swimming forward and encounter a lot more. They are all mutated. It's outrageous. It was not easy to encounter a mutant creature before, but now we encounter so many at once. Now Linhao couldn't care less. He grabbed the mutant crayfish with both hands and stuffed them directly into his mouth. System prompts for obtaining evolution points also continued to come out at this time. It swallowed all the way, and soon, it vaguely saw 2 blood-red lights appearing in the front. What the hell? At this time, Linhao's pupils shrank slightly. He vaguely felt an extremely dangerous aura coming. At this moment, a huge outline could be clearly seen rushing towards him. That pair of blood-red lights are eyes. And as the huge creature rushed over, it could be clearly seen that it was a crayfish. A huge crayfish. That claw was also extremely huge. Crash. As it rushed over, the surrounding river water kept splashing. It's at least 4 or 5 meters long. Linhao was also shocked at this time. Could this mutant crayfish actually grow to this size? And the most exaggerated thing is the pair of claws. Although it was so large in size, its movements were not slow and it soon rushed to the area in front of Linhao. The pair of huge claws suddenly clamped towards Linhao. Bump. But Linhao's reaction speed was also extremely fast, and he dodged it directly in that instant. The claws simply caught nothing. But its movements did not stop at all, and its pair of large claws continued to clamp down frantically. The speed is getting faster and faster. Linhao's expression also changed slightly at this time. This guy looks so huge, but his movements are very fast. Especially the speed at which this pair of claws clamped over, it was simply too fast. The moment his body dodged the mutant crayfish's attack, he suddenly exerted force with his tense body and rushed out instantly. Super collision. At this moment, the sharp horn rushed directly towards its head. If this attack hits, it might directly pierce through the mutant crayfish's head. Because now his horn is sharp enough and the speed at which he rushes out is also fast enough. Bump. But just when the sharp horn was about to hit its head, the mutant crayfish actually reacted. The claws on both hands were suddenly retracted and directly clamped Linhao's horn. Such a fast reaction speed. When Linhao saw this scene, his pupils shrank slightly. The power of this pair of huge claws was indeed strong. They clamped his horn tightly and prevented him from moving forward at all. At this time, Linhao used his claws to slap its claws directly. The sharp claws grabbed its pincers with mad force. Bang bang bang. Bursts of dull noises continued to be heard. If it hadn't had limbs before, it would have been extremely troublesome for its horn to be clamped like this. But now it's different. He has 4 limbs. Linhao's claws were very powerful, and after such crazy beatings, the mutant crayfish felt the pain and opened its claws that were clamped on his horn. Good opportunity. Taking the opportunity, he rushed over again and grabbed its eyes with his claws. Chapter 72 Successful Devouring. This mutant crayfish is large in size, has very large eyes, and emits red light. Its eyes are square compound eyes that appear to have no protection and are vulnerable areas that are easily attacked. Linhao's speed was too fast. This time, before the mutant crayfish could react, his right claw had already grabbed its eyes. Bump. With a dull sound, its right eye burst instantly, and a large amount of red liquid splashed out. Gurgle gurgle. At this moment, the mutant crayfish seemed to feel tremendous pain and began to go crazy. The huge claws in both hands clamped towards Linhao's body madly. Linhao's reaction ability was fast. Under this situation, his left limb was clamped by the claws. Not good. Just as Linhao was about to break free, he felt a tremendous force coming at him, and his entire left limb felt as if it was clamped tightly by an iron clamp. Pain. It hurts. Its other giant claw also suddenly clamped over, trying to grab Linhao's neck. Roll. Linhao was also furious now. There was a strong flame bursting out from the entire body. Crash. The surrounding river water immediately began to boil. He swung his tail violently and directly knocked away the claws that were clamping towards him. At this moment, he opened his mouth and bit directly at the claws that were clamped on his left limb with his sharp teeth. The shell of this real large mutant crayfish is much harder than those ordinary crayfish. Click, click, click. But Linhao's bite force is extremely strong. Coupled with the sharp teeth, the shell on the claws burst out with crisp sounds in this short moment. Obviously a lot of cracks on the claws. Gurgle gurgle. The mutant crayfish kept spitting out bubbles from its mouth. While its claws that had just been slapped open were trying to clamp down, Linhao simply bit off the claws that were clamping his left limb. Click, click. He bit the claw directly into his mouth and swallowed it into his stomach. Linhao's left limb was freed, and he grabbed its other claw with his claws, then opened his mouth and bit towards the claw. The mutant crayfish was struggling frantically at this time, and its mouth wanted to bite Linhao's body, but Linhao was in the state of fire scales, and the flames bursting out of his whole body made it impossible for it to get close. Moreover, the scorching temperature made its body feel extremely uncomfortable. Its only pair of large claws swung wildly, trying to shake off Linhao's claws. But Linhao didn't give it the chance. He grabbed it tightly with his claws, and his mouth with 2 rows of sharp teeth had already bitten on its claws. Click. With a sudden and powerful bite, cracks appeared on the claw's shell. With continued force, the entire claw exploded, revealing flesh and blood. Bite. Crazy biting. Linhao no longer cared about anything and bit its claws madly like a ferocious beast. Within a short period of time, the huge claw was swallowed directly into his stomach. Without this pair of large claws, it now has almost no fighting power. It wants to escape. But Linhao would never give it this chance and suddenly grabbed its body with his claws. He opened his mouth and bit its body. Click, click. Linhao's teeth were so sharp that as soon as he bit down, the shell on its surface would be cracked and then pierced through by his teeth. Gurgle gurgle. This mutant crayfish was spitting bubbles like crazy, and its entire body began to shake wildly. Struggle, struggle hard. But Linhao pressed his entire body on it, his sharp claws even piercing through its shell, holding its body tightly so that it could not move. The teeth continued to gnaw madly. Click, click. Accompanied by bursts of crisp sounds, the mutant crayfish's head was pried open. It was struggling frantically, but then it slowly became unable to move. Swallow. Swallow like crazy. Linhao opened his mouth and started biting madly. This mutant crayfish has a lot of meat, which is all snow white and tastes very delicious. Although there seems to be a slight metallic taste in it, it is not a problem. I don't know how long it took, but Linhao finally swallowed all the huge mutant crayfish. My teeth are tired from biting them. After he finished eating the last piece of shrimp, he couldn't help but complain. This mutant crayfish is really big. Devour the mutant crayfish and gain 18,000 evolution points. 18,000 evolution points. Not bad. Linhao looked at the system prompt and his eyes lit up slightly. The previous mutated water snake he devoured only had 10,000 evolution points, but this time the mutated crayfish actually had 18,000 points. Moreover, he had just devoured many young mutant crayfish and gained a large number of evolutionary points. The previous task of devouring 10 mutant creatures should have been completed. Go check again to see if there are any that slipped through the net. He doesn't have time to look at the system panel now, he needs to quickly continue to obtain a large number of evolution points. Currently, the evolution points required for evolution are increasing, and he must obtain more in a short period of time. Time passed quickly and night fell. On the coast somewhere in Longyin City, a group of people were stealthily driving a fishing boat and going out to sea under the cover of night. You don't have to go too far. It should be in this direction. Du Zidong pointed in the direction ahead and spoke. Everyone nodded. Now they have already prepared the bait for the nest. Given by the man in the suit has been mixed into these baits. When everyone saw it not far away, they started throwing bait into the sea. Can you really catch that kind of sea loach? There was also curiosity in one of the men's eyes. Who knows? Anyway, that's what he said, so we just do it. Du Zidong spoke casually, his eyes fixed on the sea which was illuminated only by the lights of fishing boats in the dark night. Crash. The next moment, the sea water suddenly seemed to boil. Just by hearing these sounds, everyone's eyes widened, and their eyes were full of surprise. Moreover, on the entire dark sea surface, one could actually see many golden lights running around. This strange scene made everyone's eyes widen. Soon, things began to calm down again. Quick! Lower the net. At this time, Du Zidong immediately growled. The rest of the people reacted extremely well and cast their nets directly. Cast the net and pull in the net, all in one go. Fuck, I really got it. Looking at the many sea loaches that were fished out with a faint golden glow on their backs, they were also completely shocked. Chapter 73 The Knife Loach Bites. There are too many knife loaches. Moreover, they are a little fatter than ordinary knife loaches, and their backs emit a faint golden light like fireflies. Just looking at it like this makes people feel incredible. Sure enough, they seem to be dizzy after eating the bait. Du Zidong was surprised when he saw that the knife loach that was caught. Catch a little more, and we'll be done with all this bait. With the experience just now, everyone followed the same method and soon got a large amount of knife loach and put them all into the big bucket on their boat. It's almost time, hurry back, otherwise it will be troublesome if someone finds us. After checking the time, they hurried back. It's the middle of the night now, and the location where they are going out to sea is very tricky, so they would definitely not be discovered under normal circumstances. Soon, their fishing boat successfully returned and docked on the shore. I'll drive over here, hurry up and get these things done so we can get the money. After Du Zidong got ashore, he ran directly to the other side. The truck he was driving was parked not far away and drove over quickly. Then everyone loaded all the knife loaches into the truck. Throw a little into every river, and then find an opportunity to throw it into the river inside the city. While driving, he spoke to everyone in the car. Everyone nodded slightly. Brother Do, have we completed the mission for those 2 people now? Hey, when they come over, can we split the money? A man also spoke up happily at this time. They had never imagined that this could be accomplished so easily. Certainly. We caught so much this time, and we release them into the river every day. This is what we have done. Du Zidong spoke while looking to the other side. The medium-sized truck he was driving soon reached a river near the city. Taking advantage of the night, they began to throw the knife loach packed in buckets directly into some rivers. These knife loaches seem a little dizzy now because of eating the bait. When thrown into the river, they floated up immediately and their bodies were seen twisting a few times. Could these things all be dead? These people spoke out as they poured them into the river. Who cares? We're just doing what we're told. A man said disapprovingly at this time. Perhaps this type of fish is not adapted to freshwater rivers. Those 2 people said they wanted to study this aspect. That's true. But this knife loach has become like a firefly, and it glows in the dark. It's amazing. While everyone was discussing aloud, they kept throwing knife loach into the rivers. Almost done. Throw this bucket into the Hanshui River. As for the remaining ones, we can find a chance to throw them into the city's river. Du Zidong stood on the shore, lit a cigarette and took a smoke. The other 2 men were also standing here smoking. It's really annoying that we have to wait for them to come over to get the money. Otherwise, we could have gone earlier to see if we can make a profit. Yeah, we can't always be unlucky. We will definitely win this time, hee. These people have already started thinking about the scenario where after each of them gets 100,000, they will quickly use it to try to get rich again. At this time, a man who was carrying a small bucket of knife loach near the river bank suddenly stepped on a round stone and accidentally slipped and fell to the ground. Bump. The bucket of knife loach was scattered all over the ground. Zhang Sanming, what are you doing? You are so careless. Another man with him looked at this scene with a hint of ridicule, then continued to walk forward and poured the bucket of knife loach in his hand into the river. Shut up, damn it, you stone. The man called Zhang Sanming also got up cursing. Then he reached out and started putting the knife loaches scattered on the ground into the bucket. Just as he kept picking up the knife loach on the ground and throwing them into the bucket, he suddenly felt a tingling sensation. Ah! At this moment, he also let out a whine because of the stinging sensation. What's that again? As soon as the man poured the knife loach in the bucket into the river, he turned around and looked behind him. It was late at night and there was only the lighting from the car lights, but it was still a little dim and I couldn't see clearly what was happening to Zhang Sanming. This knife loach bit me. Zhang Sanming spoke. He felt as if the knife loach that was biting his palm had drilled directly into the wound. His eyes widened, and just as he was about to scream, the rest of the knife loaches seemed to wake up, and climbed onto his body at an extremely fast speed, biting open the skin on his neck, and then rushed into his body. Zhang Sanming's whole body was shaking wildly, but he couldn't struggle at all now. In a short period of time, one knife loach after another entered his body. Bite you? Why not just crush it to death? The man smiled. But just as he approached, a pair of eyes opened wide. Knife loach. Those knife loaches seemed to wake up and crawled all over Zhang Sanming's body. And now Zhang Sanming's eyes are wide open, and he seems to have lost his voice. Ah! Such a horrifying scene frightened the man so much that he let out a scream. What's wrong? Du Zidong and others were also startled by the sound, and then looked towards the river bank ahead. What are you 2 doing? He said unhappily. From this direction, it is obvious that the 2 people are standing there. This knife loach is biting. The man rolled and crawled and ran away quickly. But it seemed that he was too excited. When he ran to the front, he stepped on the round corpse, slipped, and fell directly to the ground. Just as he was about to get up, he felt something biting his butt. Swish! Something seemed to have gotten in. No. Just as he was about to speak, a dull sound came from his body and a large amount of blood spit out of his mouth. The whole person fell directly to the ground. What's wrong? Du Zidong also obviously felt that something was wrong at this time, and he took out a high-intensity flashlight from the car and shone it over there. What are you doing? The other two people also threw their cigarette butts on the ground and stomped them out, then looked forward. At this moment, their eyes widened at the same time. Chapter 74, Midnight Fright. The bodies of the two men had already fallen to the ground, and the sea loaches on the ground next to them seemed to have woken up at this moment, and all began to run around, and then climbed onto the two men who had fallen to the ground. It bit through their skin and got inside their bodies. What is this? When Du Zidong saw this scene, his scalp tingled. The hands holding the high-intensity flashlight were now shaking. The situation I saw before my eyes was simply too horrific. Run! It seems to be coming. At this moment, the two men next to them seemed to see something, and they screamed and turned to run away. Fuck! Du Zidong also reacted immediately and turned around and rushed into the car. As soon as the three of them got in the car, they closed the door. What the hell is this? At this time, a man's voice trembled slightly. Thinking about what I just saw, it was so scary. Who could have thought that all these sea loaches would wake up? Just looking at them makes people feel incredible. Moreover, his two companions had now been penetrated by these sea loaches. It went without saying that they were doomed to die. Who knows? This thing is so dangerous. Du Zidong's face turned pale at this time, and he couldn't help but speak. Looking forward, I could vaguely see two people lying on the ground on the other side of the shore. His legs were trembling a little at this time. Shouldn't they continue to catch up with us? The other two took a deep breath at this time and then continued to speak. Probably not. Du Zidong swallowed secretly and said. These sea loaches can only survive in seawater. How could they crawl so far here? Bang! Just as he finished his words, a black shadow suddenly rushed over from the front and landed on his windshield in an instant. When Du Zidong saw this situation, he was immediately shocked. If you look closely, you can clearly see that this is a sea loach. It's so close, separated by a windshield. And now you can clearly see the mouth of this sea loach, which is slightly open, and you can clearly see the upper and lower rows of extremely sharp teeth. Chuck! It was biting the windshield, making strange noises. Grass! Du Zidong was so frightened that he drove the car, turned around suddenly and drove to the other side. After stepping on the accelerator, the entire truck began to rush forward. This sea loach on the windshield seemed to be blown away or thrown away in a short period of time and disappeared instantly. Du Zidong couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief when he saw the situation. This damn thing just bit his windshield. I almost thought the windshield could be bitten through. Brother Du, what should we do now? This thing doesn't look like a sea loach, it's a monster. The two people sitting in the back of the car couldn't help but speak out at this time. Thinking of what they had just seen, their faces turned extremely pale and their bodies could not help but tremble. It's so scary. Who would have thought that these sea loaches would actually attack people? It also acts like a leech, drilling into the human body through the wound. No, it's much scarier than leeches. It's not so easy for leeches to get into the human body. Never mind, let's go. Du Zidong drove the truck at full speed. Now cold sweat was still oozing out of his forehead. Thinking of his two companions who had just died tragically on the river bank, he couldn't help but tremble. The foot pressing on the accelerator was still shaking. Fortunately, there were few cars at night, so he drove at full speed without any accidents. I don't know how long we drove, but we finally stopped in an area in the city. Hoo-hoo. After stopping the car, Du Zidong was also panting, and his whole body was soaked with cold sweat. Brother Du. We still have a bucket of sea loach in the car. The two people sitting in the back row seemed to have thought of something at this moment, and their eyes suddenly widened. Fuck. As soon as he finished speaking, Du Zidong was startled. Those sea loaches just now really left him with a huge psychological trauma. They all stared at each other and didn't dare to get off the car for a while. Go down and have a look, there shouldn't be anything wrong. Du Zidong took a deep breath, then picked up a wrench from the car. After calming himself down, he pushed open the car door and walked out. The two men were also shocked when they saw his actions. But now that Du Zidong had gotten off the car, they didn't dare to stay in it. As soon as the two got off the car, they saw Du Zidong standing at the back of the truck, seemingly in a daze. Brother Do. The two men didn't dare to get close to Duzidong, afraid that he would be bitten by those things. That bucket of sea loaches seemed to have been thrown out when it made a sharp turn just now. Duzidong swallowed secretly at this time, and then talked to himself. He was thrown out. That's great. The two of them couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief at this moment. These sea loaches are really scary. Do you think those things can survive after entering Hanoi? Duzidong seemed to have thought of a horrible thing at this time. Big trouble. This time I really got into big trouble. I do and think so. The two men looked at each other and forced a smile on their faces. Walk. Go back and pack your things and leave Longyin City immediately. Duzidong gritted his teeth. Walk. Brother Do, we haven't even received our money yet. The two men were stunned for a moment, and then spoke subconsciously. Now that they have completed the tasks assigned by those two people, they must get the money. Money. Zhang Sanming and the others are both dead, and you still want money? Duzidong sneered. And if those sea loaches can survive in freshwater rivers and people die from them, what will happen to us? You'll go to jail. At this point, the two men reacted instantly and their bodies trembled slightly. It's not that serious. They forced a smile. But he was obviously panicking inside. And aren't they from the Institute of Biology? Use your pig brains to think, are those two really decent people? Duzidong couldn't help but curse out loud. If you don't run, I'll run first. He now walked directly into the driving seat of the car. Brother Do, we listen to you, let's go. After they both calmed down, they felt a chill down their spines. Who could have thought that this creature could be so terrifying? If they knew this was the case, they would never dare to do these things even if they were beaten to death. Evolution was successful. At this time, Linhao, who was in the dragon pond, was slowly opening his eyes. Chapter 75 3 Treasure Chests. After he devoured the mutant crayfish today, he continued to devour a lot of creatures in that river and then teleported to other areas. In a whole day, plus the 30,000 evolution points obtained from devouring the alien creature, he accumulated a total of more than 70,000 evolution points. After coming back, he chose to evolve directly, and only woke up now. It's obvious that its size has grown again, and its combat power should also be improving. With a thought, at this moment, the system panel appeared before his eyes again. Host, Linhao. Species, unicorn fish. Level, 22. Size, 6.1 meters long, weighing 1580 kilograms. Combat strength, 122. Skills, supercharge, night fight, camouflage, fire scale, powerful bite, powerful tail slap, steel scale armor. Magical power, auspiciousness of the house LV.7, passive. Evolution points, 48741/40,000. The combat power has increased by 12 points, which is pretty good. The other skills don't seem to have changed much. Wait, what the hell, the next evolution requires 40,000 evolution points. Is it true that the evolution points required for each level of evolution have increased by 10,000 now? Seeing this situation, Linhao also had a headache. Now the number of evolution points needed is increasing. But fortunately, I gained a lot of evolution points today, hehe. Thinking of the mutant crayfish he was devouring over there, Linhao also felt a little happy. Although it only had 18,000 evolutionary points when it devoured a mutant crayfish, there were so many small mutant crayfish that it devoured an unknown number of them. So, the offspring of mutant creatures are also mutant creatures, and they will gain more evolutionary points after being devoured. If fish like tilapia and catfish also mutate and reproduce a lot, then wouldn't it be possible to gain more evolution points by devouring them? For ordinary people, it is a disaster. Thinking of this, the look in Linhao's eyes became serious. The changes happening on Earth are becoming more and more obvious. Moreover, the frequency of mutant creatures appearing is obviously increasing, not to mention those alien creatures falling from the sky. I think my parents will be fine. Linhao began to feel uneasy when he thought of this. And Luo Shui, I haven't seen her for a while. Thinking of this, he began to swim back and forth in the dragon pond. I feel a little bad. No way, I can't do anything right now. We still have to become stronger. Once we become stronger to a certain extent, we can accomplish more things. After calming down, Linhao also clicked on a golden icon on the system panel. At this moment, some completed task pop-ups appeared in front of me. Normal task, Devour 100 river shrimps 100 out of 100, reward, white treasure chest, completed. Ordinary task, Devour 10 yellow eels October 10th, reward, white treasure chest, completed. Difficult task, Devour 10 mutant creatures October 10th, reward, blue treasure chest, completed. Hehe, I completed 3 tasks this time. When he was teleported back today, he chose to evolve directly, but forgot that there were still tasks to be completed. Today, the eel was found enough to devour, and the task was completed successfully. 10-finger devouring mutant creature, which had not made much progress, finally completed the task requirements after devouring so many mutant crayfish today. Receive. At this time, Linhao did not hesitate at all and chose to receive them all. Congratulations to the host for getting the white treasure chest. Congratulations to the host for getting the white treasure chest. Congratulations to the host for getting the blue treasure chest. Start immediately. Open them all. At this moment, the icons of 3 treasure chests appeared in front of him, and Linhao directly chose to open them. After the 3 treasure chests are slowly opened, you can see a large number of entries appear. Just looking at it this way makes people feel a little dizzy. This time, I must draw something good. Linhao also spoke secretly at this time. At this time, the entries began to rotate rapidly. His eyes looked around, not knowing where to look. Soon, the entries that appeared on the white treasure chest on the far left began to slowly stop. Strength boost, white. At this moment, this entry turned into a white light and rushed towards Linhao's body. As this ray of light entered his body, he could vaguely feel that his whole body seemed to have become stronger. Especially the limbs. Good. Even if the white treasure chests contain skills or something like that, they are very ordinary and it is better not to have them. But this kind of entry actually increases your strength. Combat power has increased by 3 points. Moreover, when he carefully looked at the system panel, he found that his overall combat power had increased to 125 points. At this time, the rotating entries of another white treasure chest also began to slowly stop. Strength boost, white. Or a power boost. Seeing this scene, Linhao also widened his eyes. I actually got 2 identical entries. Just like before, this entry turned into a white light and went straight into his body. Although I feel the power increase, it's not as obvious as before. Linhao looked at his system panel. This time, his comprehensive combat power increased by 2 points, reaching 127 points. Does it mean that the improvement effect of this white treasure chest will become less effective the more times it is used? Thinking of this, he felt a little depressed. Ha! And at this moment, the entry of the blue treasure chest also stopped rotating. Finally, it settled on one of the entries. Red flame, blue. What's this? Linhao was also a little surprised when watching this scene. As he stared at the entry, he clearly saw some notes and explanations. Red flame, blue spits out a red flame, causing a certain amount of burning damage, and increases the player's own fire resistance. Cooling time is 1 minute. This thing seems pretty good. Looking at this newly acquired skill, Linhao's eyes lit up slightly. This ability allows you to breathe fire. It's just that the effect of this blue level ability shouldn't be very strong, which is a pity. If it is above purple level, it would be very powerful. Something is better than nothing. At this moment, this entry turned into a blue light and rushed directly into Linhao's body. Linhao vaguely felt that his body seemed to have undergone some changes. And he could instinctively feel that he had learned this ability, as if he was born with the ability to breathe fire. Try. Chapter 76 Another Death. At this moment, Linhao did not hesitate at all and opened his mouth directly. Boom! In an instant, a red flame spurted out of his mouth. All the water around seemed to be evaporating wildly, with large amounts of bubbles appearing. The entire pool of water became extremely hot. The koi fish also quickly swam to the other side. Call. If they can spit out such strong flames in the water, it should be even stronger on the shore. Linhao also emerged from the water at this time. With the ability of fire scales, his body has a strong ability to resist high temperatures. Even if the water in the pool becomes extremely hot, it has no significant impact on Linhao. Try it on the shore later. A 1-minute cooling time is actually not that long. But if it is a real life and death battle, it is still too short. Being able to spit out flames continuously is enough. But this is just a thought in my heart. At this time, his body swam towards the shore and climbed up easily. Now Linhao's whole body has become so huge that it still looks very scary. Especially his slightly opened mouth, you can see 2 rows of extremely sharp teeth. These trees grow so realistically fast, it's almost like they're actually evolving. While waiting for the cooling time to end, Linhao looked at the flowers, plants and trees around him. If you look closely, you can clearly see that some of the trees that were obviously smaller before have now grown a lot. Even the weeds grow fast. You can also hear many insects and birds chirping around. After Linhao swam to the shore, all the small animals around him scattered. It was as if he could feel Linhao's terror. Okay, that's it. A minute passed quickly. Linhao took a deep breath, then slowly opened his mouth and directly used red flame. Boom! Red flame spurted out from his mouth. The dark environment was illuminated at this moment. The area around the flame became distorted. This area became extremely hot. It lasts for 5 seconds. It's not bad, I guess. Linhao felt it carefully. He also spoke out quietly. 5 seconds is actually quite good. At least not 1 or 2 seconds. It would be great if these skills could be upgraded to a higher level. If he could upgrade his level, the abilities he had acquired before would be able to be further enhanced. Just like the fire scale, a great skill, if its level is raised, it should become even more powerful. By the way, let's see what other tasks we have and where we should go tomorrow. It must be past midnight now. I haven't had time to see what tasks have been refreshed. Based on the tasks refreshed now, you can decide where to go first tomorrow. Normal task, Devour 20 river crabs 0/10, reward, improved vision. Difficult task, Devour 100 mutant creatures 0/100, reward, random skill. Difficult task, Devour the mutant Tyrannosaurus Rex 0/1, reward, purple treasure chest. Difficult task, Devour level 1 warrior green beast, reward, significantly improve cardiopulmonary function. Difficult task, Devour the level 2 warrior green beast, reward, greatly improve vision. 2 new tasks have been refreshed. If you take a closer look at this time, you can clearly see 2 new tasks. One is an ordinary task that requires swallowing 10 river crabs. There should be more stream crabs hiding under those rocks, right? We can just look for them when the time comes. Improved eyesight, this reward is average. This difficult mission actually rewards random skills, but it requires devouring 100 mutant creatures. Seeing these 2 new tasks, Linhao also complained in his heart. How could these 100 mutant creatures devour so many? It would be fine if they devoured those mutant crayfish like they did during the day. After all, there were quite a lot of them. But there won't always be those mutant crayfish. Forget it. These tasks are difficult to complete. Let's think about how to devour 10 river crabs. It shouldn't be that hard to find. Linhao thought secretly. At this time, he looked around the Hualong Pond, and then went straight into the pool. After finding the safe location over there, we started to choose to evolve. With the heartbreaking deduction of 40,000 evolution points, Linhao slowly fell asleep. Time quickly came to the next day. You know what? I went fishing this morning and I seemed to be bitten by something. I died. No way, what else can bite when fishing? It's true. Not only did the fisherman die, but fishermen on the beach died too. Early in the morning, accompanied by bursts of discussion, Linhao, who was hiding under the Hualong pool, slowly opened his eyes. Bite to death by something. Have some mutant creatures appeared again? His hearing was very good, and when he heard those people's discussion, there was a bit of curiosity in his eyes. I listened carefully, but didn't hear any useful information. These mutant creatures seem to be appearing more and more, and the number of injured and dead people is gradually increasing. Thinking of this, the look in Linhao's eyes became serious. But he didn't think too much about it now. He just moved his mind and called up his system panel. Host, Linhao. Species, unicorn fish. Level, 23. Size, 6.4 meters long, 1780 kilograms. Combat strength, 140. Skills: Supercharge, Night Fight, Camouflage, Fire Scale, Powerful Bite, Powerful Tail Slap, Steel Scale Armor. Magical Power, Auspiciousness of the House LV.7, Passive. Evolution Points, 8741/50,000. The combat power has increased to 140. Now the improvement with each upgrade is considered good. It just requires too many evolution points. Linhao was also a little helpless at this time. The next evolution required has reached 50,000 evolution points. No matter how much I swallow today, I won't be able to swallow 50,000 evolution points. Unless it can devour a lot of mutant creatures. But it is not so easy to encounter mutated creatures. I don't know what's going on at the ruins of civilization, but I haven't heard these people discussing the situation there. So it seems that nothing will happen for the time being. It seems that because of his magical powers, the fortune of those who come to the Dragon King Temple to worship has indeed improved. So during this period of time, it seems that because of the spread of word of mouth, more and more people are coming and going. Early in the morning, there are many people burning incense. Suddenly, the incense became more popular. Just give me some food. No matter how much incense you add, it won't do me any good. Linhao complained a few times. Chapter 77, A large number of mutated sea loaches. Linhao looked at the situation around him, hiding under the dragon pond, and continued to listen to the discussion of these people. I hope to hear some useful news from it. But most of the news I heard was about family matters. I heard that the giant beast that appeared in Luoming City was killed. Is this true? Isn't that giant beast CG? Did it really appear? Of course it's true. Everyone in Luoming City knows about it. My cousin works there and saw it with his own eyes. Just when Linhao was feeling a little bored, he heard the conversation of several young men walking across the stone bridge. However, they had just talked for long before they walked directly into the Dragon King Temple. There was so much noise inside that I couldn't hear anything clearly. The behemoth of Luoming City has been destroyed. Linhao was also a little surprised. Luoming City before, and he was quite shocked at that time that a giant beast actually appeared in the city. Now it seems that it will be eliminated in the end. Time passed quickly, and at noon, as the transferable time was refreshed, Linhao immediately called up his system panel. The teleportation range has been expanded, but it's still near Longyin City. If I could teleport to the seaside, I could go take a look. Looking at the lit area on the map, Linhao couldn't help but speak quietly. But now the transmission time has been increased again, and has been increased to 4 hours. In 4 hours, if there are enough creatures for him to devour, he will be able to gain more evolution points. Especially if you discover mutant creatures. This river is from another mountain range in the city. It seems quite big. At this time, he looked at the lit area on the system and clearly saw that he could be teleported to another new river. This river seems to be called Yinshan River, and many fishing enthusiasts often go there. Besides this river, there are many small lakes over there. It will be teleported here this time. After thinking for a while, at this moment, Linhao's whole body was enveloped by white light. The next moment, he disappeared from the dragon pond. The water quality of this river is so good. After being teleported to the Silver Mountain River, Linhao was a little surprised. The water quality here is better than that of the Hanshui River, Longyin Reservoir, and other areas I have visited before. The water looks relatively clear, but there are also a lot of fish and shrimp. As soon as he was teleported here, he saw small fish and shrimps in the area next to him. Why are they all so small? But now these small fish and shrimps are simply too small for this behemoth that is more than 6 meters long. Not enough to fill the gaps between teeth. Aren't there any bigger fish? Linhao continued to swim towards the front. Bump. But at this moment, something seemed to hit his body, making a small sound. He obviously sensed something and turned to look behind him. Looking closely, he could clearly see a creature that looked like a giant loach attached to his body. It seems like it is still gnawing at its own body. However, the surface of Linhao's body was covered with scales as hard as iron. No matter how hard the thing tried, it could not cause any harm to Linhao. This thing is a sea loach. Linhao was also a little surprised when he saw this scene. It seems to be similar to the mutant sea loach I swallowed before. He reacted quickly, and with a violent shake of his body, he threw the creature off his body. And at this moment, it suddenly rushed over, opened its mouth and swallowed it directly into its stomach. Devour a mutated larval sea loach and gain 400 evolution points. It really is this mutant sea loach. No wonder it looked a little familiar just now. But how did this thing appear here? Linhao was also extremely surprised at this time. Mutated sea loach in the Hualong Pond before, but it was swallowed by itself. During this period of time, we have not encountered any such mutated creatures. Now that I have been teleported to the Silver Mountain River, I actually encountered it. Go ahead and take a look. Linhao did not hesitate and continued to swim forward. This is. Just in the area ahead, with his sharp eyes, he could clearly see that there were a large number of skeletons under the riverbed. They are all fish skeletons. Moreover, under the riverbed, there seemed to be many things wriggling, and their backs emitted a faint golden light. Mutated sea loach. At the bottom of this river, there are a large number of mutated sea loaches. Why are there so many of these ghost things? At this moment, some of the mutated sea loaches seemed to sense Linhao's presence and began to rush towards Linhao quickly. Court death. Seeing this scene, Linhao sneered. The moment they rushed over, they opened their mouths and spewed out flames. Red flame. As strong red flames burst out, the mutant sea loaches that rushed over were directly burnt to a crisp. Linhao's huge body rushed forward. Intense flames gushed out towards the area ahead. Even in the water, the flames were so powerful that the surrounding water was boiling. Many mutated sea loaches were cooked and charred by the flames. However, there were still many mutated sea loaches rushing over from the other side, directly attaching themselves to Linhao's body, and starting to gnaw on Linhao's body with their extremely sharp teeth. But no matter how sharp their teeth are, they cannot bite through Linhao's black iron scales. Bite? I'll let you bite. As Linhao sneered, strong flames burst out from his whole body. Crash! The surrounding river water became even more boiling. All the mutated sea loaches that bit Linhao's body were burned. Swallow. Swallow like crazy. Linhao, who had stopped spitting fire, opened his mouth wildly and began to devour the mutated sea loaches around him. Devour a larval mutant sea loach and gain 350 evolution points. Devour a larval mutant sea loach and gain 450 evolution points. Devour. Prompts for obtaining a large number of evolution points seemed to appear continuously at this time. Linhao swallowed it directly and it was satisfying. Because this mutated sea loach has so many evolutionary points, one has hundreds of points. The point is that the number is a bit shocking. It was unknown how long it took, until all the mutated sea loaches in the area had been swallowed up. Linhao stopped. That's all. Linhao came to his senses. He looked around and found that all the mutated sea loaches had been swallowed by him. Loach, I wrote before, was wrong. Sword loach is a freshwater fish. Now I have changed it to sea loach. Sorry. Chapter 78, Rapidly Soaring Evolution Points. He was just swallowing like crazy and felt so happy. Eyes widened when he looked at the accumulated evolution points on the system panel. It actually increased by more than 60,000 evolution points. I just devoured at least 100 or 200 of those mutated sea loaches, and I gained so many evolutionary points. But now it takes so many evolution points to level up once, it's only over 60,000, which is nothing. Linhao quickly calmed down. The main thing is that the mission is completed, hehe. Thinking about the task of devouring 100 mutant creatures, it can now be completed for sure. And the reward for this task is a random skill. He is also a little looking forward to it now. Let's go check it out again. Don't waste time on the transfer. You can claim the mission rewards at any time. Linhao spoke quietly. He continued to swim towards the distance. As we swam along, we soon saw several large grass carps swimming over there. However, their swimming posture looks a bit strange, as if their whole body is shaking constantly. Has it been parasitized by a mutant sea loach? Sharp-eyed Linhao looked at the situation and couldn't help but speak out secretly. The moment he approached, several black figures rushed out from the mouth of the big grass carp at an extremely fast speed. Hee. Seeing this scene, Linhao sneered in his heart. He simply opened his mouth and swallowed them all into his body. Or parasitic in his body after entering his mouth. Because his body is like a bottomless pit that can digest everything. Anyone who swallows it will die. Devour a larval mutant sea loach and gain 350 evolution points. Devour. Soon, the system prompt popped up. Comfortable. If you give me more, I can get more evolution points. Linhao was also a little excited at this time. The number of evolution points obtained this time is really too many. It's been less than an hour since we were teleported here. I continued swimming forward, but I didn't see any traces of the mutated sea loaches. I did see many fish skeletons. I think most of the aquatic creatures in the Yinshan River have been eaten by those mutant sea loaches just now. Where do these creatures come from? Linhao swam forward, his heart was filled with curiosity. This kind of sea loach lives in seawater, but now it has come to freshwater rivers. And judging from the situation, they can survive in the Tamsui River. Could it be that after these creatures mutated, they have no effect even in fresh water? Thinking of this, Linhao's eyes became more serious. This is not good news for the human world. When can we teleport further? I don't know how my parents are doing. The earth is so dangerous now, and thinking of his parents, he became even more anxious. My parents should know about my death by now, right? I don't know what will happen to them now. The more he thought about it, the more upset Linhao became. He accelerated suddenly and rushed directly towards the area ahead. Crash! His speed was so fast that countless water splashed as he rushed past. Strange, why haven't I seen any fish all day today? There's not even a fish in sight. Some fishermen were standing on the shore ahead, looking at the Yinshan River with frowns on their faces. There were already quite a few people fishing in the Yinshan River. Those who came to fish today clearly found that there was no trace of this fish. Many fishermen have come here since this morning and have not caught a single fish. Let's go upstream and have a look. It's really strange. Before, I would have caught a few fish after such a long time. But now, after such a long time, not a single fish has taken a bite. A man picked up a fishing rod and was about to head forward. Crash! At this moment, waves of splashing sounds came from the other side. What's that sound? He was stunned for a moment, then raised his eyes and looked forward. He could clearly see something rushing towards him in the river, splashing countless water. The man's eyes widened and he couldn't help rubbing his eyes. Looking closely, I could suddenly see a huge figure in the water. The water in the Yinshan River is relatively clear, and Linhao's huge outline can be clearly seen at this time. Weird monster. There's a monster. The man screamed in surprise, threw away the fishing rod in his hand and ran away quickly. Monster. At this moment, everyone's eyes subconsciously looked towards the area behind them. Linhao's huge body had already rushed over. Because half of his body floated out of the water, splashing a lot of waves. Fuck. These people were frightened by this scene. Even the body seemed to be fixed in place. What is this? All these people's eyes widened. These people are really lucky. If they went fishing over there, they would probably be doomed. Linhao glanced at the people on the shore and continued to rush forward. Now he didn't care even if he was discovered by these people. He could just teleport away anyway, and ordinary people posed no threat to him. Continue rushing forward and soon you will see a waterfall ahead. Linhao's body leaped directly along the waterfall. Crash! As soon as it landed below, a large amount of water splashed out. Before he could make any move, he felt something biting at his scales. There are still some. Just after falling from the waterfall, he suddenly discovered that many mutated sea loaches had surrounded him and were gnawing at the scales on his body. Although their teeth look sharp, they cannot cause much impact on Linhao, whose body is covered with a layer of black iron scales. However, this is also based on body size. The smaller the body, the sharper the teeth of these mutated sea loaches. But these mutated sea loaches bite very tightly, and it is not easy to get rid of them. It's just courting death. But they bite themselves and die faster. With a thought, the fire scale skill was unleashed, and all the scales on his body suddenly burst into flames. Mutated sea loaches that were biting on his body were roasted directly. Linhao's body trembled, and their charred corpses fell directly to the ground. Open your mouth and swallow it all. Prompts for obtaining a large number of evolution points also continued to come at this time. That seems to be all. Mutated sea loaches downstream. This is in the Yinshan River. I wonder if this kind of mutant creature will appear in other rivers as well. Mutated sea loaches everywhere. Thinking of this possibility, Linhao was a little shocked. It is not a good thing that so many mutated creatures appear in the river. I continued to swim forward and did not see any more of this mutated sea loach. There were no other living creatures in the water. I guess all the aquatic life around here has been swallowed by those mutant sea loaches. Continuing to swim forward, we soon arrived at a relatively shallow area with many rocks of different sizes. Linhao crawled over, stretched out his claws, and turned over some rocks. Hey, it really is. If you look closely, you can clearly see a big crab under the rock. He opened his mouth and swallowed it directly. Devour a river crab and gain 50 evolution points. Only 50 evolution points. Looking at the system prompts, Linhao couldn't help but complain. Now 50 evolution points are already very few for him. However, in order to complete the task, we still have to continue looking for other river crabs. At the same time, Longyin Research Institute. The matter in Luoming City has been resolved. But we lost a lot of manpower. I guess it will take a few days for the actual combat troops to arrive. But quite a few scientific researchers from the headquarters came here. Zhao Qingkong stood in the spacious space inside, listening to a young man's report. For now, there is no problem below the ruins of civilization, so there is no need to worry too much. Zhao Qingkong listened to the man's words and nodded slightly. The accident in Luoming City was quite serious. That giant beast actually appeared in the city. Although the higher-ups have taken measures to block the news, this kind of news cannot be completely blocked no matter how hard they try. What kind of creature killed this ET? He was standing in front of the spaceship that had been transported back, with an uncertain look in his eyes. Although killing this alien creature is a good thing, who killed it, a human or a mutant? The most troublesome thing is that this point cannot be investigated clearly at all. Oh no! Captain! Something happened. At this moment, someone rushed in hurriedly from outside. Appeared very flustered. What's wrong? Hearing the voice coming from outside, Zhao Qingkong came back to his senses from his thoughts, turned around and looked towards the gate in front of him, where he could clearly see the figure of a middle-aged man. In Longyin City, we found 2 bodies. The bodies were hollowed out. And we found some traces of mutant creatures in the river. These mutant creatures are the mutant sea loaches in the sea. The man spoke a little excitedly. Mutated sea loach. This creature is in the city river. Zhao Qingkong listened to his words and reacted quickly, his eyes widened. This creature is extremely dangerous and reproduces in very large numbers, so it has been banned from the sea for some time. Moreover, the city had been inspected before, so there shouldn't be any problems, but why did this happen now? Right. The police officer who discovered the situation was also injured. The middle-aged man felt a little numb when he said this. This creature is terrifying. There are too many of them, and they can parasitize inside living organisms, gnawing at their flesh and blood from the inside out. Take me to see it. Zhao Qingkong's face was extremely serious and he spoke immediately. Yes. Soon, whether it was the Longyin Research Institute, this group of HXLZ members, or the government and the police, all mobilized. After all, what happened this time was really terrible. Devour a river crab and gain 60 evolution points. 7 now. It seems I can't find it for now. After swallowing another crab, Linhao continued to search around by turning over some rocks, but he did not see any trace of crabs. So few. Linhao was a little helpless. I thought I could complete the task directly. Forget it, we can't waste time here. After searching for a while, Linhao moved his mind and his whole body turned into a ray of white light and disappeared in an instant. This time, he teleported directly to the river in the city. It's still the familiar smell of stinky water. As soon as he was teleported here, Linhao couldn't help but complain. The water in the city's rivers is polluted and stinks. Huh. Another mutant sea loach. Looking around, Linhao clearly saw bursts of faint golden light flashing under the river. If this creature is not the mutated sea loach, then what else could it be? Linhao made a direct attack and rushed forward in an instant. It opened its bloody mouth and swallowed these mutated sea loaches. These mutated sea loaches did not dodge at all. After discovering Linhao's trace, they wanted to rush directly into Linhao's mouth. They drill into the body of a living thing and eat it from the inside out. However, Linhao's stomach can digest everything. These mutated sea loaches were swallowed, the system prompt came immediately. Devour a larval mutant sea loach and gain 350 evolution points. Devour. Each one is worth 350 evolution points, don't be too excited. Even the river in the city has these mutant creatures. That's a problem. Linhao shuttled through the river and soon discovered the area ahead, and there were traces of the mutated sea loach. But not too much. Continuing to swim, he soon reached the area close to the ruins of civilization again. This area is now completely blocked off, and many people can be seen standing in front guarding it. Something happened. It seems several people died over at Hanoi River. Someone's dead. What happened? I heard that there are mutant creatures over there, the same kind that appeared in the sea before. Hiss, is this true or not? Some staff members also discussed in low voices at this time. The mutant sea loaches that appeared in the Hanoi River, these people couldn't help but gasp. The mutated sea loach is so terrifying that people who witnessed it that night now feel a little tingling on their scalps. There are some over there in Hanoi River. Shit. What happened? Who had good hearing, listened to their words and his eyes widened. I hadn't been to these rivers for just one day, and I discovered this. These mutated sea loaches come from. Linhao waited here for a while, but didn't hear any useful news. Let's go around the city's rivers first and eat all these mutant sea loaches. He continued to swim forward. The river water looked green and black. Even if he kept swimming back and forth, no one could see his trace.